heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram,
turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
His Royal Majesty Ogeame Atuwashi II rules by mobilizing to their villages and commence development. In a statement issued from his palace in Warri Delta State shortly after his third coronation anniversary, the Olu of Warri pointed out that the statement was a symbolic directive to his people to start returning to their villages, adding that there should be no fears or excuses. In today's news talk, I'll be going through highlights of the monarch's statements as it reflects the Shekaris in the country and the diaspora. I am Bayo Olaoye. Ogeame Atunwashi II, CFR, stressed that there will be perfect conditions for Shekaris to return back in their original numbers, adding that their ancestors did not wait for anyone, even their neighbors, to solve their problems. He urged his people not to hide behind laziness or stress or the feeling of being too civilized to participate in the movement to return back to their villages, stating that there was imperative to face the situation squarely, and that if men came together in unity of purpose and determination, they would succeed. The Olu of Warri encouraged the people to return to the practice of burying at night in their various villages and not to settle for easiest and convenient ways that kept the people in the state of underdevelopment. Ogeame Atunwashi was of the view that the suggestion was open, a provision for those of the Christian faith to be buried accordingly. The Olu of Warri said that those who prefer to bury during daytime will not be compelled, pointing out that no one will be forced to bury at night, but at all efforts, a general direction where the kingdom ought to go. In the same way as burials, the Olu of Warri stated that the kingdom wanted to encourage children of the kingdom who wanted to get married, saying that something symbolic must be done at the village level, as many children of the kingdom in this generation have never been to their villages. The monarch urged the people to guard against short-sightedness and greed by selling their lands to those who came with the intention of first selling it under a business arrangement that did not favor them in the long term. Ogeame Atunwashi pointed out that development should be applied towards the development of our communities and not shared by individuals. The monarch remarked that for the Shekaris to truly grow, they must return to their traditional practice of communal caring and support for one another. In modern world today, Ogeame Atunwashi added, the modern world today, Ogeame Atunwashi added, was so interconnected, adding that it was an exciting adventure for their children, bringing their friends from all over the world who wanted to come and celebrate their marriages, ceremonies, and all that. Ogeame Atunwashi disclosed that he will lead in the movement and was committed to renovating and rebuilding the Ejo Hall in Bateren, adding that the land donated to him in Aju Daibo will be developed, marking his presence in Benin River and across and Escaros River as expected. He pointed out that those who were young and were truly not able to afford to build a house in their villages, well, it could be proven that such a young person had great leadership ideas and potential for good leadership will be ascertained and determined by the palace. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dinoben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially Famfa Oil was changed to Famfa Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. Famfa Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of Famfa's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by Famfa and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwater Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, Famfa, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria.
My name is Bayo Olawe. I'm a veteran journalist and broadcaster. Folorunsho Alakija has made a name for herself as a renowned philanthropist, woman leader, mentor, entrepreneur, and most of all, messenger of God. That's one thing that strikes me. After over 50 years in the media, I haven't seen a woman as dynamic and determined and industrious as this woman. And she's very simple and humble, unlike some of our peers who are always on the high horse and who think highly of themselves, empty vessels. She's, in a way, a messenger of God. She loves God and she practices all the attributes that God wants us to exhibit on earth. That she's giving back to the society and reaching out to the poor, the vulnerable, women and children. She has made a mark for herself worldwide, globally, as a woman of simplicity, a woman of humility, a woman of enterprise, a woman of integrity, above all, a woman that loves her country. She loves Nigeria. She preaches Nigeria. She defends Nigeria. She's proud of Nigeria. I, as a person, an elder citizen, a professional, and a Lagos boy, I am very proud of Folorunsho Alakija.
Interestingly, when people speak about the average Nigerian woman, what comes to mind is that an average Nigerian woman is very entrepreneurial, very hardworking, even to the extent that Nigerian men typically take it for granted. I'm sure that Mr. Alakija doesn't take it for granted, but the fact that Folorunsho Alakija is who she is, is representative of the fact that she has a focus nailed on straight. She has big dreams, and over the last 30 or so years, she has worked so hard to attain that dream. You can see it in how she's been able to move from fashion to oil and gas to printing to real estate, and now she's very focused on philanthropy and works of charity. So what it says to me is that when they say people cannot do it all, she has done it all. And a rather interesting tidbit is that she's married into the Alakija family, and if you know anything about the Alakija family, several generations of notable Nigerians that have built wealth over a long period of time. In this case, the level of wealth that Folorunsho Alakija has been able to generate for herself and her children and her legacy is such that it might almost dwarf the Alakijas, and it just underscores the fact that what she has been able to do is incredible.
Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and if possible exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You are not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
A SOUQ morning to you and yours once again. It's SOUQ News Television, and we welcome you to a very special day and a happy Idul Maulud to my brothers and sisters this lovely Monday morning, 7 a.m. as we delve into SOUQ business landscape. My name is Hans Mba. On the show, we take a look at headlines across the world, from continent to continent, as we look at those headlines that we'll learn from, the ones that we'll discard, and the ones that we'll just read for read's sake. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll jump right onto our first publication of the day. Stay here. Welcome right back. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape. So remember, as we get on from publication to publication, we're looking at Business Day Nigeria. Connect with us, engage with us, hashtag SBL across board and across all social media, from YouTube to all the rest of them. We're also on TikTok, by the way. Yes, we are. All right, so the first headline, Dangote Refinery fuels Nigeria after 28-year lull. It's been 28 years since anything petrol came out of the country. So here, Dangote counters NNPC and says sold product cheaper in dollars, which is what he's saying, countering NNPC. And refinery eyes 100% delivery via sea. I don't know how that is remarkable, because it's always via sea. Has never gone by air, has it? Okay, Nigeria's infrastructure funds struggle in crowded capital markets. Nigeria's infrastructure funds struggle in crowded capital markets. Nigeria's infrastructure funds has a total commitment capital of about 330 billion naira, which has been hit by reduced investors' attention. Investors are drawing back this year, 2024. Now, these capital raising efforts by some of the infrastructure fund managers have not recorded this kind of success that they posted in previous years. So complaints are going on, but it's looking up. We have no choice, do we? All right, ABC Health appointed new secretariat for combating malaria in Africa. ABC Health appointed new secretariat for combating malaria in Africa. First of all, I just have to say that there's the vaccine that's coming, and experts are touting it to be a miracle cure. They call it, quote unquote, a miracle cure for malaria. Like, yes, say if you shoot it, you're good. And you don't have to go through all that 3-day swallowing of drugs when you're hit with malaria. So this refers to that. And the African Business Coalition for Health, ABC Health, has been appointed the new secretariat for the Corporate Alliance on Malaria in Africa. The coalition notes that this development allows them to take stewardship of what KAMA is doing from Global Business Coalition for Health. That's another arm of it. This is the arm in New York, and is marked a pivotal moment in its journey towards enhancing health systems across the continent. For the full gist on that, catch it on page 20. Tinubu's $1 trillion economy plan stumbles on slow growth. That's just as clear as it is. Tinubu's $1 trillion economic plan stumbles on slow growth. We segue right directly onto our next publication, Business Daily, out in Kenya, East Africa. How deleted emails SMSs may derail NSSF bonds trade probe. So deleted emails and SMSs may derail NSSF bonds trade probe. So a leaked central bank letter on this suspected irregular trading of the National SOUQ Security Fund, which just seemed to be a target for most of these illegal business doers, as I call them. So the NSSF funds, government bonds, could derail investigations into these matters amid fears that the suspects may have moved to destroy some key evidences. This is said by the CMA investigators, which admits that there are delays since they delayed in confiscating communication gadgets, mobile phones, desktop and laptops. They feel like the suspects will make it difficult for them to retrieve these emails, texts, and WhatsApp messages that has been sent ahead of this irregular trading. So it's cats and dog on this one, government versus the scammers. SACCO loans deposits gap hit 76 billion shilling on increased borrowing. SACCO loans deposits gap hits 76 billion shilling on increased borrowing. So data from SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, SASRA, has indicated that gross outstanding loans exceeded deposits by 76.4 billion shillings last year, and it's up from a gap of 60 billion shilling the year before, which is 2022. So SACCOs has held deposits of 682.2 billion shillings by the end of last year, while lending stood at 758.6 billion shillings. State suspends tolling plan to map new road. So a project to introduce toll stations on key highways across the country was suspended pending fresh identification of roads that would be placed under pay-for-use scheme. So they were going to toll roads, but instead the superior idea came up where they would build more roads instead and put off the toll for later. Treasury says that the project, which targets to raise funds to finance maintenance of the highways and repayment of other roads built by private contractors, but failed to generate enough funds to repay investors, will remain frozen as the state reviews roads and more. So what they're doing is they're plowing that money into creating new roads for better network. Still on Business Daily in Kenya, M-KOPA ordered to pay taxes in Kenya. M-KOPA ordered to pay taxes in Kenya. The Tax Appeals Tribunal orders M-KOPA Holdings to pay taxes in Kenya after the financial technology firm failed to prove that it was managed and controlled all the way from the UK. If that's such a big deal. Okay, well, M-KOPA sought reprieve from the tribunal after the Kenyan Revenue Authority assessed its withholding taxes and pay as you earn at 885 million shillings. Wow. Treasury fails to disburse 153 billion shillings. Treasury fails to disburse 153 billion shilling. Incidentally, right, sometime last year, I think, during the fiscal year ending June 2024, the National Treasury failed to send, then it was 30 billion shillings. Now, 30 billion shillings to counties, for road and stuff. Today, it's 153 million shillings to cover these various payments again. In the space of 1 year, 30 billion, 153 billion. On to South Africa Business Day. South Africa loses out with no blueprints for green minerals. South Africa loses with no blueprints for green minerals. So a strategic policy framework for promoting trade in the minerals used to produce clean energy technologies could add billions of rand to SA's annual exports. This is what experts have talked about, and especially the research activist group called Publish What You Pay has suggested that if South Africa can make that transition, then minerals have the potential to boost annual exports by not just a measly amount, but $11 billion, which is approximately 195 billion rand over the next 4 years. And that's real. SA Bank clients warm to digital platforms. Now, this one caught me, right? I was having a conversation with someone a while ago, and they were talking about how they trust fintech banks. Like, that's what they're dealing with, you know. And so here, South Africa's big banks continue to invest heavily. I think they caught the bug as well, to enhancing their digital offering to customers, as more than 20 million South Africans have moved and now use digital platforms to do their banking. And as they continue to invest heavily in enhancing this offering to customers, as well as newer technologies that including AI and making sure they keep those clients and customers. We will take a short break and return. Got to have some coffee and digest what we've just looked at. When we return, we'll jump out to Bangladesh, one of our favorite destinations. Stay here.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
Experts are taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Pulse.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back from your coffee break. Mine was good as well. On to Financial Express in Bangladesh. India eyes $10 billion infra push from London funds. So India is looking to attract investment commitments to the tune of $10 billion from funds parked in the City of London's marquee projects, including highway stretches and the National Capital Region's rapid transport systems. And all this they're looking at happening by next year. So a team from the UK will visit project sites in November 2024. Note that majority asset managers based in London, which is the world's second largest financial services center, don't invest in India ordinarily. So this is quite something peculiar. India is still currently in discussions with a host of countries to attract FDI, as net FDI inflows to India declined from to $26.5 billion in fiscal year ending 2024 from last year's $42 billion fiscal year ending 2023. That's a huge one. London investing in India. We look forward to keep you updated on that one. Still in the news, more headlines. Revision of CPI series to rely on 2022-2023 inputs. So the government has completed the household consumption expenditure, this survey, HCES, for the year 2023 and 2024, and a preliminary analysis shows that its results are largely similar to the one of 2 years ago. Still on Financial Express, back page for BB, it's now or never as QCOM gains speed. That one is something you need to check out for. It's on the back page, page 22. So FPIs invest 27,856 crores in equities in 1 fortnight. So foreign investors have infused the said amount in domestic equities in the first fortnight of this month, owing
to the resilience of the Indian market and growing optimism around the potential interest rate cuts as regards the US. Oil India, Total Energies in talks for offshore projects. Oil India, Total Energies in talks for offshore projects. State-owned Oil India Limited, OIL, is in discussions with French energy company Total Energies for exploration of hydrocarbon blocks off the coast of India, either as a technical partner or as a participating interest, quote unquote, equity partner. This senior executive of the company told Financial Express. The firm is looking to bid aggressively under the next open acreage licensing policy bidding rounds, wherein offshore policy bidding is expected to go under the hammer. Adani to supply 6,600 megawatts power to Maharashtra. So Adani Group has won a bid to supply 6,600 megawatts of bundled renewable and thermal power to Maharashtra for the long term after its quotes of 4.08 crore per unit beat the likes of JSW Energy and Torrent Power. Adani is the top power supply company in India. US lenders counter Baiju's founder claim on debts. So these US lenders, represented by Glass Trust, has countered the founder of Baiju, Ravidran's claim to verify debts on the company being merely around 20 crores, and have said that the beleaguered EdTech firm will have to pay the entire $1.2 billion term loan B, aside the A, along with interest. The report says Glass Trust has also sued Baiju for the recovery of the said amount. India, still on the news. Onam sets festive tone as premium durables drive sales. So the premiumization trend in consumer durables is consolidating as the durable needs to upgrade to bigger and better products. Led by easy financing and rapid technological changes, is driving sales up more this year than last year. Top executives as durables have confirmed this. We will segue onto business standard, right? Banks may face bigger fines for non-compliance. So experts are saying that government will consider allowing higher fines on banks not complying with the regulatory guidelines, amidst concerns that the current penalty amounts may not act as effective deterrents for large organizations or repeat offenders. Shipbuilders from Japan, Korea, keen to invest here. So this is Sonowal is saying this, that coastal states soon to have their own shipping policies. It further goes on to say that such international interest is a testament to attractiveness of India's shipbuilding initiative and the potential benefits of global expertise and capital infusion into the sector. I was going to say earlier, Sonowal is India's Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Still on business standard, claims of complete demise of internal combustion engine vehicles, self-serving. This is a quote. There have been pronouncements proclaiming the demise of these vehicles are perhaps more self-serving, hence ignoring customers' needs and challenges which the government faces. This is coming from Rakesh Sharma. Service outlets not stressed. Utilization full in big cities. Service outlets not stressed. utilization full in big cities. So as several major car makers struggle with a slowdown in India's Mahindra and Mahindra has ended and also has defied the trend with 20.4% year-on-year jump in domestic sales from between April to August this year. For more on that news, catch it on page 2. New look, Chennai town to welcome Ford on its India comeback trail. So this is peculiar. Henry Ford Road, as it's popularly called in the city of Naramalai Nagar, which is located about 50 kilometers from Chennai in India, has remained quiet for the past 2 years since Ford India plant ceased operation and they left in 2022. However, the news is that over the weekend, outsiders could sense and have a feeling of rejuvenation in the air following the company's announcements of its reopening plans. And that's such a huge thing. Due to the inflation and things happening in the country, across the world as well, companies have been known to up and just leave without warning. So this is good news. This is the opposite, because Ford Motors is returning their plants to India. Great stuff. Costs of convenience. Restaurants lists higher prices in online menus. Restaurants list higher prices in online menus. It's across board actually, but this is India. The convenience of ordering food online usually, of course, comes at a cost, or to be more accurate, at an additional cost. And this is a complaint that's going on. Consumers are generally paying much more, not just more, while ordering food from online platforms, the apps, and all the rest of them, compared to eating at the same restaurant where you sit down and have the meal. Why? Price difference of as much as 100 rupees or even more, without accounting. After this is if this is billed, they're not accounting for tax, they're not accounting for handling charges, they're not accounting for VAT, right? But restaurant owners try to defend themselves by saying that this price difference is due to the commissions that the food delivery platforms are charging. So to eat or not to eat, that is the question. Off away from business standard to Gulf Times. Gulf Times in Qatar. Commercial bank receives A ratings in MSCI ESG assessments. That's such a mouthful. So commercial banks has received A rating in this assessment, and well, MSCI is a leading research and data provider measuring companies, right? And performance, the company's performance on the grounds of environmental, social, and governance, ESG. Those are the factors. It goes to, and I quote, it says, sustainability as a concept and practice is a core part of commercial bank's approach through its commitment to the Qatar National Vision 2030 and more, recently through its corporate sustainability strategy and active support for Qatar's national environmental and climate change strategy. Sluggish data here on page 3, but the headline on the front page: downbeat China factory output. Retail sales add to urgency for stronger stimulus. Downbeat China factory outputs. Retail sales add to urgency for stronger stimulus. On that one, China's industrial output growth slowed to a 5-month low in August, while retail sales and new home prices weakened further, bolstering the case for aggressive stimulus to shore up the economy and help it hit its annual growth targets. Saudi Arabia's inflation rate inches up to 1.6% in August. Saudi Arabia's inflation rate inches up to 1.6% in August. Saudi Arabia's annual inflation rate inched up to 1.6% in August from 1.5% in July. Government data shows this some days ago on Sunday over the weekend. And it's driven by an increase in housing rents and food prices. So housing rents rose by 10.7% in August, weighing on the overall rises in prices of housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels by 8.9%, according to the General Authority statistics. We shall come to a tail end on SOUQ Business Landscape right now. My name is Hansamba. Remember, interact with us across all social media, especially on YouTube with the hashtag SBL. As you go about your day, remember to have a lovely Eid al-Malud. Have a blessed rest of the morning.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990, the government, owners of the Delta Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bois Foods PLC and Bois Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bois Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Join us on your award-winning program, the program that sets the pace for your day. It's a new day, it's a new week. What a privilege to have you join us, and it's a special way to start the celebration. Today is public holiday in Nigeria, and it's declared a public holiday to mark the celebration of the birth of the Holy Prophet. And I want to say happy celebration to all our Muslim brothers and sisters out there. This is Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. And this is also where the big story lives. I am Femi Ayodele, and today we're going to center our conversation around the U.S. economy. We're going to focus on the new tax policy, as the U.S. Department of Treasury and Internal Revenue Service is proposing a new rule, a corporate tax of about 15% for companies that have their profit threshold within the sum of $1 billion. And the idea behind this is to ensure that the issue of tax evasion is being corrected. And this new policy, if implemented, is expected to generate about $250 billion for the next 10 years. Thereafter, we'll come to our space, which is Nigeria, to talk about the new credit system, the advisory from the IMF, which has advised Nigerian government to ensure that the credit transfer, the cash transfer, is extended to the rural areas. This is an opportunity for you to give us your impression about this credit or cash transfer in Nigeria, if it actually is working in your area. Give us your own report, and you can do that via all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, and at SOUQ News on YouTube. There you find us using the hashtag Early Exchange. As usual, we'll set the ball rolling with news update. We'll switch over to our newsroom, where David is standing by to take us around the world. David, it's yours now.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has commenced lifting refined petrol to the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, marking a significant milestone in the refinery's operations and contributions to Nigeria's energy sector. This development aligns with the federal government's plans to enhance domestic petrol supply and reduce reliance on import. The refinery's collaboration with NNPC is expected to boost Nigeria's energy landscape, with the refinery set to receive 385,000 barrels per day of crude oil from NNPC starting October 1. The agreement also includes the purchase of petroleum products and settlement of related regulatory costs in Naira, promoting local currency transactions in the energy sector. This development marks a major step forward in Nigeria's energy strategy, with the federal government finalizing agreement and modalities for the sale of crude oil to local refineries in Nigeria. The Dangote refinery's contribution to the domestic petrol supply chain is expected to increase, supporting economic growth and development in Nigeria. And the federal government has launched a program to convert commercial vehicles to use compressed natural gas, CNG, in designated centers across the country. The initiative, aimed at supporting transporters and unions, provides free conversion kits and cylinders to accredited centers. In Kaduna, Ibadan, and other locations, vehicles are being converted to run on CNG, a more efficient, economical, and safe energy source. The program, part of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, PCNGI, aims to cushion the effects of fuel subsidy removal and promote cleaner energy. Certified technicians are involved in the installation of CNG kits, allowing vehicles to run on natural gas instead of petrol. The initiative has been welcomed by transport sector stakeholders, who see it as a positive development, and the use of CNG is expected to reduce fuel costs, increase access to affordable transportation, and create jobs. Additionally, it will reduce carbon emissions and alleviate poverty. Edo State University has even mandated a year-long industrial training program for its engineering students to acquire skills in CNG conversion, further promoting the adoption of this cleaner energy source. Overall, the program is a step towards a more sustainable and efficient transportation sector in Nigeria. And elsewhere, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger are introducing new biometric passports as part of their alliance, the Alliance of Sahel States, AES. This move aims to harmonize travel documents and facilitate citizen mobility worldwide. The new passport will replace the existing one, a significant step towards the three countries' independence from the West African bloc. The introduction of the new passport is a key aspect of the AES's efforts to promote regional integration and cooperation. The alliance seeks to address common challenges such as security threats from insurgent groups and promote economic development in the Sahel region. By launching a shared information channel, the three countries aim to enhance information dissemination and also to promote a unified narrative. The AES's initiatives demonstrate the three countries' commitment to regional cooperation and development. While the withdrawal from ECOWAS has raised concerns, the new alliance presents opportunities for enhanced collaboration and growth in the Sahel region. The introduction of biometric passports and a shared information channel marks a positive step towards achieving these goals. And gold prices have reached a fresh all-time peak, touching the $2,589 area. as traders anticipate a potential oversized interest rate cut by the Federal Reserve amid easing U.S. inflationary pressures. The Fed's expected rate cut and U.S. political uncertainty ahead of the November election have increased demand for safe haven gold. Additionally, persistent geopolitical risks and a positive tone in global equity markets have contributed to gold's upward momentum. The market is pricing in an over 50% chance of a 50 basis point rate cut by the Fed, fueled by softer U.S. Consumer Price Index and Producer Price Index reports. The yield on the 10-year U.S. government bond is near its lowest level since May 2023, and the U.S. dollar remains near its year-to-date low. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine war and rising instability in the Middle East also support gold safe haven demand. From a technical perspective, the recent move up along an ascending channel since June points to a well-established uptrend supporting prospects for additional gains. While the relative strength index is approaching the overbought zone, the overall outlook remains positive with potential resistance near the $2,600 round figure. And that's all for now. On the news update, we'll bring you more later on at 3 p.m. for a major bulletin. For now, let's return to early exchange for more engaging conversation. Many thanks for watching. I am David Cheered. Good morning.
All right, that was the news update. Thank you, David and the news crew, for giving us a picture of what is happening across the globe. It's also important I let you know that I'm not alone today. Blessing is here, putting on the same color. What a divine arrangement, if you call that. But let me know. Let me hear your opinion as regards to this outfit is actually planned. Let's have your feedback to see how it looks like. It's our feature color. And we're trying that to add glamour to the program. Blessing is here this morning. How are you today?
I'm very excited about the color match.
Interestingly, blue is my favorite.
Oh, no wonder. I think next time it should be green. So it will be your favorite. Good morning, Femi. Great to see you in the new week.
Again, how's your weekend?
Well, the weekend is short. It seems like Saturday, Sunday runs on maybe 15 hours per day.
Yeah.
And not up to 24 hours.
It's always like that. Today's public holiday, but not for us anyway.
Oh, yes, because we must do our duty to ensure that people are well informed and entertained even as they stay home to celebrate the public holiday. And we felicitate our Muslim brothers and sisters on this day, marking the birthday of the Prophet Muhammad. So, you're free to send some rice and stew, very plenty, to us in celebration of this day. But that's not all we're doing today.
Yeah.
We've talked about some issues that will be looked into, which is the tax regime in the US and also the cash transfer program in Nigeria. On a day like this, Nigerians really like some cash.
Yeah.
And so far, the cash transfer program, according to the federal government, have been ongoing. But the IMF is asking that they extend to the rural areas, which I think would be a good thing. And like Femi asked you at the beginning of the show, if you received the cash in the course of the cash transfer program, you can just leave a comment and let us know where you reside. And if you hope to, let us know where is your area. Let's talk about it. But for now, we need to travel to the US because that's where the show will start from this morning. And we need to look at what's happening with the US. That's a new rule, the 15% minimum tax for corporations. But Femi, the thing is, even before that tax rule of 15% minimum tax payable by corporations, that have a taxable income of about $1 billion, as of 2017, it was 21% that was the minimum tax. And even at that time, the rate of tax avoidance was still high. But they're hoping that bringing it to 15% as a way to reduce inflation and also encourage companies to pay tax, that would change. Do you have hopes as well as the US Treasury?
You know, the issue of tax invasion, as it's not a new thing, it's an age-long practice where you have big companies trying to do that in their own interest. But now the US Department of Treasury and Internal Revenue Service, just like our own Internal Revenue Service here, deems it fit to correct the narratives. Now you discover over these years, because these companies, they can hire accountants and lawyers who could provide the strategy.
And get very smart with the books.
You know, with their books, and then so you now discover that rather than paying the 15% now, which is being proposed now, some of them pay zero taxes or as low as 2.6%. And so Joe Biden administration is coming up with a new tax policy to ensure that the big companies who ought to pay taxes, you know, at the expo, you know, they've been doing this at the expense of the small businesses, even at the expense of professionals like nurses, lawyers, who even pay more taxes than they should do. And so they're coming up with this new law. If it takes effect, which is expected to take effect from next year, but it's going to be subjected to public review in January. And so it's expected to generate about $250 billion for the next 10 years. So in 2025, it's projected it's going to generate $20 billion. So if you expand that within the space of 10 years, the U.S. Treasury Department is expected to get a revenue of about $250 billion. And if you look at some of these companies that are being targeted, they are big companies, companies whose annual profit, or what you call profit threshold annually, is between $1 billion or 500 to $1 billion. So why they are being targeted is because to correct the inequality in the tax system in the US, where you see the big companies who ought to provide or set the pace when it comes to tax payment, they are not doing that. And you now realize that the small businesses, even professionals and individuals, are paying more taxes than these big companies. Now, there are some who said, okay, perhaps it's political. You know, it's a political year in the US whereby Joe Biden administration is coming up with this initiative. There are some people who question the timing. But for me, it is not the
like
timing.
what happened to doing this over the last 4 years?
You understand? It's been in pipeline, you know, but there's a new framework on what you call CAMT. That's the Corporate Alternative Minimum Tax, so which is expected to cater for this kind of arrangement. And if you also observe that over time, some of these companies, because they have the wherewithal, you know, to bypass the system, they've done that consistently. And now there's a need to call them to order, to ask them to do what is right. And that's why the U.S. Treasury Department is saying, hey, we need to correct this narrative. Having lost money over the year, revenue, imagine about in 2050 alone, 2025, sorry about that. 2025, they're expected to generate $20 billion. So imagine if these are started longer before now.
How much
they
will have generated,
and that's why it's important.
This money is needed by the US at a time where the debt level in the US is very much high and citizens are becoming worried about it. Well, let's find out from our guest what he thinks about the new rule for 15% minimum tax on biggest, most profitable companies in the US. Joining us virtually this morning is Professor Godwin Oyedepo, who is a professor of accounting and financial development, Lead University Ibadan. He's also a council member, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, and a chartered accountant, chartered banker. So this man has been chatted to talk about this morning. Good morning. Welcome to Real Exchange.
Good morning, my colleagues over there, and I want to believe that you are not jealous of those of us that are doing various homes. And when I listened to the part where you were trying to use the old saying that rice and beans, maybe rice alone should be sent plentifully, if that English is correct. So good morning, gentlemen and lady, and good morning to our listener.
Thank you so much. I must say your profile is impressive, and that's why you fit the spot to talk about the issues this morning about the tax regime in the U.S.
Thank
you. Now, looking at where the U.S. is coming from, dropping the minimum tax payable by corporations, by companies, big companies in the US, from 21% to 15% to encourage, to serve as some incentive for them to pay tax. As what has been observed over the time is that some of those companies avoid tax. Do you think this incentive is good enough? Will companies still find a way to avoid paying tax? What are your thoughts on this new regime?
Okay, so some of us don't operate in U.S. environment, but whatever happens in United States of America should actually interest some of us wherever we think we are in the world. However, let's start by looking at this within the space of time that we have. That for any system of taxation to do that which it purported to do, such tax system must be in obedience to what every one of us have realized that canon of taxation should be. So I think anything that will make the burden of anyone around any country to be reduced should be welcomed. So that's number one. Number two, the tax system all over the world mimic the big market, big country of UK, US nature and other parts of the world. So whatever goes on there, we have a kind of effect on our economic as well in Nigeria. You will recall that whenever the law is being passed over there, some of our lawmakers, some of our agencies, we also want to go in that manner and be making reference to that. So how will this affect organization, especially multinational organization within the United States of America, or whoever has jurisdiction to be under their fiscal regime? It means that if you are to part away with certain amount of money, the reduction in the rates, as we talk about it, which is 15% minimum tax, we have same effect in terms of what directly will be parted away. However, the multiplier effect of it should help the organization. Then when you talk about the concept of avoiding taxes, I'm not sure people that are indulging in any acts will be persuaded by any plot of government to reduce that burden. I say it in this manner. Act of tax avoidance is what has been there even when tax rates were not this high. Okay, some people will just do what they want to do without minding whose us is God. So you will realize that it suits some people. Let's speak our street language to even do bad things. So, and my studies in forensic has showed me over time that when good people do bad things, they are motivated with certain elements, which if time permits, we can discuss on this news. So good for people that really want to pay and they don't have capacity to pay. Yes, the policy will help. But for those that really do not want to be within the space of the net, they will find all means not to still be good for the system. I don't know whether I can stop here to wait for that question.
All right, that's interesting, Prof. Glad to have you join us once again. Now, let's focus on the companies that have been targeted here. You have large companies, and according to the specification here, companies that generate about $1 billion annually. Now, if this new policy is being implemented, what do you think will be the impact of these on these large companies paying 50% corporate tax on, as this thing will kick off? What will be the impact on their businesses, on their operations, and what will likely play out in coming few months if this policy is implemented? Give us a picture.
Well, the imposition of 50% minimum tax on large corporation with annual revenue exceeding $1 billion, we definitely have a lot of potential effect on companies, and I can categorize this kind of effect in so many area. But let's talk about tax burden. And if you want it, we can say it increased tax burden as well. Don't forget that payment of tax or taxes is not enough. The filing strategy and regime is also part of the problem any organization will face. If I don't have anything to pay to government and I'm not under compulsion to file returns, I may really be so free and go on with my business. But if that is there, then that is one of it. So under this tax burden, you will know that companies that have been able to shift profits to low tax jurisdiction will now face higher effective tax rates. That's one point I need us to know about the tax burden aspect of this policy. And this could also reduce profitability and potential they are leading in the high prices for their consumer. Because don't forget, these people are not doing business because they love God. They are doing business because they want to improve on their own wealth. So if you take it from them, from certain area, they will definitely come back in another area to get this money back, and they pass it through expenditure profile. So you talk about price. But if you look at the reduced incentive for profit shifting, that is, when they will no longer be able to shift profits to other what we call tax haven, the minimum tax we aim to discourage corporation from engaging in this strategy of shifting profits. That's one of those implications that we have, which could be for both government and the company, and it could lead to a more what we call level playing field for business operating in the country, that is United States of America. Another category that can quickly give us is the impact on investment decision. Don't forget that this issue of taxation, economy, finance, they all boil down to some decision that some certain people in the certain claims we want to make in order to ensure that they continue to be in business in one way or the other. So when you look at the first point I gave, which has to do with higher tax burden, it will also affect investment decision, as company may be less likely to invest in that country, which is United States of America. And if this tax environment is less favorable, of course, no one wants to do business with us. And if you link that to what we were arguing with in our country, that if there is no security in an environment where people want to come and invest, definitely people will not want to bring their money to where they will not be able to sleep well. So also, if this issue of tax burden we continue to strengthen them, it will also make the investment opportunity less likely, except for other factors. However, the minimum tax may also encourage companies to invest in activities that qualify for tax deduction or credit. So people will now need to consult more with their tax practitioners, tax professionals, to ensure that they look at, I don't like calling it loopholes in law, the provisions of law within fiscal regime and jurisdictional wise, and select which of the activities they can actually invest in. This may, in the short run, not be in the interest of the country, but in the long run, it will definitely survive for themselves. And if I may give us two more points, I will talk about administrative burden as well, which means compliance with this policy that adds to the administrative burden for the companies itself. And I may also want to say that even the government that wants to push this forward, they need to adjust some certain thing to ensure that they are able to do. So it will also require them to track their global income and calculate their effective tax rates as it is. And the last point I want to tell us on this, if I still have this time, is potential for tax avoidance. And while you are talking about this minimum tax, don't forget that this thing is intended to prevent profit shifting. But it's also possible that a corporation may find way to circumvent the rule. But by and large, the impact of this minimum tax on corporation will depend on their specific circumstances at the time and how they are looking at it, and the effectiveness of the enforcement mechanism put in place by the government. I don't know whether I've talked too much.
No, you haven't talked too much, and you have the time to expand as much as you want. But one of the aim of this 15% minimum tax payable by large companies in the US is to increase tax fairness. So on the side of the ordinary citizens, they pay Social Security tax. So for employees, it's the rate is about 6.2%, but the employer is to pay a match to match up what they pay by paying an additional 12.4%. But if you're self-employed, what the person pays, but what the employee would pay and the employer, which comes to about 15.3%. So if you base that 15.3% for ordinary citizens, Social Security tax, and large corporations are to pay 15% minimum tax, though the amount is not the same, but do you think that dropping the or reducing the minimum tax for large companies actually achieves the goal of tax fairness?
Now, in the system of taxation, don't forget that taxing anybody can never be fair. People don't want to part away with any of their incomes. So whether you reduce it, increase it, so far the concept of taxation continue to be compulsory in nature, it is not fair. However, I will submit by saying a reduction in tax rates definitely will bring tax fairness. It will bring tax justice. It will bring encouragement, notwithstanding which other aspect of the country is being looked into. So yes, the fairness in it may be relative, and I think it's still not as bad as not having it reduced at all.
All right, now still on this issue of tax evasion, I would like to make reference to what the U.S. Deputy Secretary, Treasury Secretary said about the practice in the U.S. One would have expected that in a place like U.S. where they have a formalized system of tax regime, the issue of tax evasion wouldn't be a big deal. But here is what he said, and I would like you to take a listen. He said, some of these big companies, they use accountants and lawyers to reduce tax bills down to zero. Gives these corporations competitive advantage over small businesses. That's according to Wale Adeyemo. It's a Nigerian and is the Deputy Treasury Secretary in the US. Now, he has given us a picture of what is playing out, what some of these big corporations do when it comes to tax evasion. Talk to us. Why do you think it's a big deal in a place like the US where things are formalized? The tax regime, the tax system is formalized, even technological driven, but yet you still have this issue of tax evasion, hiring accountants and lawyers to doctor their books and to get results. Why do you think it's still a big deal? And what is the lesson here for the US and the rest of the world?
Okay, so let's go dramatic small. Where do you think we learn all these bad things in Nigeria? Is it not from them? The dictionary meaning of fraud, theft, embezzlement, extortion, misappropriation, misapplication. Where do you think those English words come from? They are the master of all this, and they can always do it better with technology because they invented all those things. Our guys are just trying to understand them. And as you can see, even copying it now means that our own person is also helping them over there. So which means we are not bad at all, honestly. So let's come back to the dictate of this. There are provisions of laws. There are accounting shenanigans. There are rules of accounting. There are principles, there are conventions, there are concepts. And in accounting, we have these, what we call qualitative characteristics for useful financial information. You will not go into tax without passing through these accounting shenanigans. So we have accounting methods, and these methods are acceptable. They also give it to us one way or the other, this same set of people you are talking about. And they told us that in order to value our stocks, we can use X, Y, Z methods, and anyone we use will be fine. In also valuing part of our depreciation, we can also use this. Now, if I choose any of this method, then I'll look at the characteristics of this method. Which one speak to my temperament? Which one will enhance my capability to achieve from this without violating any law? Then I explore it because I'm intelligent, right? And I have reduced profit. How does that go against law? But in our ethical background training, we have agreed that when you use a particular method in accounting, please, for consistency's sake and for comparability's sake, use it for minimum of 2, 3, 4 years. That's where the likes of our brother that you just mentioned his name now can come from. So increasing tax rate, reducing tax rate will not change my accounting brain on how to explore provision of accounting or tax law or even law itself in order to ensure that I protect the organization for which I work for. The only problem I will have is when I move on that thin line to the criminal aspect of it. Now, let's come back so that we don't teach people bad things. You hardly we have fraudulent issue in terms of tax or accounting if you don't take care of accountants and lawyers. Honestly, those two people, set of professionals, you need national conference, international conference to talk to them, because without them, you can't perpetrate all these things that we're talking about. I don't want to come to public something and be telling you this. I'm invariably belonging to those two professions by training and by academic qualification. So my brother is very right on that. But the system that is trying to clean can never be clean one day, because you need to talk about law that allow me to use concepts that has been accepted for long. You also need to change the orientation of people towards why they should labor. That's the way people feel it. Labor to now come and give some set of people that are better than me part of what I have. The sense is that no matter how developed the system is, you see the cases of Trump and going to court all the time. No matter how big anybody is, when it comes to their businesses, if you want to tamper with what they have, they will also find strategies, and they can pay a lot of money to even hire accountant and lawyer to do the needful. So my own is that those things that they are trying to do may not work very well, because we have principles in all these treatment of financial transaction. And it is when we are done with the preparation of financial statements, you will not be able to do effective tax on that. If I have time, I still have more to discuss about that. Thank you.
Prof, as a follow-up to some of the points you've raised now, I need to be very sure if I heard you correctly. Are there instances where you can do, for lack of better words now, let me put it this way, what you call ethical tax evasion by accountants and lawyers? Are you, by your statement, implying this is possible?
No, don't put ethical and evasion or avoidance together. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we've been trained to be on ethical paths, to maintain high standard of ethical transaction. But don't forget, even when God creates people, we still have people that are directly created by God, still having issue with God. So there's no way you will erase this completely. You can only continue to see what is good and preach it and make sure that people in your circle can obey it. Those accountants in United States of America, don't they belong to professional body certified by US government? They are. So also we have in Nigeria. If I choose not to do bad thing, yes, I am trying to protect the name of my family, I'm protecting my profession, and I'm protecting the generation to come after me. But that's not the case of everybody, because system also will tell you how to operate it. If some of us, including you yourself, choose to be on the part of investigative journalism that you are doing, so be it. That does not mean that we don't have some journalists that are not doing well researched. What you are dishing out, you are also making me to realize what is going on elsewhere. So that's what I'm saying, that typically we can do better. But when it comes to avoidance and evasion, it's really not what we should be linking to ethics. But once you pass the line of provisions of law, especially tax law, you are going to that side which is not ethical in nature. But let me also now pin it down for us here, that if law says, especially when we used to have the law in Nigeria that said before you can pay your personal income tax, you have allowance to be deduct for your wife, children to the maximum of 4. And I'm 55 years of age, and I believe that what I have is not enough for me. And I went there and said, yes, I have 5 children. And maybe I don't have a wife, and I say I have a wife. You know, those things may be difficult to trace in the claims where you don't have data, where you are having separate data for international passport, separate data for driver's license, separate data for even birth. You can go anywhere and get birth certificate everywhere in this same country where we are all shouting. How will you trace? How will you encourage tax justice in this kind of environment? So the system will permit to the extent to which system want to protect. So in the United States of America, like you have said, that they have technology that we are also borrowing from, people to write those codes and they can bypass it. Okay? People, if you say you know book, you are getting decision. What about we that will write the book? So you do want to know it more than us? You say you know about information technology and AI, but we wrote the code. So what happened? So the system should also know that this most important set of people they should be careful of are the most intelligent set of people around them that does this thing. So if they don't have opportunity to do it, and that was why I was talking about why good people will still continue to do bad things. And Don Akrisi has been able to explain that through his theory. Thank you.
All right. So the U.S. Treasury seems to be in a dilemma, which they have accepted, maybe resigned to fate, because the 15% minimum tax was actually set up, and they say that regardless of the deductions, regardless of the application for tax breaks and exploitation of certain loopholes, the minimum companies should be able to pay 15% tax. So that seems like it's up to companies that really want to follow the rule and pay the 15%. If they choose to explore other avenues to evade tax, they may as well get away with it. Where does that leave the US? And what is the role of tax haven in this?
Okay, so we've discussed so many concepts in this your statement now. You talk about tax haven, the minimum tax, and the effect on the company. So let's quickly look at this. If you are able to evade tax before this regime of 15% minimum tax, it means you would no longer be able to do so. But if you want to do so, you need more professionals. So you need more professionals to help you check your financial wise and do tax check, so that you see where the law in other way allow you to do certain things. If the law, for example, in Nigeria, because I don't study more of tax law in the United States of America, but we all have things that look alike. If the law says, I'm coming into new environment, I'm coming to a business newly, have these allowances to claim. If I'm ignorant of that law and I did not claim that, then I'll pay tax on my income, which I have not put into consideration the provisions of law. So if I now realize that I'll be paying more, and I sat down, I call professional on the right table and say, this is the nature of my business. Can we profile this business? Where in this law existing in this country can I have reliefs? And I explore those reliefs. That's not criminal in nature. But before, because the tax rate wasn't anything big, just look at what environment in Nigeria is telling us now. Before, you could go to market and buy things, and when you are coming home, you buy something for your children. But these days, you buy on need-to-use basis. How many of us used to go to market and buy clothes just because we see them? No. I remember my last three trips. I just came back 2 days ago. I couldn't even buy one single shirt for myself. I just went on my budget. That's what we are talking about. That it is when the system is no longer comfortable that you now realize that you need to cut your budget. And the thing the corporation will do is to look into their expenditure profile, look into their income profile. What are those allowable income that will not be subjected to tax? What are those expenses that, like, if I incur within the space of my business, I don't need to use it to reduce my profitability for the purpose of taxes? Then they will exploit it, and they have not contravened any law. Now, government is also wise in its wisdom by saying, pay whether you make profit or not, or whether or not you are fine, you pay 15% of as minimum tax. So it means they've gotten what they felt that they should get. So fair enough on both sides. Now, what is the effect of this on tax haven? Water will continue to find its level. Put water down anywhere. When you are increasing the movement in terms of topography, when the water gets to that level and you tax more, it will flow to the other side. So also, it can only be within short period of time. People will study. People are intelligent. They will study what is there and look at jurisdiction where this will work. But don't forget, the United States of America is also not daft. They will have tightened all those movements here and there. And that's why the issue of BEPS and the likes are there, which I may not be able to discuss on this call. So tax haven will always be there. But now that I know there's a place people can go in order to shift my profit, then I'll go and make regulation to make it not possible for them to do so. And that's what US and my brother in charge, which is deputy over there, is already trying to, because idiots don't get to that level. Thank you. I don't know whether I've covered those 3 points or thereabouts.
Prof, it's interesting to know you have a Nigerian out there in the US who is trying to correct the narrative. And that's to tell you that we should be proud of ourselves here. But now let's look at the political, development or the political dimension to this conversation. As we speak, the committee is proposing 15% increase. But the President Joe Biden, as indicated earlier, is desire to increase it to 21%. However, given the political landscape and the fact that the election is just few months away, would you advise him to toe this path? And do you expect whoever is going to become the next president to also revisit this? What's your expectation?
One thing about that environment is that their governance is here, their political issue is there. And if you look at all of them and their ideology, it's only in Nigeria that you don't have politicians that have ideology. I'm so sorry to say this, but that's the truth. They know what they are doing, irrespective of who is coming. They also have their plans. So unless a matter that will destroy their country, they will follow it. They will follow it, whoever is coming. And if matter is controversial in nature and there's nothing they can do, they would rather beg and allow the citizens to still move with it. So for the interest of them doing well in that country, I think anything that will make them get all the revenue they deserve should be welcomed by any political something. And look at Joe Biden that you are talking about. Two things, except for the fact that he may want his party to win. I may tell you that anything he does now should be in the interest of the United States, because the only interest he has now is his political party. It's not as if he's going now as to the election. So you may want to reminisce on this and think about it, that if he's planning this, it is in Nigeria that you will see a governor that will say Okada should not pass through this place. And when it is 2 weeks to election, he will relax the law. So after the election, they will still come out. Who is deceiving you? These people are not like us. So I don't envisage that. If they don't have mind, if they don't believe in anything, they will come to the public. Everybody will analyze it. And do you know that? Why do you think Joe Biden did not go on with his ambition? Is it not because of public statement? Will that happen in Nigeria? Can that happen in Nigeria? No. So let's leave these people with their way of life. They are better handling it. Thank you.
All right, let's come to Nigeria, being that you practice in Nigeria, and Nigeria also has significant problem of tax evasion. So in Nigeria, the minimum tax for corporations, for companies, is 30%. Given the current inflation rate and what the US is also trying to do by dropping the tax rates payable by large companies to 50%, that is part of the Inflation Reduction Act. What would you recommend for Nigeria in light of the growing inflation and a current company tax rate of 30%?
Well, in Nigeria, we have a peculiar case, and I think we are getting by, and without prejudice, we have a committee on ground currently looking at this issue. Okay, and I don't know, delay defeat equity. I've listened to Taiwo Idele's comments here and there. I'm not afraid to talk about it. For the truth be told, we need general overhauling of our tax system. We need general overhauling of this, and this is what he's trying to do. And in it, grapevine is part of how to fill the pulse of the society. We will continue to have tax evasion and avoidance in Nigeria for a very long time. And the reason is this: we do not have the system that can track anybody. The enumeration they think they have is not correct. I don't have the correct one, but I know what they have is not correct. We have multiple faces in Nigeria to everything. For the past years that I've been traveling, when I carry 2 phones in US, UK, Germany, South Africa, people laugh at me. My colleagues over there will laugh. You think this is Nigeria where one network will not work? That's why you have 2. That's an insult. That even when you want to get active GSM subscriber, you can't only me 5 times because I have 5 SIMs, Abi. These are the way where we can track everybody. So out of the active one, I use maybe 1. But others are also active. And when you are doing your sensor, you are getting information, you are counting one of us, including those that will buy SIM today, destroy it and buy another one tomorrow. Your NCC told us that we should do this, everything will be okay. What happened to our NIN? You can't get any correct, adequate data. So what do you want to do from there? I was looking for the last time, the date I entered United States. And when I searched on internet, it directed me to a particular link. And when I click on it, I saw the date I entered, the last time I entered the United States of America on the internet. Hi, Oyedoku Godwin Emmanuel. But when each time I enter my own international airport in Lagos, custom officer that profiled me when I was going will still be asking me, what is my address in Nigeria? What is my GSM? Does that portray us to be serious in this country? When I traveled to South Africa just last week, I control my passport only on one desk. But in Nigeria, somebody will wear mufti and say you should come. They will collect it and be asking you foolish questions. And then they will now say, after you have killed successfully, you will now still go and re-kill in front of some people that wore another uniform. And you just laugh, smile. And I want to believe the number of gates to your house is the number of risk to that house. So evasion will continue because you didn't even have my profile, despite the fact that I passed through within 3 days. How do you trace whether I've taken money out of the country? So how will you know whether the profit in my company, if I have any, has not been moved out? Because it's just only a question. Now, let's leave that. The organization that you are striving to death, how do you think they will be supportive in nature to you? How do you think they will be supportive? They will not be supportive because you don't even understand what they pass through. So they will tell you to come and investigate. And the more you look, the less you see. So tax evasion avoidance will continue in that manner. If I'm not wasting your time, we have to wait for what SOUQ daily committee will do, because he is promising now that VAT may be increased for big companies, so which means we get more. But I tell you, it's only this set of people that have been paying before that will continue to still pay. Those that are outside will still not be able to. And it's promising small companies that no problem. All the small companies are on and that don't have. Now we have 25% threshold, 25 million threshold, but he's trying to increase it to 50 so that it can accommodate. Yes, it means officially people will be evading without is officially given. So that one will no longer be called tax avoidance or whatever. I'm looking at your time as well, and in the next 30 seconds I should round up. So let's wait for those things and see how we can now explore. But big company will continue to pay higher, and the lower one in order to help the society. But I bet you it's because of the insult on the government that everything is tight. That's why they are trying to now relax those small companies. Thank you. Let me stop here before you ask me to stop.
All right. We wouldn't even ask you to stop now. We still have a few questions. Now, having started that conversation about the SOUQ Oyedele-led committee, I would like you to recommendations. You've been following what that committee has been doing in the last 1 year. Now, I would like you to talk about some of the critical areas you think this committee should focus on in order to improve the tax system or the tax regime in Nigeria. If you are to make recommendations to this committee, what will they be?
Thank you so much. They have so much information that I don't have, and it will be difficult for me to recommend based on my limited information. But because we are in this system together, you recall my last time on this platform, it should be here, yes, when I was challenging the meaning of small companies or informal sector. Yes, we were challenging what do they mean by informal sector. If you see his interview recently, he's been able to now say, okay, those sector will now be what the company and another matter 2020 has already told them to be those that are having that are not in proper light, and the company that now operate below 25 million as of today may fall because most of them will not have income on that level. I want to applaud them for that, but the issue is that the original meaning of informal sector may not make this work, because if they are informal, it means you don't also know them for certain. It means you do not have their enumeration correctly. So they need to work on that very well and be sure. He has his strategy. He's a colleague, and I give it to him. But he's not working alone. He's working with a lot of people, and everybody will bring their influence on him. So he should realize that when we want to mention the name of that committee, we call it SOUQ Oyedele committee, no matter what. So he will still be answerable to everybody. And when he's out of that place, he's coming to meet us in the society. Then we'll run whatever policy they are dropping. We'll now run it together with his children also. So they should be careful of what they are using their power to dish out for now, because we will all be there. Those directors in federal revenue, those days, we are all outside now, keen again for what they made us to kill for. So that's my one. Again, this issue of essential commodities that fall under what the lower cadre of Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs, they should do it with all seriousness that it deserves. He mentioned it, that even rent, be tinkered with. All those things that make shelter, food so difficult. By using English to call ourselves thieves, they need to be careful. Because when you say basic food items and processed food items, they are all food items. So this issue of asking that basic food items should be exempted and processed food item may not be. Don't forget now that as you grow in the ladder of your career, you are also living certain level. That does not mean that you should die, because it is difficult for me now, not because I chose it, to leave my table within morning and 5 or 6 o'clock because of nature of my job. It means if I want to eat, I may not be able to drive out again or trek out to go and be looking for basic food item because I want to escape tax. Definitely somebody will still send food to me which has been processed, and you still want me to pay tax, but my salary has never been increased. So we should look at that very well, that you are not supposed to solve a problem and continue to create another one. This I'm just talking for the first time. I don't even thought about it, but I know that you are looking at me, you also may not really want somebody to use cup to the stream and give you water. Definitely you get bottled water. And it's not because you have this money, but that is what is permissible, available within your reach. So classification of basic food items should be expanded. I'm not talking about shawarma. But if I must eat rice and I can't go out, then somebody must get rice from me from eateries, or what do you call it? That does not still make it international food item. It's still basic food item. Okay, so I like the fact that the proposed increase in the VAT is not going to affect companies that are referred to as small companies or big companies. And I also like to say that they should not allow anybody to change their mind in changing that good part they are going, because it's trying to project 50 million instead of 25. Okay, instead of 25, is now saying, okay, it should be 50. So, which means so many organizations will be captured. And let me tell you what organization has done within the space of time of the initial categorization. I don't want to pay tax, Abi. And you say I can only pay tax if I have turnover above 25. I'll just talk to God, please make me sufficient within this band and I'll be fine. Who lose? You think I lose? No, I may not. But the society will be in for it. So people force themselves to be within that threshold of turnover, and they are just being okay within their micro-nuclear family. However, when you expand the scope, then people will be encouraged to do more business, one, get more, and then they can't cope with it, and they must get people to support them. So with that, you will see that we will also have a society that will love the government. I want to quickly talk about issue of petrol and CNG that I listened to your colleagues giving the news. You are encouraging us to move to CNG, but immediately you started encouraging us to do that, the prices of such products increased. So which one is now better, price of gas or price of petrol?
That's on a different day. But for now, let's focus on the tax regimes in the US and then in Nigeria. Let's look at tax haven and how they grew, how they were even formed. While one cannot clearly say that tax haven is illegal or legal, but they also have some benefits. For any country that is a tax haven, there are benefits that they get. But the benefit that they get is injurious to the global tax system. Is there a way to tackle the menace of tax haven?
Well, international law made it so clear that I have sovereignty over my land. So why do you want to put your nose in my country if I give enabling environment in my family and you don't give in your own family? And somebody wants to become a member of my family, so be it. Okay? even when we say if you cannot be president if you have another citizen, even the current election that we just witnessed, they have their way to work around it. So also people can have other passports, and when there is boom, they go. So that's a reason why people are leaving your home to another place. Can you look at it? So that the environment will be conducive. I remember when I was just coming up as a professional, the likes of, I don't want to mention companies, they push out their initial public offer or whatever. Immediately they got that, some of them leave Nigeria and nobody defended us till tomorrow. So people will go to where they can be accommodated. And that's a saying that I always have, that talent will move to where talent is needed. So that is on general notes, that I have my sovereignty on my land. I can only surrender my sovereignty to the extent to which we collaborate within the regional permissible something. And that's why in Commonwealth, we have this agenda of tax-free treaty, which is automatically, if you are a member of that. So those are the provisions of law that make this tax burden to be reduced. So tax haven will continue to be there, but don't forget, in Nigeria, unless we are not serious about it, we operate on worldwide taxation principle. If I can still remember, it means
Prof, we just have to leave this conversation here. Earlier, my colleague said you were chartered for this conversation. And no doubt you've done justice to this conversation with your wealth of experience and knowledge. So thank you so much, Professor Godwin Oyedokun, for your time and your thoughts on this development.
Thank you so much.
All right, it's the early exchange where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. We're going to look at our second big story for today, which is the cash transfer program in Nigeria. And that is going to take place after this break. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
Let's have taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Apologize for that disruption. It is the early exchange where we shape policy and advance development. With our conversation earlier, we talked about the proposed U.S. tax policy. And now to our second big story for today, which is to look at the cash transfer program in Nigeria. as IMF has advised the Nigerian government to ensure that this cash transfer is extended to the rural areas. My question is, as a Nigerian, have you benefited from this cash transfer, which is important for us to talk about this? You can give us your view, you can give us a first-hand information as regards what is happening in your area. If as a Nigerian, you benefited from this, all you just have to do is to go on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, to share your view or give us information, feedback. Perhaps you benefited and you want to tell us the story, the testimony you've heard as regards the cash transfer program. Our social media platforms are open for you to send your messages. And now we want to get back to our guest for today, who is prepared for this conversation for us to look at cash transfer program in Nigeria, as IMF has extended an advisory to the Nigeria government to ensure that this program is extended to the rural areas, giving them priority. We're being joined by Marshall Okeke, who is a financial economist. Glad to have you join us on the next thing this morning.
For having me on this program.
All right, so let's start this conversation by doing a spotlight on that program itself in Nigeria, and I think that's the best way to kick off this conversation. We're talking about cash transfer program in Nigeria. You are a Nigerian, you've been in this country for, let me imagine, for years. What would be your assessment of this program thus far? Would you consider it to be successful? Would you consider it to be unsuccessful? And what are some of the loopholes, some of the observations you've had as regards the cash transfer initiative by the federal government? Talk to us.
Well, let me say thank you for this question. And straight away, I want to tell you that talking about cash transfer as a way of tackling poverty or trying to drive economic development in Nigeria has been a woeful failure over the years. The immediate past administration of Alhaji Muhammad Buhari tried to do a lot in that regard, and by way of continuity, or maybe dictates of current economic reality, the present administration has also been on, with a lot of social investment and emphasizing, cash transfer. My view is that, like the efforts of its predecessor, they're also failing. They're also failing because if what the figures they push out in terms of trying to parade, the sources they are making or have made are really correct, you would have been seeing the impact, where people who have benefited, their state, the well-being is improving and all that. But on the contrary, what we keep seeing really increases in the level of poverty in the land, okay? When in fact cash transfer is supposed to largely, to some extent, handle that. But the poverty level keeps increasing and everybody knows about it. If you, like you were asking, if you move into the hinterland or try to go to rural areas, it is very, very difficult, for you to find somebody that will testify to you as the beneficiary, cash transfer, and be able to tell you how that has improved his or her, state of well-being, in the current economic situation. So at the end of the day, I think the mixture of politics and economics is involved in all these claims, okay? Because once, whether the cash transfer is administered centrally, by the federal government or through the state government and local government, I mean, there's also the political issue and political interests of those various subnationals. And so what is intended to go to some people or group of persons in those places usually end up not getting to the intended, target population, okay? And people pocket them for various reasons. So misappropriation, that's believing that in the first place, some amounts are sent out. So that's been my experience and that's my view on this. And so it doesn't solve anything, or it doesn't solve the problem that it is supposed to solve. That's my position That's my opinion. That's my view. And that's my assessment. Thank you.
All right. So now you're giving your assessment of the conditional cash transfer program of the federal government. Now, ideally, this is supposed to help households, about 15 million households in Nigeria who would receive 75,000 naira over a 3-month period. But from your assessment, it doesn't seem like the intended beneficiaries are getting this. What do you think perhaps are the challenges aside maybe some political issues that you've already highlighted? Could there be other issues with data? And what else could you think is challenging this project?
Well, you know that when you talk about rural areas, do you know that many parts you can regard as rural areas in Nigeria today, whether in the north or in the south, some of them are no longer even accessible because of the level of security or insecurity in those places. So somebody somewhere will be parading those figures, claiming that so billions have been spent or sent, to people residing in those places. We're talking about rural areas, okay? And when you now want to send the money, you may not send an officer from Abuja to go to those remotest, parts of the country. Usually it could go down to people who are at the state level. I am now saying, once he leaves the center and goes to these subnational levels, they may not share the same political ideology with people who are at the center. You know that it's not the same political party, that is in charge in all the states. And there's the perception that such money are really national cake. They are national cake, and so are treated as such once you get to those levels. So people just open their mouth, whoever gets it, and takes as much as possible, and perhaps ends up sending some crumbs, if it's charitable enough to send some crumbs, to the intended target, assuming anything gets to them at all. That has been the experience over the years, okay? And then there are this issue of transferring money. When you transfer money, it doesn't add anything in terms of production or productivity, in the society, okay? In economics, it's called transfer payment. And when you do transfer payment to people, so you are giving the money to them, not because of any value they have added, not because of their, labor, not because of their contribution, to economic growth. And so at the end of the day, you see it is all money, pushed through the pipeline. I mean, down the drain, if you like. And so looking at it in its totality, it's neither here nor there, because you don't drive economic development, by just, having a feeling to help the poor. You don't run government or economic development like that. It's something that you have to be deliberate and plan. And that's why we always talk about economic plan or economic roadmap. So these seem to be emergencies, and you just bring some chunk of money and start dishing out, and say, give to these people, this, give. At the end of the day, I mean, it's money down the drain. That's still my position. Thank you.
Now, still talking about this program, the intention of the federal government is to transfer, do direct transfer to 75 million Nigerians. And there are Nigerians who have had cause to question the rationale behind those who are going to benefit from this cash transfer. Talking about social register in Nigeria, some have also raised the issue of reliability, the authenticity of these register. Given the fact that what played out in the last regime, and some officials that have been accused recently of the issue of fraud and misappropriation. Now, what do you think will make of this program? And if you are to advise how to improve on this system, you also have it in US and other climes where you have social security network or system. What do you think is fundamentally wrong here in Nigeria as regards this direct transfer? And how can that be corrected to ensure that this money actually will get to people who will need it, those who are actually poor? And how do we determine who is to be in this category? Talking about the vulnerable in the society. I would like you to expand on this and give your thoughts.
Thank you very much again. You in your preamble, you said a lot, especially with respect to population and figures. You know, when it comes to who is really poor, okay, it's a controversial issue as to the determination of who is poor, and you know who keep the record, the social data, like you said, you know, from the federal level to state level to local government level to various communities. Nigeria is notorious for not keeping such record over the years, you know, contrary to claims, you know, that some people will make. And so, what are you relying on? Then you see that the figures are conjectures, if you like, by politicians who are really out to see what they can get or gain, you know, from the system. And they are the ones who go around, you know, mounting the whole thing, you know, cash transfer and all that. Because at the end of the day, this issue of transferring money to millions or hundreds of thousands of people and all that, it is people in those locations that we pile up names. In most cases, you find out that those names are either fake, I am now telling you, are either fake, compiled by somebody at a desk, or are names of relations of somebody that has the privilege of being the one to compile those names. So he ends up writing the names of people from his hamlet or from his village. You understand? And at the end of the day, the whole money, you know, we claim that money has been sent into the accounts of those persons. When at the end of the day, they have to bring the money back to the guy who in the first place entered their names. I don't want to start making some disclosure, but I have had, you know, some experiences in this regard. So somebody will use his position to just either compile fake names, like it's easy to write names, or write the names of his relations and people from his village and hamlet, like I said, and the whole thing at the end of the day, the money will come back to him. Okay, so the person is amassing the money, you know, with a view to the next election. He's going to contest. You understand? So those are the things that work against, you know, this thing. When you say they also take place in developed countries, yes, okay, I'm fine. But the kind of situation we have here, like the issue of even gathering the statistics in the first place, you have them done well. You have them done properly in those climes, unlike our own Nigeria here. See how contentious the issue of population, you know, census is in Nigeria. Do we have any reliable figures, whether as to how many we are as a country, or whether you now come to break it down in terms of number of females or males, or number of people in social states or local government area and communities and so on and so forth, because the political interests in these things, you know, which is playing out today. You have some states having 40-something local government, you have some having less than 15 or less than 20 and so on and so forth, okay? And it's contentious as to how the number of local governments are arrived at. You know, because things are shared, whatever economic benefits are shared according to the number of local governments, and so on and so forth. The same thing with political constituencies and wards and all that. So when they look at all these, you know, these things get messed up because of the political interest. You know, that those who find themselves in position to execute them, these things have their political interests. So they end up, you know, messing up the whole thing. But in the developed world, for instance, the issue of statistics and data, you know, to a large extent has a lot of credibility because it has been their life, you know, and lifestyle over the years. Okay, the institutions for these things have been established and have been proven to be largely right and correct. We don't have them in Nigeria. So this is work against, you know, such cash transfer. Yes, there could be good intention. You are saying the same thing that people are saying in the developed countries. But our own procedure here, our own processes are faulty. Okay, so at the end of the day, we end up not achieving what we intend to achieve. That's what I can say for now. Thank you. Thank you.
About school feeding, homegrown school feeding. It's about cash transfer or maybe housing to low-cost housing or some form of empowerment to the youths. What's your assessment of these initiatives? Earlier while speaking, you mentioned that some of these persons are handed cash for doing nothing. Are there more creative ways to have social safety nets for people or for vulnerable citizens?
Thank you. We have to get the first thing right first. And that first thing is, how do we arrive at the data? Because if the data has integrity, if the data has the right credibility, these things will be gotten right. Okay? But all of us are familiar with the economic history of this country. We have not gotten it right. Okay? And then you have this political ascendancy, if you like, over economic consideration. So when it comes to taking some decisions, political consideration overrides a lot of things. Okay? So that at the end of the day, since you don't have a reliable or a trusted structure in place to execute these things, you know, the people that are appointed are just politicians. Okay? And when you appoint politicians to be the instrument or channels for executing, you know, these good intentions, they end up behaving as politicians. But in the developed countries, like we were saying, you have professionals who have, over the years, you know, gotten used to the culture of this is how it is done and done properly, and the intended results are achieved. But here in Nigeria, you know, political coloration, political consideration, and the treatment of, you know, political interest over, you know, economic consideration, like I said, is our challenge. Is our challenge. So that any politician that I quote is
if we had core professionals handling this, and we have the process right, we have collected data of persons who were vulnerable, having determined who the vulnerable are exactly, what then should be the initiatives to be implemented? Would you still subscribe to cash transfer, homegrown school feeding, maybe some empowerment for the youths and low-cost housing, or there more to be done?
There's more to be done. Talking as an economist, I am not a supporter. I don't subscribe to transfer payment, giving people money, you know, just because they are poor. Okay, it has to be tied to, you know, their creativity, to their labor, to their value-adding ability, and to their to encourage their economic initiative. And so that is where small-scale loans, you talk about, if you like, call them nano, call them SMEs and all that, come in. So those are the kind of things the government will look into. Find out people who really have ideas, who are really doing something, and encourage them to do something creative, something that will add value to the economy. You know, because giving people money free, which is what cash transfer really means, is a way of directly or indirectly encouraging them to remain where they are as parasites on the society. You understand? Okay? So perpetually, you are supporting them to remain where they are. Because you know the cost of living today. If you give somebody all these things we're talking about, 70-something thousand or 100,000, break it down. When you want to buy food stuff, for example, how much you will deploy to buying food and what will be left in a day, in a week, in a month, and so on and so forth. So you see that is next to nothing, and it turns out useless. But if the money is committed to supporting a business idea or an ongoing business that the person is doing, no matter how small the scale is, chances are that the person is going to develop, is going to improve, and maybe add one or two more hands as people being employed. And on the aggregate in the economy, you see the economy doing better, you know, than hitherto. But this issue of cash transfer, as an economist, I don't subscribe to it. That's my position. That's my position. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Okeke, even if you don't subscribe to these, it's still an intention from the federal government to ensure that this cash transfer is done. Now, let's shape policy further in this regard by looking at what IMF is saying and how that can be achieved. Now, IMF has advised the federal government to redirect it to the rural areas. Now, my question to you, Mr. Okeke, is if the federal government is to extend this cash transfer to the rural areas, looking at the peculiarity of their challenges and their problem and the terrain, what kind of template or approach do you think will get result in these rural areas? These are areas where data could be a problem. But will you subscribe to maybe door-to-door, house-to-house kind of cash transfer or conventional physical transfer to those people? If federal government is to do this to achieve this purpose, how do you think this can be done, given the peculiarity of the problems of these people or people living in this terrain?
Thank you. You are pushing me to agree with what I don't agree with in the first place. You know, our experience over the years, you know, shows that these things do not work out well in Nigeria, and I have not seen any improvement. You know, either in terms of who are in government or new ideas or new ways they want to do it, you know, that will make us achieve a different result. It is a case of, you know, doing the same thing and hoping to achieve a different result, which is called madness. And that is what is going on. Okay. Now, having said that, there are this video that is going on in the social media, where the federal government or the state government is trying to help victims, the flood victims in some parts of the country. We saw some people you can see some people in a boat like that, you know, moving on top of the flood or water, if you like, and throwing bundles of naira currency to people who are in their houses. Maybe they are in story buildings. You see bundle, so they are throwing to them and all that. Some they throw into the water and people will be swimming to go and catch those bundles of naira and all that and all that. Are those the kind of things we are prescribing? Are those the kind of things we are talking about? Where is accountability? How much have they thrown and to whom? And all that. Who gets it? And at the end of the day, the government of that state or the federal government will be announcing how many billions, you know, that have been spent and given to people like that. So I fought the whole process completely. And like I told you, my experience doesn't show me that anything has changed for government to continue to do what it is doing. Because when you talk about the data, for instance, it's not something that will be corrected over time. The mindset is already there. The mindset is already there.
Mr. Okeke, because of our time, please permit me to butt in here. Because of our time, let me give you a picture of what plays out when we need to conduct election. INEC officials are being sent to these villages to do physical registration. Don't you think it's also possible to deploy this strategy towards achieving these, where physical cash are being handed over to the villagers through the community leaders and the traditional rulers? Don't you think it's going to work?
Let me also tell you that it's not going to work. If I must tell you, I worked with one of the major oil companies at a point in my career, and I was part of media and community relations and all that. So what you are talking about, you have some, you know, local chiefs and personalities like that, you know, who corner these things, no matter how you try. And let me also tell you, the people you are saying like INEC, work like INEC people and go to village squares and all that, and people will line up and start getting to, they have a culture, they have system such that even if these people collect this money physically, by the time the so-called officials go, the situation that they will go back to the chiefs. If they don't go back to the chiefs, they have a way of, you know, punishing those people in those remote villages. I don't want to mention the locations to you, but that's been my experience. So the money coming from government is national cake, and the central figure that controls the national cake in those localities are the local chiefs and the youth or youth leaders and so on and so forth. So at the end of the day, these people will not get the actual amount being sent if they are going to get anything at all. Those communities have their kind of, in quote, government and governance structure, you know, so that the individual is directly or deliberately or otherwise left, you know, in their impoverished state. I'm sorry to say that, but that has been my experience. So I wish the government well that they will deploy people that are reliable and trustworthy, who may not have the intention of pocketing much of whatever cash. You know the attraction of cash once you're handling cash and giving to people. The attraction that the intention will always be cannot be like abuse by people handling cash. And if you want to transfer digitally, you have problem because these people in those remote villages may not key into anything digital. They are still at analog stage or state. That's the situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcel Okeke, financial economist, for speaking to us this morning on the cash transfer embarked upon by the federal government as a way of making things easy for vulnerable citizens. But from all you said, it seemed like the government needs to put on its searchlight to monitor those that it has put in charge of this project. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
All right, Femi. So, Marcel Okeke doesn't quite agree with the process involved in this conditional cash transfer initiative of the federal government, and he also believes that it's a way to encourage laziness. Now, there are also people who belong to that school of thought. Do you think it is justified, or are there other things the government could have done while there is cash transfer? Some skill acquisition could have been ongoing, some empowerment could have been ongoing, so you're not just giving the people fish, but you're also teaching them how to fish.
So going by that words of wisdom of that school of thought, that you don't give people fish, but you teach them how to do the act itself, I understand, and that's the angle Mr. Okeke is coming from. But we must understand that when it comes to riches or wealth, there are levels. Now, when you talk about cash transfer, to some people, it might not make any impact. I'm not saying this program is absolutely wrong, but what I'm saying is we can repurpose it in a way that it can still help some people. And I think the starting point should be the issue of data. For people in the cities, you're still struggling to even have data to drive the template in the city. Now you're talking about rural areas, that will create more problems. However, I think it is absolutely not a failure if we look for ways where peculiarities of people in the villages can be addressed. And one way I think this can be achieved is if we go through the community leaders. I made reference to an example. When we need to conduct elections, the federal government or the state government will send officials to those remote, no matter how remote these villages are, people are being sent there to collect data for election. They are being registered. In fact, some of these houses have numbers, they are being registered. So that can be a starting point towards reframing this template and towards achieving results. And how do you do that? I know for a big girl like you, 5,000, 10,000 might not make any impact.
It's not 5,000, 10,000.
No, I'm just saying as a reference.
In 3 payments.
I'm just saying as a reference now. Let's just say the minimum, let's just say 5,000 transfer has been done to a particular family. There are some people that would be the starting point. For Iya Basira, who lives in a remote village in Ibadan. Yeah, Chukudi, somewhere. That could be a starting point to go into what you call petty trading. You don't need shops for that. In front of her house, you can decide to start selling, this makeshift arrangement, and then she's going to start a business, a petty business, calling herself the CEO in her own right, to start that kind of business. So for people like that, it is not absolutely a loss. It's a starting point. What you do with your 5,000 and your 10,000 could also determine what the next level will be. If you get your 5,000, 10,000 and you decide to do petty trading, and I can give you an example. That's what we call going to. I know the question, what will you do with
yes, use the 25,000.
Let me give you a picture of what you can do with 5,000.
That would drive home.
You can start what you call sachet water business, what is generally called pure water. Pure water, is generally called pure water. That sachet kind of arrangement, you can start with maybe like a few bags with 5,000 naira. Maybe the gain could be 50 naira, could be 100 naira, but it's a matter of time. You multiply, the multiplier effect will work out. So what it means is for the big boys or the people in the cities, 5,000 might not be enough to start, but for the people in the rural areas, I think their peculiarities should be addressed, and that can be done by involving the community leaders who know those people. They are leaders, they are responsible to them. If you say there's someone that lives in a particular street, they can tell the number of people who live there. They can even visit. And this is where the local government ought to come in as well. People can sit in Abuja and you know a remote area in somewhere in Mowe, Ogun State better than people who live in that area. So that's why you need community leaders, youth leaders, traditional leaders to come into this picture. They can be brought into the system whereby they are like the middlemen between the federal or the state government and the people in that community. When you need to hold your town hall meetings, these are people you use. They hold the town hall meetings. They even respect their kings more than even some of these governors and even the president, because these are people who are localized in that community. They see them every day, and that sense of belonging is there. So I don't think it's a loss totally. But what I think should be done is to involve the key stakeholders, the local stakeholder. It has to be localized, otherwise.
Sometimes why some initiatives of the federal government don't seem to have local impact is because there is no synergy between the federal government, the state, and the local government. You mentioned the participation of the local government. If that was the case, I think that even getting the data of the target beneficiaries would have been much easier. Monitoring the process would be easier, because one fundamental thing that Marcel was able to highlight is the absence of the will to have this thing come through. So you have some community heads who might not be patriotic enough to see this process. They may even become obstacles to it. So, but if you have the local government involved, so it's a government thing, ensuring that you have officers who would monitor, and the local government chairmen themselves put their foot on the ground. I don't think that there is any local chief who would want to run against the local government chairman when they know that they are serious with this, because it's the lives of people that we're talking about here. In this time where some persons are even wondering when the next meal will come from, so 25,000 naira monthly would go a long way for many households. So if you have, let's say, in one street about 10 houses or 10 households benefiting from that, it increases the purchasing power. So it means that they can go to the market and get basic food items, and that for the sellers too is a plus, because they may just be there from morning to evening. Very few persons come in to make purchase, but when this money come in, even if it's just for the first 1 or 2 weeks that they receive the money, it means that economic activity within that environment is being boosted, which is the target of the federal government, so that it is not just to give this people money. They're not going to eat the naira notes, they're going to use it to purchase something. So local economic activity is being spiked, it's been increased. But what I think that can be done, in addition to what you've recommended, using the way the INEC would go to register people and all of that, is to ensure that as they come out, they may have elderly ones among them. They may also have young people among them. You also identify those that can be trained for certain skills, so they do not become reliant, expecting that, oh, the next month another 25k will show, and then the month after people just do nothing. They can contribute in some way, and that's the way to make it sustainable, because after 3 months that the money stops coming, what happens? Should they be hungry? Do you now expect that, oh, since the money no longer comes, they should begin to look for how to make money by themselves? So I think as that money is paid to them, there should be empowerment to follow while the money keeps them for the 2-3 months process period that empowerment continues, so that they have something to fall back on, and people don't just see like, oh, so the money that is gotten from the removal of fuel subsidy, you're giving to people. After 3 months, what happens? So it makes it of no effect at the end of the day.
I quite agree with you. And there's what we call hierarchy of needs, and the things that are rudimentary to people's survival, they are quite crucial, like food, shelter, and clothing. So these are things that can be taken care of. But my concern is, if these villages are like the go-to when we need to conduct election, now that it's leading to empowerment, we should also be able to get there.
It's the real. During election, you need them to get votes.
Yeah.
Cash transfer. Necessarily.
And another dimension to this is also, it can be a way to create jobs. Have young people who are like distribution officers stationed in that local government who will supervise this. You're creating jobs as well. Even the ag bureaus too could be involved, to see what can be done to ensure that these
I don't quite agree with you.
No, I'm just using that as figuratively to see how we can
unemploy
young people
in distributing money.
No, to help create a reach for those people. What I'm saying in essence, it might not be the Agberu in the right sense, but what I'm saying figuratively is to involve the unemployed young people. It can be a way to create jobs, whereby you turn them to distribution officers. They are the ones supervising this. They know those villages, they've been there, they live there, or perhaps grew up there.
I don't think that the government is in short of distribution officers. I just think that more monitoring
And
should
they
be done.
might need more, so it can also be a way to create more jobs locally.
When you're counting money, you're never running short of people to help count the money.
What I'm saying is, don't let us throw these ideas
No.
outright.
I think the
Like what
IMF
we
is
do on
right
this program,
in
it can be
asking
shaped.
that it's been expanded to rural
Yeah.
areas, because if you concentrate only on the urban areas, what about those in the rural areas? Because poverty would hit harder at the rural areas.
Poverty has no location. Food insecurity.
I think it will hit harder there.
Yeah.
Because
It's
the
eating
opportunities
everybody.
may be more in urban centers than in the rural areas.
All right, I quite agree with you. Let's see how it plays out.
Okay, so many thanks for watching today. In case you're wondering what's up with the blue, okay? Keep watching El Exchange. You might get to find out someday. That's if you didn't start the show with us, you would have known that, of course, blue is one of the colors of SOUQ News TV, and so we like to fly the colors sometimes. So let's do this again tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. If you enjoyed the show, leave a comment. You can just give us a thumb up by liking, and also spreading the good news that the Isle 104.9 FM, the place where business meets bets, finally is here. You must have been hearing the sound already. You can also leave a comment, tell us where you've been listening from. That is to say, go on now, like our pages on Facebook, Instagram, and X as SOUQ News TV. I am Blessing AJ. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay well.
All right, in case you missed any of our earlier conversations, you can get them. You can do a catch-up on all our social media platforms, our YouTube page. Just search for SOUQ News TV. There you find all the contents and all the conversations we've been having. It's the dawn of a new day. It's a new day, and so ensure that you hit your target for today. As we here will always get bigger and better. El Exchange returns tomorrow with another topic, with another guest. And don't forget, Market Insight comes up at 11. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations.
And likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, It used to be blackface, so come from that blackface story
Yeah.
before it became blackface.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Yeah, so many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Niger to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well, not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have blackface Niger, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Niger to my name, because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Niger. So it's blackface Niger. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface
still my
Niger.
name.
So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had
They
court
could have
things and
for
all
that.
stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know. And
Maybe there was a common before.
that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and it became common. So I hope
And
that's
it
not,
became common.
that's
No,
not what
no,
happened
that's
with you.
not. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so I'm Blackface Niger, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course,
check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take, to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently, major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently, there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. I mean, or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here, and then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. you know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to.
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so that people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course, there's a line, and the music itself separates it. The sound of the music, separates the genre.
Correct.
Aside, you cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use, and you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. It is because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue, and you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we
okay,
came.
okay.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek, which is his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda, which is Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, Kalemo Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boy story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Damn. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
And all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City Jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody. We used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra, we had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting in Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had made you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know, and
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right? is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And so one other name that has featured in the story is Efiomogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. FA used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like new edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
what you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure he doesn't, nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why?
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world made them check my profile. Say me better than you. Let them got myself signed. Mediocre. Time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre in 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see it's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit will sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy don't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. Something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a Plantation Boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do today?
They
put it off and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believes
in
to take you,
the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go, we plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some. Because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given.
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now, so you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk,
it's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat too, I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist, you can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we were able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover.
There was no
I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yes, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Take It Tom. How did that play out?
I think I couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. They let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo, Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See,
maybe.
Understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
screen.
They still use
all those old phones. The phones are
we ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information.
Positive information.
Good information.
Yes.
Helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
And the Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blow my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need your all the things that encompass in English language, unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language, you study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you, you can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
About 39 dams spread across the 6 southwestern states are potential economic benefits to both the agricultural and industrial aspirations of the region, but for the obsolete and disgraceful look they are now wearing. A tour of the facilities show that they have been poorly maintained, grossly underutilized. Indeed, the dams account for about 12.7% of the estimated water needed in Nigeria, and experts believe that if they are not put to maximum use, they can boost agriculture and food production, improve the state's internally generated revenue (IGR), and increase employment. Given the federal government's proposed $500 million loan to ensure the safety of dams across the country, it has become imperative for political leaders in the region to begin reassessing dams with the political will to bring them to optimum performance. Apart from the average purpose of water supply and fisheries, which most of the dams in the southwest currently constructed to generate hydroelectricity for surrounding communities have hardly served objective in the last 3 or 4 decades since they were built. About 75% of the dams in the country were constructed for domestic and industrial water supply. 33% were built for irrigation and water storage, 29% were meant for fisheries, and 16% were aimed at recreation, and 4% hydroelectricity. But alas, no dam in the southwest region currently functions beyond 50% capacity, and others were discovered to have been abandoned. For instance, some major and multi-purpose dams like the Onya Dam in Ogun State, Owena Dam in Ondo State, Ikere Gorge in Oyo State, Ashedire Dam in Oyo State, and others constructed with an intent to produce electricity have hardly performed to such capacity since they were built. It was learned that apart from the fact that over 85% of the major dams in the country are located in other region because of the poor rainfall in the area, more government attention over the years seems to have been given to dams in the region at the expense of the ones in the south. Perhaps one reason adduced for this is that the northern region is said to have less rainfall compared with the south. Therefore, the zone might need dams for more irrigation purposes. Another finding is that many of the political leaders in the southwest have been paying lip service to dam capacity and maintenance over the years, which perhaps had resulted in poor agricultural products, a lack of water supply in most cases, and flood disasters. It is the same story of dam failure or inadequate performance from Oyo State, which has the largest concentration of dams, to Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, Ogun, and Lagos states. The dams are simply not functioning up to their full capacity and may therefore need urgent attention and maintenance by their appropriate authorities. Among the challenges affecting dams in the region is the poor or lack of electricity supply. Findings reveal that none of the dams can be easily operated by power generating sets. Sediments are also another challenge, hampering the capacity and performance of most dams in the southwest. Sediments have rendered the water in several dams unfit for use, especially for fishing purposes, and in some cases lead to massive flooding whenever the dams overflow their banks. Another challenge facing the dams is obsolete equipment or lack of appropriate maintenance of facilities. Ironically, some of the dams were never seen completed after construction began. For instance, the Ashidire Dam, which cuts across the Oyo and Osun boundary at Ashidire, is said to have been redundant for more than 5 years due to lack of power supply. Some years back, the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, IBEDC, cut off its supply, citing up unpaid bills. Ashidire, whose capacity is lower than that of Ikere Gorge, another major dams, needs at least 4.4 megawatts of power, according to the diesel price to run such a dam. Eleyele Dam in Ibadan also faces a similar electricity challenge to Ashidire. However, the dam is still supply water to nearby communities and some corporate organizations. Most of the underground pipes that carry water to households are currently in bad shape, and it will take a lot of money to rehabilitate them. So, what are the governors of the southwest region of the country doing with the robust allocations they receive and the loans they have taken both locally and internationally? Your guess is as good as mine. I am Bayo Olawi. My name is Bayo Olawi. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians in particular than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local government were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local government be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwon versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state House of Assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and a selfish instinct to conquer and make the local government mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like selves. The chairman must go to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the paths of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors, but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community. During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself and university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort, and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion, and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank him and I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program. He will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello there, good morning and welcome once again to Market Insight for a very beautiful, albeit slightly humid Monday morning here in the city of Lagos. We're smack in the middle of the CBD, talking about the Central Business District here on Marina, Lagos Island. It's also a holiday, a public holiday. Happy holidays to our Muslim brothers and sisters, and to you too if you are a beneficiary, direct beneficiary of the holiday. You're probably at home or in some relaxing spot watching, and we do appreciate that you are joining us this morning. Once again, happy holidays. I am David Chiadu, and once again, it is my utmost delight to welcome you to Market Insight. Yes, indeed. Here we discuss issues that affect the market, and affect essentially you and I, and also to promote, or if you like, share ideas and shape ideas rather that form the market and that drive the market, as he were, in this part of the world. And from wherever it is that you're watching us, we do indeed once again welcome you. Today on the program, we're going to be talking about something that some folks refer to colloquially as white gold. I'm talking about lithium and where we fit in the grand scheme of things as far as our economy is concerned, and of course pushing that particular commodity, or pushing that particular metal, harnessing it and reaping the enormous benefit that it does have therein. But before we get into that conversation, we're going to take a look first off at what happened on the trading floor of the NGX the previous week. So we'll start with Friday. The trading week ended Friday, 13 September 2024. At the end of the last weekday of the trading floor of the NGX, a total of 412,902,328 shares in 8,803 deals, corresponding to a market value of 6,467,374,568 naira 46 kobo were traded, compared with the previous NGX trading day, talking about Thursday, September 12. Friday, the data on Friday showed a 6% improvement in volume, 19% decline in turnover, and 8% decline in deals. Now, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Exchange Group is 56 trillion naira. In the aggregate, 119 NGX-listed equities participated in trading, ending with 33 gainers and 20 losers. Flour Mills, Nigeria, led the gainers with 9.99% share price appreciating 9.99% share price appreciation, closing at 54 naira 50 kobo per share, followed by Caverton Offshore Support Group going up a positive 9.96%. EcoBank Transnational went up a positive 9.95%, and RT Briscoe went up 9.94% as well. On the losing side, Dar Communications came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.72% at 0.65, or rather at 65 kobo per share, followed by Deep Capital Management and Trust going down a negative 8.82%, and PZ Cousins Nigeria going down a negative 8.48% as well as Custodian and Allied going down 8.45%. Japol Gold and Ventures recorded the highest volume of 106 million traded shares, followed by FBN Holdings at 43.2 million, Zenith Bank at 28.6 million, and United Bank for Africa at 15.5 million. Regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index climbed 431.45%, 431.45 points, beg your pardon, and of course at 0.44% to close at 97,456.62, representing a one-week gain of 1.06%, a four-week gain of 0.37%, and an overall year-to-date gain of 30.34%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, the NGX Banking Index, the NGX Insurance Index, the NGX Consumer Goods Index, the NGX Pension Index, and the NGX Premium Index. Now, that's what it looked like, rather, on the trading floor of the NGX last weekend, ended September 13, 2024. Now we proceed further to the conversation proper in just a moment. Do stay with us. Back at Steel Market Insight. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we are talking about this particular metal that seems to be gaining momentum in the global market. Essentially, we're talking about how to harness its potential therein to unlock economic benefits here in this part of the world. Now, lithium, as I mentioned, also the white gold of the millennium, the 21st century, that is, as it's known colloquially, has become a critical component in the transition to renewable energy globally. Now, this particular metal is a core material in battery manufacturing for electric vehicles, smartphones, renewable energy storage systems, and of course, other battery storage systems. Now, with the ongoing promotion of several actions against climate change, the world is shifting towards greener technologies. Now, you may be aware that countries rich in lithium resources have seen significant economic benefits in terms of economic growth and technological advancement. Now, there is enormous potential in lithium ore mining, and it also has been said that Nigeria can leverage this particular field to rake in multi-billion-dollar revenue, to create jobs, and also to improve living conditions, just as some major players like Chile, Australia, Argentina, and Bolivia are currently doing. Now, the question you might want to ask is, how exactly can we get in on the action? Very good question. We'll discuss this and more in the conversation this morning. We're being joined by Mr. Olabode Shomi. He's an energy sector expert and the former senior legislative aide to the Senate President. Good morning, Mr. Shomi. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
It's lovely to have you join us this morning on the program. Now, as I enumerated not long ago, the likes of Chile, Australia, and co. are major players globally as far as lithium is concerned, and also by extension the future of energy, as it were. Now, even on the continental front, you have the likes of Zimbabwe, the likes of Congo, that's the Republic of Congo, Namibia, and co. also pulling their weight as far as this particular metal is concerned. Now, down here in Nigeria, we also have a few deposits, cutting across the southwest, crossing the south, and up north, in the northeast, that is. We have states like Ekiti, Kwara, Kogi, Nasarawa, Cross River, as you were, having some deposits, in this regard. Now, let me ask you, we're going to start this way. What are your thoughts, first of all, on our, prospect of becoming major players in lithium mining, first of all, and how can we position ourselves to take advantage of the growing demand of this particular metal?
Okay, thank you. It was a pleasure to be with you once again. I think, first of all, it's important to situate the metal as a business proposition, because it is when you do business that you can make profit. Many people, it's just like we have crude oil. We do have crude oil to a significant amount, but we may not necessarily have made the kind of profit that we want to make. Norway has significantly less crude oil than we do, but they've made maybe 100 times more profit from it. So when you talk about a commodity or an element, in which case, this is lithium, it is important to first of all note that extracting it and people using it is based on the industry that it works in, and that industry believes is valuable. But it is not the raw commodity that will bring the kind of value that we want. It is in the supply to the battery manufacturers that will bring.
Me, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We're having some connection issues with Mr. Shomi. Can you hear me now? sort that out and come right back, continue the conversation. As I said, we're still talking about lithium, its market here in this part of the world, and how we can get in on the action as far as the major global players are concerned. Still Market Insight. Do stay with us.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back to Market Insight. We are still talking about the lithium market and what it does mean for us here in this part of the world, and how we can become part of those who are making waves regarding this particular element, or this particular metal, if you like, across the globe. We're still being joined by Mr. Olabode Shomi. He is an energy expert and he's still with us. Thank you for sticking around. You were giving us your thoughts earlier with regards to our prospect where lithium and its attending market, as it were, is concerned.
Okay, so basically what I was saying is that just like crude oil, we have a significant amount of it, but we're not necessarily maximizing benefits from it. So for lithium to have the kind of benefit that we want, we need to process it and go beyond just the mining and the extraction. So an example is cocoa. The same cocoa, which probably sells at $2,000 per ton, when it gets into the chocolate market, that $2,000 per ton, a ton of chocolate will probably cost $200,000 because of the amount of chocolate. The difference is that the cocoa was processed into chocolate, while the raw cocoa from the market was not. Another perspective is water around the community. So if you have a community that has a river around it, and another community that has no river, but they have pipe-borne water, the water that you can collect from the river will not be half as valuable as the pipe-borne water that comes from the pipe, that comes from that comes from the water board. The main difference is that work has been done to the river water in terms of purification to make it clean and pipe-borne. So in the same vein, for lithium to add the kind of value with respect to the expectations that we are looking at, it must go through a coordinated manufacturing process. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Shomi. We can hear you. Please go on.
Yes, it must go to a coordinated manufacturing process. Then it must be processed for value and then sold directly to those who are making the batteries. If we are just going to export the raw material, there's going to be there will be some money, but it will be very, very minimal in terms of what is possible. So if you look at it this way, a kilogram of iron probably costs like $100. But that kilogram of iron, if you turn it into fine wire that is used to make
Mr. Shomi, please go on.
Yes,
please go on. We can hear you.
Yeah. So that kilogram of iron can be turned into $1 million.
A few glitches on your part, Mr. Shomi, and it's making it a little difficult for us to hear you and keep up. But of course, we will wait for your return. We're still talking about the lithium market here in this part of the world. We're talking about unlocking Nigeria's potential in the lithium market. It is indeed a very, very, a very valuable piece of element right now as far as minerals across the globe is concerned, and major players have already jumped on it and have in fact harnessed its potential and still are harnessing its potential. So we're talking about how we can continue. Mr. Shomi, yes, you were talking about us not just importing and then doing more with it rather than just importing, because according to you, if we did just that, the revenue we're going to get from it wouldn't be much to go by. Continue.
Yes, since we have the product. So if we were to not add value to it before exporting, the value we will get from it will not match the expectation of the material being white gold, the way you described it. So for it to match that expectations in terms of revenue, we have to go through the whole value chain, process it, make it ready, and make it ready for use. It is that process of the value chain, setting up infrastructure for that value chain process, that makes it valuable. That's what makes it valuable.
Now you've talked about that, us creating value. The pertinent question here would then be how exactly, because I mean I've heard from a few stakeholders talking about us manufacturing batteries here from our lithium deposits, however little they may be, doing so because we can't exactly as yet fix our power issues. And so, that particular campaign, quote unquote, has been growing over the years to say, okay, you know what, let's do this so that both, domestically and industrially, we can harness lithium inward, or internally, as the case may be, as opposed to just, exporting. But my own concern here is, wouldn't doing that be cost intensive and all the other things involved? But this is where you come in.
So it's a business. Every business has entry barrier. So for example, let's say I want to set up a TV station and I don't want to buy a transformer, I don't want to buy a transmitter, I don't want to buy cameras for the work because I believe that video cameras are expensive. You are likely to ask that, is this guy serious or is just talking? So the point is, the cost is another issue, which you come to at the point when you are setting up the business and doing the value chain. But the fact of the matter is that for you to maximize value out of it, you must set up the value chain. It's like somebody who wants to be an engineer, but he doesn't want to go through the rigors of going through the university. You will ask the person, is this person really serious about what he's talking about? Because for you to achieve certain things, you have to go through certain pains. So it's like a woman who wants to give birth to a child, but she doesn't want to go through labor pains. You are likely to ask that, is this one just wishy-washy? So when you talk about all these things, when you talk about the circumstances for us to maximize value from lithium, there are things that must be in place, and those things must be in place. It's not negotiable. If what we want is the kind of value that you're talking about, that would be my submission on the matter.
Talk about those things that need to be in place. I'm tempted at this point in time to also ask you specifically what those things are. You made reference to, setting up the value chain. But then again, I'm also going to, despite the fact that I have already asked you one, let's consider that as question one, what those things are in specific detail. That's one. Two, again, feasibility as far as that's concerned? Do we have the environment for this? As far as the market therein is concerned. Now, this is me asking this question from the standpoint of a layman or a lay Nigerian, as the case may be. I'm not an expert in the field.
So I think the first private TV station was Clapperboard Television, which later metamorphosized to Channels TV. If you asked Jomomo at that time whether the environment was ripe for private TV station, you could get yes, it was ripe, or no, it was not ripe. Depending on who you ask, there is no ideal market for a business. The only thing that is ideal for you to go into a business is there is a need. What entrepreneurs do, and that's why they talk about the entrepreneurial spirit, what entrepreneurs do is to overcome the challenges of the environment and make do with business. If government policy is not working well for you, you lobby, you do the things you need to do to make sure government policy works for you. If people are not being able to afford it, you renew your business plan, you make things maybe cheaper, or you give them extra. You think about options. That is the job of a business person. A business person does not wait for the perfect environment. Unfortunately, because most of what we know in Nigeria is trading, people buying and selling. Once they have any difficulty, they say that the environment is not good and all that. That's not the way business works anywhere in the world. Business people meet challenges. Business people meet difficulties. If business people were not meeting challenges and meeting difficulties, everybody will be a successful businessman. So it is irrelevant as far as the business aspect is concerned if the environment is friendly. What is important is that is there a need for it? Are there people capable of buying it? That is what determines in very clear terms the business profile for the business in this case.
So let's also refer back to the first question where I asked for specifics. You talked about doing certain things or putting certain things in place to make us to make our environment viable, as you were. So again, as I asked, what are those things? If you can walk us through them fundamentally, like you're talking to an elementary trainee student, as you were, with regards to what these things are.
So I'll just talk about sections, not necessarily details. So you need to mine it. So there must be a mine, and you should work with miners who have good records with respect to safety, because one of the places where people lose lives a lot is in mining, and that has been like that over the centuries. So there needs to be a mining company that has both the money, who will partner with you, and who has a record for safety. So certain nations where they don't have human rights laws and all that, you may want to avoid them. And there are some people who have better records. So that's the first thing. Now, when the product comes out, their own argument will be to export immediately, because that way they don't need to invest or be part of any further process value. And like I said before, there must be additional value for it to meet the kind of returns that we are looking at. So what now needs to happen after that? What needs to happen immediately after that is that the people that will process the raw material to the level where it can be sold to the battery manufacturer need to come into play. So what I've called as one process, maybe up to 5, maybe up to 10, depending on the number of circumstances you get. But that process of adding value needs to be set up, put into place, and then when the finished product comes out, you can now create a marketing value chain where you sell to battery manufacturers all over the world, or even create your own battery manufacturing plant and begin to sell batteries to iPhone companies, to Samsung, to car manufacturing companies, and all that and all that. And so that's
okay. Now, if you look across the globe, you see that Asia Pacific is leading the market, in this regard. Now, given some of our deposits, however little or however huge they might be, In the near term, do you see us attaining self-sufficiency in this regard?
I don't know what you mean by self-sufficiency with respect to lithium production, but if you are talking about us being able to mine it and process it, and then having a battery manufacturing plant or whatever other plant that is used for it, that's a decision. It's something that is readily doable. So the technology is not impossible to get. The partnership is not impossible to get. The funding required for it is also not impossible to get. But it takes decision, it takes time, it takes hard work, it takes overcoming difficulties. In the same vein that we talk about the challenges of the environment, the kind of money that you need for this kind of process is not the kind of money that is in anybody's back pocket or in their account. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Even the richest man in the world cannot just bring that kind of money and fund it. So it's money that you get from developmental banks. So you need to also approach these people. You need to convince them. It is always very, very, very difficult to get funding directly. To get funding from anybody. So those are also part of the challenges of it. So anybody that is expecting it to be a walk in the park, where you just want to add this value and then these things will be in place, you just talk to this company and 2 weeks later, they have started bringing all their Caterpillar and earth moving machines and they have started pumping money. Things don't work like that. That's why you see sometimes they're on a project and they've said they've been talking to investors for the past 3 years because it takes work. You also have to have things in place. So the process of how it works is what I'm trying to explain. Whether it is easy or not is a different thing. Whether it is doable, yes, it is doable, but it takes a lot of work. Let me repeat, it takes a lot of work to be successful in business, any business for that matter.
Interesting stuff. Very, very interesting submissions. We're going to continue this conversation in a very short while, but of course I'm going to refer you back to what you mentioned earlier, or the example, or if you like the allegory you cited earlier, using one of the first private TV stations established in these parts, talking about clapperboard. You took my memory, many, many years back to some of the finest entertainment that they gave us. But essentially the lesson from there is that the likes of Channels Television and likes, and the others rather, who came on stream later on, may not have seen the potential therein by just considering the fact that the guys at the time were doing excellent work because they looked at what was needed, they saw and identified a need, and then proceeded with establishing themselves in the self-same market where some perhaps had looked at before then and didn't quite see anything quote unquote promising, as it were. We're going to continue this particular conversation this time around. We're going to pivot to the part of the authorities and what they have been doing, or maybe not. We'll talk about it very shortly. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Thank you for staying tuned to SOUQ News Television. You're still on to Market Insight, by the way, and we are talking about unlocking the country's economy through another means, not the popular, methods, if you like, or the popular channels, talking about crude oil and the rest of them. We're talking lithium in this case and how we can maximize our potential in that regard. Talking to us so far has been Mr. Olabode Shomi. He is an energy sector expert. Now let's come back to you, Mr. Shomi, and talk a little bit about what the authorities have done or are doing in this regard. Now, a couple of months ago, May to be exact, this year, Mr. President inaugurated the country's largest lithium ore. The largest lithium ore processing plant, rather, in Nasarawa State, Lafia to be exact. It has a production capacity of 4,000 metric tons per day to mine the lithium potential that could last between a period of a decade to 2 decades, as he were. Now, in your view, would you say that the federal government, this is barring what I just mentioned that happened in May, would you say that the federal government has been more progressive or forward-thinking in this regard?
Well, I don't know what you call forward-thinking. Basically, people put in their efforts. People put in their efforts and they do the things that they need to do. So I can only relate to it from results or from the point of view of how much is able to impact business. So government policies are precisely that. They are government policies. They are set in place. They are put in as standards. They are like laws. They act as guidelines for the things that need to be done. They don't. I mean, they're like rules for driving. You know, on an express road, they are the dotted lines. Those are the dash lines where you can overtake, and then there's a solid line where you can overtake. But that doesn't stop a drunk driver from breaking those rules. So government policies exist as guidelines for business. It doesn't mean that it's going to enable an incompetent businessman to become competent. That's not what government policies do. They're just rules, they're just guidelines. So whether those rules are forward thinking, maybe stretching it, because it's all about a particular business and if the policy helps that business. So, I mean, even in the oil sector, some of the older people, like the Shell and Chevrons, they favor a kind of policy, while some of the local players, like the Dangote, they favor a different kind of policy. So it depends on who is in play, but still, they're all government policies. So government policies are not there as something that will make you work. They're just guidelines. So people just determine whether the policies suits them or is profitable for them.
Now, earlier you talked about, while you were reading out some of the things needed to be done and the attendant, processes that need to be taken on. You mentioned funding, which I also expressed some concern regarding. And something you said was quite striking. You did say that it's not cheap. It's not your run-of-the-mill project that requires just some affordable funding that anybody can just put their hands in their back pocket and bring out. Now, some stakeholders in the industry have said that the government might need to ease up on the documentation processes, if you like, or procedural niceties to open up the window for investors to come in, bringing in those, heavy funds per se. Do you share this sentiment?
Well, so when it comes to processes, that's about bureaucracy. And I'm not necessarily a bureaucratic expert, nor am I familiar with the bureaucracy or the documentation for the Ministry of Solid Minerals. But they have a purpose. They have a purpose. So it's like when you're doing business, you sign a contract. There's something that signing a contract does. It is there for records. It is there when there's a case of conflict to adjudicate on the case. It also stops other people from crossing boundaries because they know that if you go before the law or before the police, those things exist. Those are some of the things that bureaucracy does. Even if they were to cut the red tape, that means to eliminate parts that are not necessary. There are some parts of the bureaucracy that are not just important, they are necessary for business to work well. So they can't just say cutting the bureaucracy for the sake of cutting the bureaucracy. No, things don't work that way. It must be, if there are multiple processes that don't coordinate each other, or if there are unnecessary processes in there, we can talk about eliminating those processes. But you can't just talk about we can't just talk about eliminating issues. We just can't talk about it. I mean, eliminating bureaucratic processes just for the sake of it. We can't talk like that. That would be my own submission.
Okay, now how about other things like incentives, for instance? It could be tax incentives, could be waivers on importing production equipment, so that these firms, as it were, can, have some sort of, at the risk of using the same word again, incentive to galvanize their processes, come inside here, set up firms to process these elements and, even produce products that can be sold in retail markets, as it were. What are your thoughts on this?
So we're always so quick to talk about tax incentives. It's not a normal thing for a functional society. It's important to note that. I mean, there are many, and giving people money does not mean they will succeed in business. In fact, the most successful businesses don't really start up with money. And that's the thing about organic growth. If you've done business, if you've seen people, many people actually fail because they get too much help for their business in the beginning. There is a difficulty you will go through to actually mature. It's like a child that is growing up. He doesn't play football with the friends on the outside. He's always at home. He has not quarreled with anybody before because he's always shielded by the parents. He's not in contact with real life. That child is a weakling. By the time he goes to the university, he cannot even handle small deception by people. He cannot handle any pressure. So there are difficulties that are part of growth, that are part of life. And we face that in this generation particularly, where people raise up children that are 19, that are 21, that cannot cross the road by themselves, because in the name of, I don't want my children to suffer what I suffered, they have not properly trained them up. So businesses must go through certain difficulties in order to mature as a business. And it is overcoming those difficulties that grants you wisdom in managing life. It is overcoming those difficulties that grants you wisdom with respect to managing finances, managing little, so that you can grow up. But if you must get solution for every help, get tax invention for everything, where are you going to get? Look at about the most successful industries in Nigeria today. One is the music industry. The other is ICT. The third is Nollywood. Did they get any tax incentive from government? No. Did they even get infrastructure support from government? No. They didn't get anything. Those people went day in, day out, trying to overcome challenges, trying to produce better music, trying to get it into good video, trying to copy Americans, and finally they started breaking it abroad and started making money. If they were helped, and they said no tax for you, in 2000 when they were selling, and they were helped, and they did not apply their mind, they will not be successful. Look at the industries that are helped the most. Look at the power sector. Look at even out of the oil and gas sector. Look at all the money and the billions that they pumped in. Does it make them successful? Not necessarily. So difficulties are part of life. It is both sun and rain that makes a plant to grow. You can't just cover a plant. You can't just cover a plant from sun and shield it from everything that is hard and expect that it will grow. It will not grow. It will die young. That's just the fact of it. So difficulties are part of life. So let us not expect too much incentives in everything that we do.
You talked about copying Americans and, learning a thing or two from what they had done and, incorporating it into these sectors you've talked about. I'm going to get there. Perhaps we're going to close up with that. But before we get there, let me also, take a detour somewhat to talk about some attendant implications, in this case environmental right now. When the chips are down and we decide to go full Monty or full throttle, as the case may be, in this regard, I reckon it's going to carry some sort of hazard if we're mining this. Now, if it does, how do we balance the need for economic growth and development and also environmental protection? Very quickly, in your view, that is.
I think, you need to first have energy, be alive, and be successful before you start talking about sexy options of energy. If you don't have any clothes at all, you just want to cover your nakedness, you're not talking about designer clothes. You see, all these environmental things and all that, they're good to keep in perspective, but they're not primary. The nations that are strongest on it, they have more energy than they require. We cannot be comparing ourselves with them when we are just starting life. So for me, what is first important is economic prosperity, energy sustainability, energy security. Those fundamentals must be in place. If there's no economic prosperity, if there's no energy security, you cannot be talking about environmental issues and all that. What environment are you talking about if there's no work there? We do want to be like in the Middle Ages.
Mr. Shomi, I would stop you there. Why? Because it's a very pertinent issue. We're talking about factors that have led to a lot of ills in independent states the world over. We're not just talking about Nigeria now. You've said what you said based on the Nigerian context. I get that. But globally, there is a campaign, a very huge one, against climate factors. Of course, environmental, they have far-reaching environmental impacts, as it were. And so to talk about environmental issues or the fallout of certain activities on the environment isn't particularly out of place. I also said that when the chips are down and we get to such a place or such a position where we can begin to, talk about mining, lithium, and other forms of energy, as it were, harnessing them therein. Again, the idea of economic growth is great, but then again, you also want to consider its knock-on effects on the environment. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, so you asked me a question. If you want my answer and my opinion, then you have to listen. You can't just interrupt me. You can't just interrupt me because you are not satisfied with the answer that I'm giving. What I'm said, and I'll still emphasize, is that there is the science of the environment. So don't put it this way. There's the science of environmental sustainability, and then there's the politics of it. A lot of time, what you see on the news is the politics, is the exaggeration, like the world will just end next tomorrow. And I am saying that as a country, before we start getting mixed up in the politics of it, we need to first find ourselves industrialized. So at the moment, we need to mine, explore, drill, whatever we need to do. And when we are developed and in economic prosperity, we can now start to be looking at environmental issues. As at today, Africa contributes less than 5% of global energy pollution. And if you remove the mines from South Africa, Africa contributes less than 3%. So we are not really the cause of global damage. So what I'm saying is that rather than get into the mix, just because the whole world is getting into the mix, let us first hold ourselves, become prosperous, then we can now start to do the politics and all those other nice things. But our fundamental prosperity and development must not be at the expense of looking nice to the rest of the world. That is my view on that.
Okay, fair enough. But essentially, we both agree on more or less a point or two, because I did say that we're going to get there first before we start to think about, doing the fancy things, as the case may be, but still considering environmental issues. That said, let's close this way. Like I was going to go on this particular direction, as you mentioned, using drawing some lessons, if you like, from the likes of the USA and some other countries to better our lot in the sectors which you mentioned, particularly the entertainment sector. Now, still talking about this, with regards to what obtains globally in the lithium market, what do we need to copy, at the risk of using that word, copy, or what do we need to draw by way of inspiration or lessons to be learned from the countries that are already thriving in this regard, considering our reality as Nigerians, or as the country known as Nigeria?
Okay, so that's a very big question. So when we need to copy, you mean it's like saying, what are we not getting right? There are probably 1,000 things that we may not be getting right. So I'm not sure how to answer that. But the bottom line is that we need to do the things that we need to do that will bring us progress, which means that we need to put our foot on the ground and make sure that we get players in place and we start mining, and we don't spend all the
Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hear you now. Please go
on. So we need to add value to whatever is mined. We need to set up a business distribution framework that will export the mined product to battery manufacturers the world over. And we need to set up battery manufacturing concerns and plans for ourselves so that we can also, rather than exporting alone, we can also make use of our batteries that we use for our own product. So those are the things that we need to do. If we need to copy that, let's copy that. But what needs to be done is what needs to be done.
What needs to be done is what needs to be done. On that note, we are going to call time on the program this morning. But I want to say thank you for joining us on the program this morning, Mr. Shomi. Olabode Shomi is an energy expert and also a former, beg your pardon, he is a former senior legislative aide to the Senate President. Many thanks again for joining us on the program this morning. Looking forward to having more conversations such as this, of course, as it does relate to the energy sector in this part of the world. Again, many thanks for being a part of the program. That's Market Insights. Today, we have been talking about how Nigeria can become a major player in the lithium market, which is, or which has colloquially been referred to as white gold, packing a lot of potential, that one, and you wonder whether or not we will get to a point where the likes of Australia, the likes of Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, and the other countries the world over who have made this part of the mainstay of resources that give them, or that help rake in billions and billions of dollars in revenue, as you will. You wonder whether or not we can be part of those people. Well, time will tell, as our guest, Mr. Shomi, has opined. There's certain processes and systems that need to be put in place. Essentially, the supply, the value chain, beg your pardon, needing to be set up first, amongst other things that he mentioned that we can do that would help us, be better positioned to maximize the benefit therein in this particular precious metal. That's Market Insight this morning. Very many thanks for joining us on the program. Until next time tomorrow, that will be. Of course, that's when the official working week starts. Hopefully you get back to work on a good note. We will bring you another edition of Market Insight. But until then, do have a fantastic rest of the day. Stay very close to your mobile devices and your TV sets, glued to SOUQ News Television Lagos. I am David Chiedu. Have a good day.
Youths are not just participants in the fashion scene. They are trained setters, innovators, and driving forces behind a vibrant renaissance that is reshaping the global fashion landscape. This phenomenon is a testament to how young people are blending global influences with local tradition, creating a fashion narrative that is both distinctly African and universally appealing. Social media influence platforms just such like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter have become the playgrounds where Nigerian youths showcase their unique styles in fashion. In today's news talk, I will be looking at the young Nigerian fashion designers who have amassed large followings all over the world and have set trends in the global fashion landscape. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Recent fashion trends like the Nigerian streetwear movement are emblematic of how the youth are redefining fashion. Streetwear brands like JZO and Wanga Ayu are popular among young Nigerians for their innovative designs that incorporate indigenous textiles with urban styles, making a statement on both local and international stages. Young designers are leading the charge in merging traditional African aesthetics with modern fashion. For example, the popular brand Orange Culture, founded by Adebayo Okelawal, is celebrated for its contemporary takes on traditional Yoruba and Igbo attire, infusing them with a modern twist that appeals to both local and global audiences. Nigerian youths are adept at incorporating global fashion trends into their style while maintaining a strong connection to their cultural roots. This is evident in the popularity of Afrobeat musicians like Burna Boy and Wizkid, who are known for their fashion-forward looks that blend Western high fashion with African prints and accessories. The youth-driven fashion sector in Nigeria is booming. According to the Business Day 2023 report, the Nigerian fashion industry, largely fueled by youth, was valued at approximately $4.7 billion, with streetwear and youth-oriented brands experiencing a surge in popularity. This growth is evidenced by the rise of fashion startups and the expansion of retail spaces catering to young customers. As the fashion industry grows, so does employment. Young designers, stylists, and influencers are contributing to the job creation in the sector, like textile production, fashion retail, and digital marketing. For instance, the rise of local fashion hubs such as the Lekki Arts and Crafts Market has provided a platform for young entrepreneurs to showcase and sell their creations. For many young people in Nigeria, fashion is a form of self-expression and cultural identity. The resurgence of traditional fabrics like Ankara and Kente is in contemporary designs allows the youth to celebrate their heritage while embracing modernity. This blend of old and new has sparked a cultural renaissance where traditional attire is reimagined through the lens of contemporary fashion. Nigerian youths are also using fashion as a tool for cultural diplomacy. By showcasing their unique styles on global platforms, they are promoting African and challenging stereotypes. The success of brands like Maki O and Lisa Folawiyo on international runways highlights the global appeal of African-inspired fashion. Finally, the youths have literally taken the bulls by the horn in the area of fashion on a global scale. Now is the time to spread this commitment, courage, vision, and innovation to other parts of the Nigerian economy to make it stronger, resilient, and robust. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Welcome to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions
League. For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to create it.
45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
SOUQ News Television, I am Grace Komalafe. President Bola Tinubu is set to return to Abuja on Sunday after a successful official trip to China and a stopover in London. During his visit to China, President Tinubu met with President Xi Jinping and signed 5 memoranda of understanding MOU aimed at promoting cooperation between Nigeria and China. The MOUs cover areas such as the Belt and Road Initiative, nuclear energy, human resource development, media exchange, and infrastructure development. The trip was a significant milestone in strengthening Nigeria-China relations, with agreements signed on major projects such as the Lagos Green Rail Line and a $1 billion iron ore to steel project in Kogi State. The President Tinubu also attended the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit, where he emphasized the importance of multilateralism and cooperation for international peace. In London, President Tinubu discussed climate financing with King Charles III, further demonstrating Nigeria's commitment to addressing global challenges. This trip marks President Tinubu's 24th foreign destination since assuming office, highlighting his effort to promote Nigeria's interest and strengthen international partnership. Moving on, the federal government has intensified effort to convert vehicles from petrol and diesel to compressed natural gas (CNG) by supplying 1,200 conversion kits to 5 states. This is part of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative's goal to reduce fuel dependence, as announced by its CEO, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemiga. Oluwagbemiga revealed that Nigeria spent $6 to $8 billion annually on fuel subsidies, largely through borrowed funds. The initiative aims to convert 18,000 vehicles by year-end, with an additional 250,000 kits expected by early 2025, expanding the number of conversion centers to over 250 nationwide. Again, the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, in partnership with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, has planned to address Nigeria's economic challenges and create a path to stability at the 30th Nigerian Economic Summit. The event, which is scheduled for October 14th to 16th, 2024, is themed Collaborative Action for Growth, Competitiveness and Stability. Minister Abubakar Bagudo highlighted those discussions will focus on inclusive development, innovation, and digital evolution. The summit will also examine Nigeria's leadership in driving regional transformation. Stakeholders are expected to propose sustainable growth, security, and economic resilience strategies. And away from that, Algeria's Constitutional Court has confirmed President Abdelmadjid Tebboun's re-election for a second term, securing 84.30% of the vote. The election held on September 7th had a voter turnout of 46.10%. The race featured participation from viral candidates Abdelali Ahani, Cherif, and Youssef Al-Chiche, contributing to a competitive process. The Constitutional Court's confirmation of the results underscores the country's adherence to its electoral laws and democratic procedures. As President Tebboune begins his second term, he is expected to continue policies focused on economic development, social justice, and international cooperation. And lastly, on news update, Britain's Trade Secretary Jonathan Reynolds and Minister for Trade Policy Douglas Alexander began talks with Gulf Cooperation Council's GCC members on a potential trade deal. The GCC, which includes Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, is seen as a key region to bolster the UK's post-Brexit trade relations. The UK government, under Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Labour Party, aims to secure high-quality trade deals with the Gulf, India, Switzerland, and South Korea. A successful deal with the GCC could boost the UK economy by £1.6 billion, helping reserve recent slow export growth. Thank you for your time. Stay tuned for more engaging programs on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. Good afternoon.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is Dijide Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the extent of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board, and the news that we heard was Idris done the 50 Cent, and it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, I'm Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were sitting in, 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the showcase, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. So I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, with his crew and all that, and they went on stage and performed, and he sprayed 100 naira notes, new 100 naira notes, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, "Yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat." And I was like, "Excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works." And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, "Yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are." Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, "You finna, yo, bro, what's going on?" So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, "Yo, man, hold on," and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was
while they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do, waiting being problem self. Into they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T,
right.
If you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage, you know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, "Oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on." And I was like, "Yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been in America and do the same to you.
Right.
I know what would have happened." You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us they were artists in the plane. You know, they told us they were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, "Idris, we're sorry. It was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to..." I was like, "No, man. I'm not doing that."
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted
because from the beginning they knew exactly what they were doing, and for me that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life, and I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content. We're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with La Cream and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga. But funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely. Because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy. Watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela and Nicola Kokuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria, Jaga, you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much, or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact.
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we're there for Nigeria. We don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period,
That's
you
right.
can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say and anyhow. Them say I run go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside SOUQ. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. And this music come back again. Take a head, do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show. They won't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home like I'm wicked and tight. But my friends will love me. I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls.
About.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth? That has given you everything. Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across to it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Pat Utomi, Dora Kinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odigbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK. Live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdulkarim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Kennedy was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow, wow. Wow, people are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Digbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meters collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when it got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, torch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately. Pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Slate Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, you know, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die, you know. Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to my to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema. You know, I appreciate my brother Imoni. You know, that's when you know who are your friends. You know, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God,
It's for real.
Like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Oh, wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity and an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and stayed to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, we need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. Told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, We got an appointment with Dr. Bamboy, went to see Dr. Bamboy. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboy, and Dr. Bamboy was like, "Hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just a
regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there." So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, "Okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby." And I was like, "So how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, you know," it was like, "No, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that." He says, "So what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends." Then right there, my wife was like, "Can I donate for him?" We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, "Can I donate for him?" And doctor was like, "Yes, if you are compatible." And she was like, "How do I know that I'm compatible?" Said, "You have to go through a couple of tests." He said, "Can I start now?" Doctor was like, "Yes." So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bamboy told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. And I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, "Abdul, how are you?" "I'm fine." You know, said, "So, Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. And just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay?" I say, "Yes, doc, thank you very much." So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, you know, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I had no clue.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, "I want water. I want to drink water." And the Indian woman was like, "Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, "Where's my wife? You know, where's my wife?" Like, "Don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine. and everything is okay with her, So I started praying, and the doctor was like, "Congratulations, it was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations." I was like, "I want to see my wife," because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, "What's up?" She see me, I dey cry, I dey shout, I say, "She's fine, don't worry." Like, "How am I?" I said, "I'm very, very fine," And she was like, "We thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest." So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Got back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, "No, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat." I was like, "What?"
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, "Oh God, I give you the glory. Thank you."
I saw a few comments, and one stood out to me. And somebody said, "Who doesn't know you, by the way?" Just said, "Look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it."
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right,
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Slate Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such... Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. I appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboe.
People who come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
So
to
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an Honda car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So they wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano City. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, which then I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwashi II rules by mobilizing to their villages and commence development. In a statement issued from his palace in Warri Delta State shortly after his third coronation anniversary, the Olu of Warri pointed out that the statement was a symbolic directive to his people to start returning to their villages adding that there should be no fears or excuses. In today's news talk, I'll be going through highlights of the monarch's statements as it reflects the Shekris in the country and the diaspora. I am Bayo Olaoye. Ogeame Atunwase II, CFR, stressed that there will be perfect conditions for Shekris to return back in their original numbers, adding that their ancestors did not wait for anyone, even their neighbors, to solve their problems. He urged his people not to hide behind laziness or stress or the feeling of being too civilized to participate in the movement to return back to their villages, stating that there was imperative to face the situation squarely, and that if men came together in unity of purpose and determination, they would succeed. The Olu of Warri encouraged the people to return to the practice of burying at night in their various villages and not to settle for easiest and convenient ways that kept the people in the state of underdevelopment. Ogeame Atunwase was of the view that the suggestion was open, a provision for those of the Christian faith to be buried accordingly. The Olu of Warri said that those who prefer to bury during daytime will not be compelled, pointing out that no one will be forced to bury at night, but at all efforts, a general direction where the kingdom ought to go. In the same way as burials, the Olu of Warri stated that the kingdom wanted to encourage children of the kingdom who wanted to get married, saying that something symbolic must be done at the village level, as many children of the kingdom in this generation have never been to their villages. The monarch urged the people to guard against short-sightedness and greed by selling their lands to those who came with the intention of first selling it under a business arrangement that did not favor them in the long term. Ogeame Atunwase pointed out that development should be applied towards the development of our communities and not shared by individuals. The monarch remarked that for the Shekris to truly grow, they must return to their traditional practice of communal caring and support for one another. In modern world today, Ogeame Atunwase added, the modern world today, Ogeame Atunwase added, was so interconnected, adding that it was an exciting adventure for their children, bringing their friends from all over the world who wanted to come and celebrate their marriages, ceremonies, and all that. Ogeame Atunwase disclosed that he will lead in the movement and was committed to renovating and rebuilding the Ejo Hall in Bateren, adding that the land donated to him in Aju Daibo will be developed, marking his presence in Benin River and across and Escaros River as expected. He pointed out that those who were young and were truly not able to afford to build a house in their villages, well, it could be proven that such a young person had great leadership ideas and potential for good leadership will be ascertained and determined by the palace. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to create it.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Great stuff. I mean, the energy from the weekend is still, how do I put it now? I think it's still overflowing, rubbed off. And it feels like today's still a weekend because right here it's public holiday. Sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports. It's Monday, but it feels like Friday or Saturday. I don't know what it is for you. Well, the weekend had loads of exciting moments in the MPFL, the La Liga, the Serie A, the Bundesliga, Ligue 1, and of course the EPL. But Liverpool walked alone. Now, in the next 45 minutes, the show will take you around the world of sports. I am Top Cat, TC Barra, and with me is the usual suspect, Kelvin and Jeffrey, the noblest of them all. Glad to be with you on set. It's been like a minute. I mean, where have you been?
I've been around, you know. I just have to chill to see some of this game.
Yeah.
So that I can actually talk in person.
Really?
About it, yeah.
Okay.
Now, you said something, you said Liverpool walked alone. Do you think they walked alone? I think the Forest decided to build the tree that was planted 57 years ago. The tree that was planted 57 just started germinating this year.
Really?
Yeah, it was really surprising at Anfield. So the fortress was actually broken down by the Foresters.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that in detail. Let's start off from the NPFL. March Day 2 recorded 3 wins out of 7 games played across various match centers in the country. And one of the most talked about NPFL March Day 2 game was the match between Rivers United and Heartland. Now, why was this talked about so much? It was a great game. It attracted a lot of attention because of the coaches who, you know, are managing these teams. So it feels like a Pep Guardiola, Mikel Arteta kind of scenario. But then it was Finidi George and Manuel Amunike who were on the scale, who were on this balance. So Finidi's Rivers United beat Amunike's Heartland 3-1 in that game on Saturday. Let's let you know that Finidi and Emmanuel Amunike have worked together at various stages. And of course, Finidi's boy, Olaron Aju, also beat Heartland, leading Eyimba. I think it was 3-0. And so almost by the same margin, the same margin, 3-1, 3-1. Heartland finding the back of the net once. Sadly for Emmanuel Amunike, he has posted 2 losses in the MPFL current season against a grandson and somewhat of a son. I don't know how to describe it, but I mean, if you had to go with it that way, what do you think about his baptism of fire in the MPFL?
What you say? It's
water baptism and baptism of fire.
Man, this one is losing. When you start the league poorly, it affects you before the end of the season. Then for someone like Amunike, Finidi, now like you said, let's take the case of Pep and Mikel Arteta. Now, when you learn from the best, you want to. You can't see a case where you see Arteta beating Pep. It's very difficult because, in as much as the master tries to teach you some certainty, teach you what he knows, he definitely will still hide some from you. He teaches you what he wants you to know, not all.
Some school of thought might not completely agree that Finidi is below Manuel Amunike, or vice versa. Some persons believe that they are just, 2 different great individuals with different strengths. Emmanuel Amunike had been national team coach, likewise Finidi at some point.
Finidi was just a month.
But he's been under, he was under Josip Pesira,
worked with him
a long time. And as such, that national team exposure would have been the basis of comparison. These guys are no longer league coaches. They've graduated, they've been there, done that. And of course, there's a lot of attention. But if you had to place them side by side, there was a lot of expectation from Emmanuel Amunike owing to what he's achieved, his antecedents. Finidi, no doubt, I think he won the MPFL 2 seasons ago. Before Enugu Rangers won now, and he finished second. So I think he's had his own baptism of fire in the MPFL, right? And it's just now that he went into the national team in space, and then. But for Heartland struggled last season. They were relegated, but were able to get back into the MPFL with a drop of Beyond Limit FC. And a change in guard, one would have expected, would have turned the fortunes of the team. But that's not been the case in the first 2 matches. And if you say you need to give him time to settle in, how long would that take? We've seen Heartland also get some great players. We've seen, I think it was a move for Mboma from Aimba to even Heartland, But then that has not even shaped things enough for them to give them a fighting chance in the MPFL. And once you continue posting draws with losses, whether it's home, whether it's away, it doesn't just spell good for you, because all of these have to go into accumulation of points, goal differences and all that. They matter. And so even if you're losing, why don't you reduce the deficit to probably a goal difference? So when it matters a lot, it might count in your favor.
In as much as we actually criticize coaches for losing in the beginning of the season, but I think since he got a lot of players during the transfer window, and so he's trying to blend for them to get together, because we've seen cases where a team start poorly, but at the end of the season you see them in a better position. Like when let me make reference to this Premier League coach Erik ten Hag. When he came to Manchester United first, he lost his first 2 games. When he lost the game, and at that time people were saying that, is this the right man for the job? By the end of the season, he was among the top 4. He gave the club a trophy. So I think we should still give this guy a chance, give him some chance, but
and see how it goes.
And secondly, even if you can be like 10 goals deficit, but if you get between the point and the goals, which is more important, the point. 1 goal, 3 points, 10 goals, 3 points. So what's the difference? So basically,
sometimes it might matter instead of accumulating
for ties. I totally understand that, but the winning matters more.
Anyway, so some of the score lines from the MPFL match day are Rivers United, like I mentioned, beating Heartland 3-1. Remo continuing the winning streak this time around in Ikene. They beat Sunshine Stars by a lone goal. That was a very interesting fixture. On Sunday, a lot of drama played out. Aqua United against Abia Warriors. Abia Warriors had gone to the Nest of Champions, picked up an early goal, much talked about early goal, and then a late penalty for the promise keepers in the wee hours of the game gave them, 1 goal. And they were able to get 1 point for that game. 2, what I say, some school of thought believe that it's not supposed to be a penalty. Some other persons argue that it was clear chance for Aqua United to restore parity, owing to the fact that they felt the referee was right on call. But then that has sparked up a conversation on social media space. Was the referee right or not? The issue of VAR in the MPFL, and a whole lot of talk that has to do with AI and, of course, technological advancement in the MPFL. But then we're not watching these games live. We're not able to follow these games, as we're on the go. So when would we even get to the stage of goal line technology and even VAR?
If
we had live broadcast,
you
could have replays.
You understand? So before we will get to move to that point of using VAR, let's the country knows that our league is going on. Let our local channels know that our league is going on. Let there be a dedicated local channel that can really show some of these games. Let there be a media house who is in charge of who will definitely be around all the time that a game is going on. You understand? So when we start paying attention to things like that, because I'm very sure that a lot of people still don't know that our league competition has started. People are still focusing on the Premier League, the Spanish League, the La Liga, and the rest. Our league has started. But compared to, I can say there's a little improvement compared to some years back. Now, at least when you go online, you can see the lineup of some of these players. They tell you who scores. Unlike before, they tell you the next fixture. They tell you when they show you the table as well. Unlike before. So I think creation of awareness about our league, that's the major thing we should focus on first before we talk about introducing VAR.
Well, some fixtures were rescheduled for Wednesday, the 25th of September, and that's due to continental engagements for Eyimba International and Enugu Rangers. And this weekend, some other games were possible. Let me let you know that Eyimba will play host to Lobby Stars on 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Ikorodu City at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena will take on the Flying Antelopes. Rest assured that we'll be bringing you some clips of that game because we're going to be right there. Now, match day 2 fixture involving El Kanemi Warriors and Kwara United has been postponed indefinitely. That's due to the flood disaster in Borno State, which is the host state of El Kanemi. Our hearts out to them, and we're hoping that somehow they're able to find a way to resolve the issues they've experienced. Of course, it's a natural disaster, but then some persons are better prepared, and how do we say it? Provisions are made to cater for people who find themselves in that situation. All right, so our heart goes out to the people of Borno, and find SOUQ find a way to be happy. Rangers technical advisor Fidelis Ilechukwu is expressing confidence in his team's ability, and that's to replicate their success in the return leg against Sagrada Esperança in Angola. Now they secured a 1-0 victory over the team in the first leg of the CAF Champions League, which is the second preliminary round tie in Uyo on Friday, just before the weekend. Now, after the game, Rangers coach Ilechukwu acknowledged the capabilities of the opposing team, that they're good, but remained optimistic about his team's prospects in the upcoming match, which is going down in Luanda, Angola. He also went out to, highlight the need for his players to take advantage, capitalize on the scoring opportunities, that they create, but then expressed the importance of maintaining a positive environment for the team. They are scheduled to travel to Luanda for the return leg, which is at the Novembro Stadium, and that game will be going down on Sunday, September the 22nd. Well, we're looking forward to how that one will go down. We're rooting for Enugu Rangers, but first they have to come to Ikorodu, come to Mobile Johnson Arena, take on Ikorodu, and hopefully we'll catch up with Fidelis Ilechukwu and take his thoughts on how he plans to strategically, face the team. So we'll see how that goes. So we'll cross the ocean from Africa to Europe. In the 5 Premier League games played simultaneously from 3 p.m. to around 5 p.m., 2 wins were recorded across match venues. That was on Saturday. Now, after a win over Manchester United before the international break at the Anfield Stadium, Nottingham Forest pulled off a stunning, surprising, mind-blowing upset, and they stunned Arsenal. Slot's perfect start with the Reds. Now, Callum Hudson-Odoi's remarkable goal did secure the win, marking Forest's first victory at Liverpool in any competition since 1969. Were you born then? Were you born then? You could imagine how many years that would have been.
History upon history.
Manchester City showcased their strength by coming back from an early setback to secure a victory against Brentford. 2-1 it ended. That could have been a major upset as well. Erling Haaland, impressive as ever, consistent as ever, put up a performance, scoring 2 goals that helped maintain the noisy neighbours' 100% record in the Premier League. At Selhurst Park, we saw Crystal Palace fight back from being 2 goals down to secure a 2-2 draw, palatable, against Leicester City. I didn't see that one coming. Jean-Philippe Mateta's stoppage time penalty leveled the score, and the result allows Palace to avoid a 3rd Premier League defeat this campaign. Well, at the Craven Cottage, West Ham secured a point against Fulham with a late goal from Daniel Ings, preventing a 2nd consecutive defeat for them. Ings' timely goal that came showcased the team's fighting spirit, and then there was a determination to grab points even in the dying moments of the game, but the match ended 1-1, a draw finally. At the Flower Stadium, newly promoted Ipswich Town are yet to win a Premier League game this season, but then 1 point, not so bad. A draw at the hands of unbeaten Brighton. And Manchester United, who had gone into the game with this manager Eric Ten Hag unsure of his job, were able to beat Southampton 3-0 at St Mary's Stadium. Guy,
it was a
which
bouncing.
one mad you?
Very bouncing and a very funny weekend. So let's start from the Manchester United game first.
That's shock. Liverpool first.
Okay, let's start with Liverpool. Let's start with Liverpool game
because me, I was like, eh?
No, it was Liverpool had more of the created more chances. They had more of the game, the possession, they took it. But Forest were determined. I think they had a game plan before they came in.
Okay.
They understand Liverpool's strategy. They know the part. I think they understand the pattern of this new coach. So they had the strategy. We all defend, then few of us attack, and that was the strategy they've been using. And they had. You see, this is the power of having a good substitute. Now, if you remove a weaker foot, remove someone that has been disturbing in the forward, and you replace him with someone who has more fire than him, it's going to be a threat. It's going to be a disaster to your opponent. So that was the strategy they used, and they actually worked very well for them. But no one saw Liverpool losing that game. If he had, we make it will be draw. But one thing we need to understand is that after each international break, if you see the game during the weekend, almost all the big teams struggled because their key players went for international break. They played. Some even had injury.
Did you see Arsenal struggling?
You understand? I saw the game. I was like, is this the same Arsenal we're talking about? Is this the same Arsenal we were?
But they were able to beat Tottenham Hotspur, but it was a lucky. It was a narrow escape. So I was last week. Last week I had. I capped the attacker on the show, and I had mentioned that particular game. He was quite sentimental about it. I kept insisting that Arsenal were going to beat Tottenham Hotspur, and in as much as he did not believe, he felt because of the absence and the injury of all of the players, it felt really good, crazy that they were unable to get a win over Arsenal at their weakest point.
If you see that game, man, the game was actually in favor of, not really in favor. The game, Tottenham had more chances. Tottenham played more. Tottenham played better than Arsenal. But immediately the goal came in. Everything changed. Everything changed. Because I was watching the game. I was like, it's going to be very difficult for Tottenham, for Arsenal to win this game because first of all, one of their key midfielder, Rice, is not there. Then Odegaard, who is actually one of the best players in Arsenal as we speak. When he calls Odegaard, then you can call Saka. For me, my opinion.
So, but then doesn't this tell you that the Arsenal team seems to have gotten some level of stability?
No, we know that. They're actually one of the best teams in the Premier League. Yeah. After Man City, Arsenal is actually.
Why Man City first? Because they won the league?
Not because they won the league. We know them. I think Pep has actually created a team created the pattern that if any new coach comes in and follows the same pattern, you definitely do well.
So in comparison, you believe that Manchester City is better than Arsenal?
Yeah.
On what grounds? Goal scoring, winning the league?
Winning the league, the winning mentality, goal scoring.
Let's bring Manchester City on. Let's put them under the scope now. Okay. Manchester City are facing litigations.
Oh, true.
A lawsuit which is going to last a very long time, and of course some of this as a result of breaches, and all that, and of course the body, FI, and of course the organizers are saying Manchester City has refused to cooperate with them. Now, how do you think this is going to spell out if if we had to use the Igbo language, Ovohi? If it's thrown open, if it gets to be blown open, how do you think it's going to pan out eventually for them?
We saw what happened to Everton last season when 10 points was deducted from them. They struggled to fight their way out of relegation, relegation zone. But for this, my question is, what was the Premier League? What have they been doing? From bridge one, they lock up to go to.
So here's what it is.
This thing has been accumulating.
Here's what it is. You know that the Premier League is a body, and Manchester City is a club, an organization, an illegal organization. So you can't hold one person. You're going to be holding or fining the club, not one person, not one man, not a player in this case. Yes. And as such, you have also legal representation for this club. And at this point in time, they could actually be coming up with moves to see if they can stall, frustrate, elongate, or even throw away, throw out of the window whatever issues that they have. So you don't just expect that you come with litigations and you put it to an organization. They wouldn't want to find a way around it. So the law is the law, but some people are able to find some loopholes when it comes to certain issues regarding rules, regulations, and then you have certain reservations. And so I'm saying, don't come to the studio without your shoes.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. And then you come and you're looking for a loophole. Okay, so you didn't come without shoes, but you came with slippers.
At least I was something.
Do you understand? And so you're trying to argue. You're trying to put it, and it's like a simple issue, but then people now find ways to pick a hole so that it favors them eventually. And that's in response to you saying, why has this dragged so long? So if all of those things were put into consideration, would you then say that Manchester City is still the best team in the English Premier League?
I think you are putting me on the spot.
His argument.
Okay. I would still say they are the best team because I know there are some times where we've seen games where the ref might be biased just to support Man City. We've seen games like that. We've judged them like that. But when it comes to the team is well structured. The players are well bonded. They understand themselves. They understood themselves very well. That Kevin can actually hold the ball and know that Haaland is there. He's going to stone the ball to him. You saw what Edison do. A goalkeeper throwing pass, making an assist for the fourth time. For the fourth time in the Premier League, 4 times for a goalkeeper making an assist. So I think I would still say they are actually one of the best because I would say it's very difficult for a club, a team, though it might look like a little team, Brentford, to score you in the first 20 seconds of the game, and you came from behind. Just one man.
So what if you take that man out of the equation? You take him off the chessboard.
That's where the issue comes in. That's where we'll know if they are still very strong, because for now they have just one striker, which is Haaland. Alvarez has left. There's no other backup striker. So definitely, but I know even if you take Haaland out, Pep is a very smart coach and a very good coach for that matter. He'll find a way.
There was a time Manchester City, almost all the players were, free scoring.
When they had no striker then.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, that even if you take Haaland out, he's definitely going to find a way around it. He's definitely going to find a way around it. He's a good coach and he's a great coach.
Let's pedal on this and move over to the Liga, where Barcelona stay top of the standings in Spain as Yamal scored twice in a dominant first half. Great stuff, for the La Liga. Taking a look at Barcelona's performance after that game, Dani Olmo and Pedri also found the net before former Manchester City winger Ferran Torres, who had only been on the pitch for 17 minutes, was shown a red card for a very heavy challenge on Yasser Asprilla. Real Madrid are 4 points behind after a 2-0 win at Real Sociedad. They secured that win. Second half penalties by Vinicius Jr. and Kylian Mbappe. Felt like that was done and dusted when we talked about it on Friday. Real boss Carlo Ancelotti says the side were not dominant enough to deserve the win despite being without midfielders Jude Bellingham, Eduardo Camavinga, Dani Ceballos and Oriol Tchouameni. England midfielder Conor Gallagher and former Manchester City forward Julian Alvarez scored their very first goals for Atletico Madrid as they beat Valencia 3-0. Which of them do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the Real Madrid game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sociedad wasn't a big deal for them.
Yes, but Madrid is not the Madrid. This Madrid is not the Madrid we know last season.
I talked about this as well with Akata, and I'm like, yes, these guys did not perform, but he was so certain that Vinicius would come with the goods owing to the fact that it's Real Madrid. We saw the game when Brazil played during the international break. He wasn't in the party. They didn't even do well.
Madrid are not really, they've not really blended very well. I don't know.
Kylian Mbappe, you said would have added some firepower.
That was what we were expecting. He's a young man. He's very good. I think Mbappe and Junior Vinicius, I think they are fighting for
the spotlight.
The spotlight.
Can you be sure? I think that's like in your head.
No. Because these guys are not stable. This game they played, I was like, I think that should be the last game. They won 3-0.
Okay.
They won 3-0. These guys have been. Mbappe Junior has been in the game for a very long time. No goal, just 1 goal. The minute they make the changes, they introduce Hendrick and I think what's this name of this other young boy? Ibrahim.
Okay.
Immediately they introduced both of them. They added 2 goals to it in less than 5 minutes. These 2 young stars, but these well-known stars that we know already, these guys are still they're just struggling. I think if you actually want the Madrid team to be the Madrid like we know last season, start either Mbappe and bench Junior, or start Junior and bench.
You think 2 of them have the same playing styles?
They have this. They play from
but
the same wing.
You can have them switch.
That's difficult. Mbappe is more comfortable when it goes to the right. Junior is more comfortable.
Plays in the left.
When it goes to the left, Junior is more comfortable when it goes to the left as well. Sometimes even when they try to switch, before Mbappe stays in the middle for 5 seconds, he's tired. He finds a way to go back to that position again. Even if Junior comes to that same position, before he stays there for 5 seconds,
so they'll be able to find a way to put them in a perfect place.
Let's see what happens. And secondly, Jude has not been around. This injury is actually an issue also. But it's better you have your injury in the beginning of the season than when it is getting hot.
Well, hopefully, Carlo Ancelotti has his work cut out for him. We'll be able to find a way around it. That's the most important thing. Romelu Lukaku made 2 and scored another as Napoli went to the top of the Serie A with an impressive 4-0 win at Cagliari. Premier League exports Scott McTominay and Billy Gilmore book came on as late substitutes for the debut as Antonio Conte's side made it 3 wins from 4. Now, let's talk about that before we move on. Is this a resurgent Napoli without Victor Osimhen? Is Romelu Lukaku the key to the floodgates of goals?
We all know that Lukaku is a good goal scorer. He has played for all the clubs that he has played in, he scored goals. He's a strong striker, though he is one-footed, but he's a very strong striker who fights for ball, who holds the ball, who makes passes. He's not a selfish player who makes passes. So coming to a club like Napoli, it's going to be an easy one for him to definitely score more goals.
Conte has worked with him a couple of times, so
he knows him. He knows that this guy is someone we actually need. He knows that if we are losing a strong striker like Osimhen, we need another strong striker to replace him. Don't just bring anybody to come and replace someone like Osimhen, and he's banging goals for them.
Well, former Arsenal and Barcelona midfielder Cesc Fabregas was left frustrated after seeing a first Serie A win as head coach slipped through his fingers. Now, newly promoted Serie A side Como did squander a 2-goal lead and settled for draw. 2-2 ended against Bologna on Saturday. An early own goal by Nicolo Casale and a second half finish by Patrick Coturn from the edge of the box put them in control. Cruise control. But then late strikes by Santiago Castro and Samuel Ling Jr. rescued the visitors. In the other match center, unbeaten Juventus were held to a goalless draw at Empoli, but new AC Milan coach Paolo Fonseca got his first Serie A win in style as 4 goals from the first half-hour mark saw them thrash Venezia 4-0. 2 quick penalties from former Chelsea duo Christian Pulisic and Tammy Abraham sealed the win. And champions Inter missed the chance to go on top of the grid. But we talked about this with Akata the attacker. If Inter should slip for a minute, there's going to be a change of guard at the top of the table. And it feels like, it was 9 points, 7 points. And that has changed a little bit after they drew against Monza. What do you make out of the Serie A?
So when it comes to the Serie A, first of all, let me talk about Fabregas. Now, I've said it before that the fact that you're a good player
doesn't make you a good coach.
You understand?
I can't help but concur.
We've seen coaches, we've seen players who were extremely good in their playing time, but when they become coach, they had nothing. So
there's a selling question that has been bugging me. The coaches actually, are they able to influence the outcome of a match? Right, you tell your players, you strategize, you go in. Some persons have said some of the changes the coaches make in strategy. I do not understand the concept.
Okay, as a coach, you are like the driver. The players are behind you.
Yeah.
You've told them this is where we are going to. This is what you do. This is what. If a player disobeys you, you have the right to change that player.
Yeah.
Because you have a game plan already. You guys had a strategy. You are working according to a plan. So if
which
a player
is probably get the ball to this person, play from the wings, make sure that you leave the center open.
If it's time to attack, we all attack. If it's time to defend, we all defend. So if a player goes against your rules, you have the right to actually drop that player. So by the time you as a coach, you are being calm or being too kind to a player that is not giving you result, following your instruction. We see times, because if a club loses, who will they call first? The coach. Yeah. If a club wins, who will they call first? The coach. Even before you start blaming players, you blame the coach. Coach is this, coach is that, coach is, especially when you are just starting as a fresh coach for that. So everything boils down to what your coach says. So even if you play, even you as a player decided to make some decisions on your own inside the pitch, inside the game, and it works out fine for you, the praise still goes to the coach. But if it doesn't, it goes to the coach as well. So as a coach has the
box stops on his
everything table on his palm. So if it goes against the coach, it's better you. So I feel sorry from two goals.
2 goals.
2 goals. Come on.
Crazy. So we'll cross from the Italian Serie A to the German Bundesliga, where Bayern Munich went top of the Bundesliga with a 6-1. 6-1 demolition of hosting Kiel. And that was on Saturday. Kane scored twice for England last week. He bagged a hat-trick against the newly promoted side. And for them, it was a way to welcome them to the Bundesliga. Now, Bayern holds on the Bundesliga, was broken last season when Bayer Leverkusen won the title in a record-breaking undefeated run. So champions Leverkusen over the weekend bounced back from defeat by RB Leipzig fortnight ago with a commanding 4-1 victory over Hoffenheim. So the race is on, the league seems open, the two teams, biggest teams there, having very small enemies to deal with. And don't you think those teams are not a true test of their mettle and strength?
So are you talking about the younger team?
No, Bayer Leverkusen facing Hoffenheim and Bayern Munich taking on the newly promoted side. They are not a strong test for them.
It's going to be a win for both big teams. Like I told my friend yesterday that I just want to directly to the Premier League, but the Premier League makes the team that are newly promoted look stupid. The same thing happened last season. Yeah. I'm sorry. So last season, the 3 teams that was promoted went back. They came the way they came with the energy, the vibes, and the fight. Imagine you just come into a new place and okay, even if I lose my first game, I might win the second one. Yeah. Then you play your first game, you lost like 2-0. You play the second one, you lost like 3-0. You play the first one, they give you like 5-1. Come on. So most time the bigger team makes the newly promoted team looks as if they are just, you guys are just joking. So it's going to be a win-win for both big teams.
Well, Ousmane Dembele scored twice at Paris Saint-Germain, came from a goal behind to beat Brest 3-1 and continued a perfect start to the Ligue 1 season. They took a shock lead, talking about Brest, against the champions when Romain de Castillo converted from the penalty spot after Nuno Mendes fouled Ludovic in the area. But Dembele, who tormented the team throughout on the night, ensured that the teams were level when they went into the break. He nodded home Marco Asensio's cross. So 2 goals in 2 minutes in the second half proved the difference for PSG, with Fabian Ruiz putting the host ahead with a superb strike from the distance, which he rifled into the top corner. I mean, just like that. Dembele then doubled the advantage a minute later, following up with Randal Kolo's Mwani effort, which was blocked. I mean, great stuff coming from that particular angle. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll take you, to all the sporting activities that happened over the weekend right here on SOUQ Sports. Don't move a muscle. Hello, sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojife, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be
very exhilarating. It is the home run right here on SOUQ Sports as we wind up. But then let's take you to the world of tennis, ping pong, as British number 4, Sinay Qatar, held up the nerves to clinch the maiden WTA title with victory over Slovakia's Rebecca Sramakova. And that's the Jasmine Open final in Africa, North Africa, Tunisia. The 22-year-old won 6-3, 7-5 and moved into the world's top 100 for the first time. After dominating her higher-ranked opponent in the middle of the match, Qatar lost 3 consecutive service games with success inside before eventually settling herself to serve it out. Sramakova, number 136 in the world, fired long for 39th and forced error of the match to hand the Briton her landmark victory on the first of 2 championship points. So elsewhere, we saw Britain's Jacob Fernley, who's 23, win his 3rd title in 4 months on the Challenger Tour, beating 27-year-old Frenchman Quentin Halys. Lost the first set, took the second and the third in Rennes. He is expected to rise to 129 in the world, up 396 places since graduating from Texas Christian University in May. Hector Watson beat Jia Jinglu in the opening round of the Korea Open. Watson, who came through 2 rounds of qualifying, won 6-4, 6-4 against China's Liu. The 32-year-old broke Liu to take the opening set, and a further break in the second set sealed what some persons have described as a comfortable victory in steel. It's only the 3rd time Watson, who is 183rd in the world, has won a main draw match this season, and she will face either Ukrainian 5th seed Marta Kostyuk or Arantxa Rus of the Netherlands in round 2. So from tennis, let's move to boxing. Promoter Erdin Han says the long-awaited heavyweight bout between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury must definitely take place at the end of 2025. I was hoping 2024, but it feels like it's going to take almost a year for us to see that fight happen. Well, he says if it doesn't take place at the end of 25, the fight will never happen. So a super fight between the 2 generational stars has been mooted for several years, but always stalled due to negotiations. Joshua is 34. He's challenging Daniel Dubois for the IBF belt at Wembley this Saturday. Fury is 36. He takes on Alexander Usyk, who holds the 3 other recognized world titles in December's rematch. Now, the size of the fight depends on the next 2 results, according to Hearn. Now, in June, Joshua urged Fury to fight him while both boxers are still fresh, but said he would not, sit around and wait for the British boxer. Now, when he was asked if there was a deadline of next year's, he said yes, definitely. And of course, with substantial investment in boxing from Saudi Arabia's money-spinning venture, there's hope that the bout will materialize finally. I don't know if you see that fight happening in 2025 and what you make out of that fight eventually. Joshua Fury.
2025. 2025 is still, I would say, like 4 months from now. But I think they just want to keep
guessing.
Not really guessing. I think it's just basically for the media to keep these 2 fights
relevant.
Yes, relevant. When you hear about a fight between Joshua and Fury, it's something that is going to make.
So keep brewing it.
Yeah. So let's just keep the media busy with this. Let them keep speculating, because let's even talk about Joshua's fight against Daniel. That should be our focus for now. Yeah. Let's leave 2025. Because according to what we just read now, to what you just said, their fight determine if these two guys are going to fight. Joshua's fight against Daniel and Fury fight against. I said it the other time that there's an outstanding fight between Fury and SOUQ.
Yeah.
Dan will not sure if it's going to happen, but SOUQ actually wanted.
But then that's because of the belts that are involved and trying to see if they could.
And you know, even if Joshua wins Daniel, he faces SOUQ as well.
Yeah.
This same year. So. How would they say?
However routes they want to go. But then Hearn is saying the immediate fights that both boxers have would determine how it's going to play out, if they're going to meet or not and when. And definitely, as Kelvin has said, let's take the first step and then we start talking about leaping. So the immediate fights in front of both boxers, will be monitoring that to bring you up to speed. So still talking about Saudi Arabian money, the Leaf Golf 2024 has come and gone, and Spain's John Ram was crowned 2024 Leaf Golf individual champion after a victory in Chicago. He carded a final round 66 to finish on 11 under par and beat his compadre Sergio Garcia and title rival Joaquin Niemann by 3 shots. The 29-year-old's second victory in his past 3 Leaf events secured enough points to claim the season-long race for the $18 million individual prize. That's about 13.7 million pounds. Niemann had also won 2 events this year and was the only other player who could beat Ram in, succeeding Taylor Gooch, who won last year's individual title. The Chilean led Ram after the opening round, but his disappointing 68 on Saturday saw him chill in the Spaniards by 3 going into Sunday's final. Niemann went round in a bogey-free 66 to maintain his challenge, but Ram, who hit an impressive birdie on the par 3 17th, showed his class, which is superb, to retain his 3-shot overnight lead and clinch victory at the Bolingbroke Golf Club. Now, following his 2 wins and 12 top 10 finishes, Ram also took home $16.7 million, which is about 12.75 million pounds in individual earnings during his debut year with Leaf. Leaf's season will culminate with the team championship final going down in Dallas. Will run from the 20th to the 22nd of September. Money, money, money. What does it feel like? I mean, you not want to learn how to play golf.
When you hear Saudi Arabia, you know you're talking about money.
Yeah, oil money.
Oil money. We always say that these guys are making it look as if they are taking the value of the sports away. But come on, why are we involved if not for the cash and also the fun? But the cash comes first before the fun.
Anyway, Formula One, Lando Norris drove an extraordinary race to catch and pass title rival Max Verstappen as his McLaren teammate Oscar Piastri won an engrossing Azerbaijan Grand Prix. So the race ended under virtual safety car after a crash between Red Bull's Sergio Perez and Ferrari's Carlos Sainz, who collided while disputing 3rd place with 2 laps to go. Piastri pulled off an audacious pass on Charles Leclerc, who had led from pole position, to take the lead shortly after both had made their only pit stop for fresh tires and held on for the rest of the race under very immense pressure from the Ferrari car. Norris fought back after his late pit stop, having started, from 15th position on the hard tire, while the leaders chose mediums to pass Verstappen with 3 laps left to go. Now, he took 4th place, promoted from 6th by the Perez-Sainz crash, one ahead of Verstappen, who has started 9 places ahead of the McLaren driver. The result now means that Norris, who also scored the point for fastest lap, reduced Verstappen's championship lead, and that's by 3 points on a day he would have started expecting to lose ground. Norris is 59 points behind Verstappen with 7 races to go and a maximum of 206 still very much available, and McLaren have taken the lead in the Constructors' Championship from Red Bull, taking a 20-point lead. Now we'll slow it down and see if we can pinpoint on our target with that, as Luke Littler comfortably beat Michael Smith 11-4 to claim his maiden World Series of Darts final title in Amsterdam. Now, the teenager recovered from losing the opening 2 legs to raise into a 7-3 lead by the interval. Now, Littler, who's only 17, picked up where he left off after returning the Oche and averaged 102.21 on his way to victory, and an £80,000 prize fund. A lot of dough, baby.
Yeah.
Now, the Englishman also disposed of a home favorite, Michael van Gerwen, 11th for in the semi-final. Littler, who began the day with a quarter-final victory over Chris Dove, secured his third World Series title after previously winning in Bahrain and Poland this year. You know, he also won the Premier League darts title in May, beating Luke Humphries, who is like our favorite right here when it comes to dart, to avenge his defeat in the final of the World Championship. Guy.
Just 17.
Hey.
Just 17.
It's the money that's making you say just 17.
Come on, come on. Now, when we see things like this, we try to speak to
sports development. I get you, bro. Preach.
So we need to take this thing very, very serious. He's just 17, and now he's not just making his family proud; he's making his country proud as well. Come on, if you have someone like 17 representing Nigeria in the world dart competition, it's a win for us. It's a pride to us as African and also as Nigerians, but we really need to do something about that. Very, very important. Very, very important. Just 17.
Well, the National Youth Games is ongoing in Delta, and trust that in the next episode of the show will bring you up to speed with some of the sporting activities that have been concluded and some of the winners that have emerged. But let me let you know that France midfielder Adrien Rabiot has agreed a deal in principle to join Ligue 1 club Marseille. He has been a free agent since leaving Juventus, that was back then in July, and will move back to France, and that's subject to passing a medical. The 29-year-old, who has 48 caps, played 48 times for France, spent 5 years in Turin after leaving Paris Saint-Germain. That was in 2019. Rabiot, who has reportedly been a transfer target for Paris League clubs, including Manchester United, did have a brief spell at Manchester City Academy before he joined PSG. He has won the Serie A title, 2 Italian Cups, and of course, 1 Italian Super Cup at Juventus, and played 5 times at Euro 2024 in Germany, where France were knocked out by eventual winners Spain in the semi-final. What do you think about this move? Free agent? I mean, he's been out for a while.
It's good. It would be a bad one if no player actually make a move, if no club actually make a move for him. So what happened to Osimhen? If he had missed that, imagine just staying in a club, you're not playing. For someone like him, he's not going to be in any club, just be at home training without even doing any, you understand? So it's a great move for a player like him. I wonder why no top English club actually went for someone like him. He's a fantastic player. It's just 28. Can still give you like 3 years of his career to do something great, but it's a great move for him. He just needs to keep himself busy and for a better opportunity again.
We're wrapping things up, but then let's take a look at some business. Of course, we mentioned Manchester City's 115 charges for alleged breaches of the Premier League's financial rules begins today. City were charged and referred to an independent commission in February 2023, and that followed a 4-year investigation. And that's in response to Kelvin, who had talked about why this long. So it's alleged the City breached its financial rules between 2009 and 2018, and they strongly deny all of the charges and have said their case is supported by a comprehensive body of irrefutable evidence. And don't forget, Kelvin, these guys belong to a league association, so just like a club owners association in Nigeria and stuff. So the information covered club revenue, which includes sponsorship, income, and operating costs, and also they've been accused of not cooperating, like I tell you. Now, the hearing is expected to last around 10 weeks, which is 4 weeks make a month, 2 months and a half.
2 weeks.
2 months and a half.
Okay,
10 weeks, so 4 weeks in a month.
2 months and 2 weeks,
yeah. Meanwhile, City have won 8 league times, the league 8 times, you know, multiple cups and champions. So what happens, you know,
so they have to
after all that? So that's coming since their takeover by Abu Dhabi United Group.
Wow.
We'll have to go and review all of that.
What if Adventure they find this guy's guilty? So
anytime the Arsenal finish second, they'll take it.
Take trophy. So the time Manchester United finish second, they have to give it to Manchester United.
Yes.
The time Liverpool took second,
they give it.
That's going to be very, very bloody.
Language.
Man.
What do you think about it? Then all of the money that had been passed on and stuff like that should be moving back to the next team. So there's just a lot of drama, but then it's going to take over 2 months, like 3 months for us to wrap it up and see how that goes. So on a closing note, the king is celebrating his birthday today, talking about Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh. Some people say now wash. No be me talk harmo. No be me talk harmo. Anyway, we're celebrating him right here, and of course, as a lover of sports, we hear that this platform supports one team, but I don't know the team. That
come on, you can say it. No.
They support any.
No.
Naikorodu.
We support a team.
Which team?
No, we support a team.
Which team?
If you actually want to know about the team, just follow us on all our social media handles. I will drop it there. I'm going to say that I will drop it there. Just follow us on all our social media handles, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and the rest. Just follow us, and I'll tell you the team. We have a team. Yes, a well-known team. A team to the world.
My name is TC Barra. I am the Top Cat. Many thanks to Kelvin for being on the show. I know he had a lot to do. And of course, the man behind the camera ensuring that everything is coming to you crisp, loud and clear. And everyone who's just ensuring that things go smooth here, we appreciate. The governor, I see you. Kelvin.
Guys, please do not forget that Champions League is this week. I think we actually skip that. Champions League is this week, so the game starts tomorrow. And also, not just the Champions League, the Carling Cup also this week. So now I know why some of the coaches who will be playing some of these other competitions are complaining, because you are playing Champions League.
The timetable is a bit jam-packed.
And the weekend, you fall back to play your league football. So guys, stay with us, and definitely we'll keep you updated on every of the game. I said the Mambo self, Kevin Ojefi. I know you want to take over, but
all right. It's been great being with you. Thank you so much. All right, until we come your way again, do stay safe and keep following us across board, SOUQ News TV. Have yourself a great day, and bye for now.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student in PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. I left for one school to a very interior part of my state, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, mass comm. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Omoiko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see, they are like ponds. In those days, I could remember if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawanin Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then. And this man went to, she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set, and shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great-grandmother. And she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Morocco. Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoy. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with nine posts. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mazda. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that debt, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, you know? I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now, we are appealing to the present Lagos State Government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land. Now, as usual, people say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about SOUQ. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. SOUQ is not government land. SOUQ is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the president is in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in SOUQ, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police would arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police would arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said, let's go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Morocco, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, He crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military that if anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or her siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's what I keep telling my children. Yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
There's this advocacy in some quarters that traditional rulers should be ascribed in the constitutional role.
I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, be an Oba, be a Bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold ₦1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, ₦1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said the He even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering the barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us joy more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodun Oshoemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodun Oshoemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to the office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, what we'd like you to do is shout out to our station. You the format is you introduce yourself and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. I'm the Valley of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
able to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria and, by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and he said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because Now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the MPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The MPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the MPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amatu, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, an unlocking container twist, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the port. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Post Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News. As responsible members of the global community, Africa and China have created a reliable path towards a shared future. It is indeed in Africa that the Chinese concept of a global community of shared future is gaining a broader and deeper meaning and setting a clearer goal and blueprint for the peoples of the continent. To have a common future where there is prosperity and people-to-people connectivity, the Chinese footprint has begun to be seen across much of socio-economic lives, infrastructure and technological modernization of the peoples through the China-African community of shared future. Like a consensus decision, African countries quickly embraced the idea and took it up from there to build partnership based on equality, secure environment, promoting harmony and inclusive development, respect diversity, and building green ecosystem. The two parties already shared some levels of history, culture, demographics, and external imperialism experience. Today, the two parties are forging steadily to concretize the ideas that is defining the kind of world they think they need and to coexist with other races. Trust and confidence is being built into the friendship. In today's New Talk, I shall be discussing how Africa-China cooperation is forging a path to a shared future. I am Bayo Olaoye. As a student of the society and globalization and an ardent follower of great power politics in Africa, I have come to the realization that Africa's development to a very large extent is gradually bearing Chinese characteristics, as China too is tremendously benefiting from the continent's rich resources and large market. Through bilateral and multilateral frameworks across different human endeavors, African countries have found and pursuing common purpose and common destiny with China. For example, initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) and the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation (FOAC) are building common prosperity in some African countries as a clear evidence of win-win cooperation. This means that both the developed China and developing African countries are creating a community of shared interests, responsibility, and destiny whose well-being and security are interrelated. But come to think of it, we are all one human family, living in a shared earth, our only home, the only planet we have, and the only one that is known to support life. It behoves on us to care for each other and its future. Humanity, that is, all human beings collectively living on earth, should take responsibility in caring for its peace, security, health, happiness, and sustainability. Africa, too, is making attempts to strike harmony between humanity and nature. To get there, humanity must cooperate across every sector: climate change, food security, debt management, and pandemics are some of the areas where interdependence and interconnectivity of nations are needed to address them. Therefore, the support from outside to mitigate Africa's challenges received attention from China. Many African countries are addressing poverty, diseases, illiteracy, violence, and insecurity through trade and economic and security cooperation with China. While some are being solved, others are getting more complex and intertribal in some African countries. Amid the great power rivalries in the region, Cold War mentality, and the weakening global governance, the situations in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and the Democratic Republic of Congo (DRC) are giving way to alternative and responsible partners. For instance, Niger complained that what is called of the condescending attitudes of France and Western powers in negotiating with them to resolve ongoing political impasse. On the other hand, China has demonstrated itself as a responsible partner to lift those countries out of economic and security challenges. No complaints of discrimination or domination. The no-holds-barred modernization and revitalization of many cities and towns in Africa are also development in terms of roads, bridges, rails, airports, dams, hospitals, fintech, and economic mutually beneficial cooperation. They are good testimonies of these infrastructural initiatives from Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Ghana, Senegal, Morocco, Egypt, and other places. Africa's mode of production and services have significantly improved through Chinese technology and innovation. Information, communication, transportation, power, agriculture, defense and security, and other engagements have received the quality boost from China. Africa's connectivity and exchanges have become faster, deeper, broader, and more extensive than ever before. In the past, telephone calls were routed through Europe. To build a genuine shared future and prosperity, Africa and China need greater cooperation and solidarity in working together and aligning individual interests to solve problems. There is no better place to forge than in Africa. The way Africa and China are going promises to build a community of shared future for humanity. But Africa must adhere to principles of openness, inclusivity, mutual benefit, equity, and justice for its people, for this cooperation with China to be viable and beneficial. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Very good afternoon and thank you for joining us on the news on the hour here on SOUQ News Television. I am Temitope Omole. First, the major headlines. And now the news in full. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has announced that the sale of subsidized rice to the public will commence on Monday as part of efforts to address soaring food prices. This move follows weeks of distribution of the subsidized product to civil and public servants. The price of rice has reached as high as 90,000 naira in some states, prompting the government to extend relief measures to the wider population. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, acknowledged the global factors contributing to rising food costs, but reaffirmed the government's commitment to easing the burden on Nigerians. The initiative includes the distribution of 30,000 metric tons of subsidized rice, which is expected to provide much-needed relief to households across the country. This is part of a broader strategy to make essential commodities more affordable amid ongoing economic challenges. And in energy, Nigeria State Oil Company, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, has announced an expected 11% increase in gasoline prices due to a new agreement with the Dangote refinery. Under the deal, the price of gasoline in Lagos is projected to rise to 950.22 naira per litre from the current 855 naira. This deal marks a significant shift towards domestic sourcing of petroleum products, potentially ending Nigeria's long reliance on imports. The government allows the NNPC to swap crude oil for gasoline from the Dangote refinery. 4 company trucks have already started loading gasoline from Dangote's facility as of Saturday. The NNPC will pay in dollars for September supplies, but transactions will switch to Naira starting October 1. The NNPC has pledged to pass on any discounts received from Dangote's refinery to the public. This move aims to stabilize fuel prices and reduce the impact of fluctuating import costs on Nigerian consumers. Similarly, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has announced varying petrol prices across the country. In Lagos, petrol sourced from the Dangote refinery will be sold at 950 naira per litre. However, prices will be higher in other states, with Abuja, Sokoto and Kano set at 999 naira 22 kobo per litre. In Borno State, the price could reach up to 1,019 naira per litre, while Oyo and River State will see a rate of 960 naira per litre. NNPC spokesperson Olufemi Shoneye emphasized that these prices are determined through negotiations rather than government-set rates. Although NNPC reports purchasing petrol from the Dangote refinery at 898 naira per litre, Dangote disputes this, claiming the sale was made in dollars at a price lower than current import costs. Prices are expected to fluctuate based on logistical expenses. And moving to security now, the Lagos State government is intensifying efforts against individuals extorting truck drivers and vandalizing vehicles along the Tinkan-Apapa corridor. This action comes in response to multiple complaints from the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amateur, who have reported vehicle vandalism, assaults, and illegal levies imposed by unauthorized personnel. In response, the government is collaborating with security and traffic management agencies to conduct joint raids aimed at removing these illegal operators and improving safety and order in the port corridor. Renowned technological expert and entrepreneur Ayotunde Koka emphasized that closing Africa's digital infrastructure gap is essential for boosting the continent's prosperity. Speaking at a digital infrastructure event in Lagos, Koka noted that although Africa represents 17% of the world's population, it contributes only about 4% of global GDP. He attributed this economic disparity, which he termed the prosperity gap, to Africa's underdeveloped digital infrastructure, citing a 90,000-kilometer float network shortfall that hinders reliable internet access. Koka urged government and businesses to prioritize expanding fiber networks and improving broadband services to drive digital growth, while acknowledging regulatory advancements in some African countries. He stressed the need for stronger collaboration between governments, regulatory bodies, and the private sector to create an environment conducive to investment in digital infrastructure. Koka warned that without addressing these infrastructure gaps, progress would remain limited despite ongoing efforts across Nigeria and the continents. And in technology, the soaring energy costs, especially diesel prices, are severely impacting operations of data centers in Nigeria. These challenges threaten essential services like internet and cloud computing. In this report, Bayo Olawi examines how rising energy expenses are stalling data center growth in the country.
The surge in energy costs, particularly diesel, is straining the operations of data centers in Nigeria. This challenge threatens to impact other essential technology services, including internet consumption and cloud services. Data centers are critical infrastructure for modern businesses and governments, providing secure and reliable digital data storage, processing, and management. Nigeria is home to over 11 data centers across the country. However, industry experts argue that this is insufficient, estimating a $600 million data center gap. Ayotunde Koka, Chief Executive Officer of OADC, one and open access data center, has stated that Nigeria did not have enough data centers, adding that Africa had 1% of global digital infrastructure while having 17% of world's population and 4% of the global GDP. According to an Harrison Advisory and Intelligence report, Nigeria's data center market was valued at $250 million in 2022 and is expected to reach $450 million by 2028. Coca emphasized the urgent need for a tenfold increase in digital infrastructure to meet the country's growing demands for data. He stressed that Nigeria must build numerous data centers to bring data storage and processing closer to Nigerians, driving consumption and transforming lives and businesses. Data from the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) reveals that the average monthly internet consumption has soared by about 502% since 2019. This surge has heightened the demand for data centers, leading companies to initiate new construction projects. However, expanding this critical infrastructure is being threatened by rising energy costs. Power is an issue globally, but the amount of power data centers require is immense. Energy costs account for over 35% of operating expenses, and according to industry experts, in addition to electricity, tariff increases, PMS, inflation, while the operational cost for running a data center has risen to approximately 200% over the last year. To mitigate these rising costs, operators are increasingly adopting a mix of energy resources, grid, gas, generators, and solar. However, industry operators warn that these measures may not be sufficient without government intervention. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
And away from Nigeria now, let's move into Africa to bring you stories happening at the moment. In Africa, we start from Kenya, where the Auditor General, Ms. Gatungu, has initiated an audit of the nation's 10.5 trillion shilling debt. The Finance Minister, John Mbadi, confirmed this on Monday. The audit responds to public pressure following anti-tax hike that forced the government to cancel planned tax increases in June. The audit, a key demand from protesters, is led by the constitutionally independent Auditor General. President William Ruto initially appointed a committee to review the debt, but he faced resistance from appointees who argued that the Auditor General should handle the task. An IMF team is also in Kenya reviewing the country's financial situation ahead of a $600 million disbursements. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have announced plans to introduce new biometric passports as part of the withdrawal from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, following military takeovers in all three nations. The move is part of the Sahel Alliance initiative, marking a shift in the country's regional affiliations after they declared their intention to exit ECOWAS earlier this year. Burkina Faso first revealed plans to issue passports without the ECOWAS logo, and Mali's junta leader, Assimi Golita, confirmed that the new alliance of Sahel states will issue passports aimed at standardizing travel documents and enhancing mobility for their citizens. ECOWAS has raised concerns, warning that the exit could undermine the region's freedom of movement and disrupt the common market shared by 400 million people within its member nations. And in South Africa, efforts to attract skilled professionals to its economy through a nomad visa for remote workers are progressing, despite being slowed by tax regulation issues. President Cyril Ramaphosa first announced the introduction of the remote working visa in his 2022 State of the Nation address. Home Affairs Minister Leon Schneiber confirmed that the delay is due to a tax-related matter that needs to be addressed in the regulations. Once resolved, the department will proceed with the rollout. The Nomad visa aims to streamline the country's complex work permit regime, which can take over a year to secure. This reform is crucial for economic growth, as highlighted by the presidency and business organizations. Notably, the Home Affairs Ministry has made progress in clearing a backlog of residence permit applications, reducing it by half since June 30. The proposed visa would allow remote workers earning at least 1 million rand annually to live in South Africa for up to 6 months without paying tax. This development is expected to boost the country's skills-starved economy. Moving ahead now, we shift our focus to the Middle East. Traded fund ETF is set to launch on Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange, allowing Gulf investors to tap into the German market, which has been trading near record highs. The Chimera S&P Germany UCTS ETF, launched by Lunate Capital LLC, will track the top 30 most liquid German stocks, including Siemens AG and Mercedes-Benz Group AG. The ETF replicates the S&P Germany EMI Liquid 3520 Capped Index, which has climbed 14% this year. This move provides Middle Eastern investors with exposure to Europe's largest economy. They find pessimism over Germany's economic outlook despite geopolitical headwinds. German stocks continue to perform well. Lunate Capital's parent company manages $105 billion in assets, and the Abu Dhabi-based company has secured prominent authorized participants, including International Securities and EFGMs. The launch on September 26 marks a significant development in the region's investment landscape, offering a new avenue for investors to diversify their portfolios. Now to currency matters. The Japanese yen hit its highest level in over a year on Monday, buoyed by growing expectations for an aggressive Federal Reserve rate cut later this week. With markets in Japan, China, and South Korea closed for holidays, trading volumes were light, allowing the yen to strengthen significantly against the dollar. The yen's appreciation saw the dollar drop to 140.15 yen, its lowest level since July 2023. The Fed's upcoming meeting on September 17 to 18 is highly anticipated, with traders increasingly betting on a substantial 50 basis point rate cut. This speculation has driven Treasury yields down, contributing to the yen's rise as investors reposition their portfolios. In addition to the Fed's decision, investors are also awaiting policy announcements from the Bank of England and the Bank of Japan later this week. The Bank of Japan is expected to maintain its short-term policy rates, while political changes in Japan and potential shifts in monetary policy are also on the horizon. Israel's inflation rate surged to 3.6% in August 2024. The highest in nearly a year. According to the Central Bureau of Statistics, this jump exceeds expectations and falls outside the government's target range of 1 to 3%, raising concerns about further economic instability. The increase in the Consumer Price Index (CPI), driven by higher cost of fresh produce, housing and transport, challenges the potential for further interest rate cuts by the Bank of Israel. The ongoing geopolitical tensions, primarily due to Israel's conflict with Hamas, have been cited as a contributing factor to the rise in inflation. After a rate cut in January, the central bank has maintained its benchmark interest rates, with officials suggesting that no further reductions are expected until 2025. As Israel prepares for its next monetary policy decision on October 9, the current economic environment continues to pressure households and businesses, reinforcing the importance of stable fiscal policies to mitigate inflationary pressures. And now in energy, oil prices edged higher on Monday in Asian markets as traders anticipated a U.S. interest rate cut. Brent crude futures rose by 0.5% to $71.99 per barrel, while U.S. crude futures gained 0.7% to reach $69.14 per barrel. Markets are watching closely ahead of the Federal Open Market Committee (FOMC) meeting on September 17 to 18, with expectations of a possible 50 basis points BPS rate cuts. Lower interest rates generally reduce borrowing costs, potentially spurring economic growth and increasing oil demand. However, concerns remain that a significant cut could signal recession fears, impacting demand. Weaker economic data from China, the world's largest oil importer, also weighed on market sentiments. In August, China's industrial output slowed to a 5-month low, raising doubts about oil demand. Additionally, China's refinery output declined for the 5th consecutive month due to weak fuel demand and poor export margins. The oil market remains cautious, with a portion of the Gulf of Mexico production still offline following Hurricane Francine, supporting short-term price gains. Jordan's King Abdullah has appointed Harvard-educated technocrat Jafar Hassan as the new prime minister. Hassan replaces Bashir al-Kashame, who served nearly 4 years and will remain in a caretaker role until a new cabinet is formed. Hassan faces the challenge of revitalizing Jordan's economy, hit by a sharp decline in tourism and investment due to the Gaza conflict. The king emphasized the need for democratic reforms and to advancing major infrastructure projects in energy and water to secure Jordan's economic future. The appointment follows parliamentary elections where the Islamist opposition gained significant ground. SOUQ, a leading Italian energy services company headquartered in San Donato Milanese, Italy, has won a major offshore contract for Qatar's North Field gas project. The company specializes in engineering, procurement, construction, and installation services for the oil and gas industry. The $4 billion contract awarded by Qatar Energy LNG involves the engineering, procurement, fabrication, and installation of 6 offshore platforms, subsea pipeline cables, and facilities. This project aims to sustain natural gas production from the North Field Reservoir, one of the world's largest offshore gas reserves. This significant deal reinforces SOUQ's position in Qatar's energy sector following the award of the EPC package for the North Field production compression complexes project in October 2022. The project will ensure Qatar maintains its status as a leading global LNG exporter, solidifying SOUQ's role as a key partner in the region's gas production expansion efforts. China has made a significant success in developing its own chip-making equipment, overcoming U.S. sanctions aimed at limiting its semiconductor ambitions. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology announced a new laser-based immersion lithography machine with a resolution of 65 nanometers or better, a major step up from previous indigenous equipment. This advance marks a crucial milestone in China's efforts to reduce its reliance on foreign suppliers like ASML, Odin, NV, which are now barred from shipping to China, while Chinese companies still lag behind global leaders. The progress suggests they are making headway in developing more sophisticated machines. The new equipment will enable Chinese semiconductor manufacturers to produce more advanced chips, crucial for developing technologies like AI. However, the US-led trade campaign continues to restrict China's access to cutting-edge chips and equipment, stifling its competitiveness in nascent technologies. And now it's time for the world news. We'll bring you more stories from other parts of the world after this short break. Germany has reached an agreement with Uzbekistan to facilitate the migration of skilled workers, providing much-needed talent for its economy. Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced the deal after meeting Uzbek President Shavkat Mirziyoyev in Samarkand. The agreement aims to enable the migration of talented workers from Uzbekistan while streamlining the return of individuals required to leave Germany. He highlighted the importance of this labor migration for Germany's economic growth and assured that the process for returning immigrants would be efficient. Although he did not address reports of potential deportations of Afghan criminals, the Interior Minister Nancy Faeser, who signed the deal, mentioned plans for future deportations of Afghan offenders. This marks a significant step in Germany's broader migration strategy as the country faces a shortage of skilled labor. The deal could also serve as a blueprint for future collaborations with other nations to tackle migration issues while addressing economic needs. Peru's economy recorded its fourth straight month of growth in July, expanding 4.47% year-on-year according to data from the National Institute of Statistics (NEI). This exceeded forecast of around 4% growth and marks a significant recovery after last year's 0.6% contraction. The manufacturing sector grew by 10.91%, while mining and hydrocarbons expanded by 3.10%, driven by strong performance in metallic mining activities, including increased production of molybdenum and silver. However, output in key resources like copper, zinc, and iron fell. Despite the positive overall trend, the agriculture sector shrunk by 3.93%, affected by smaller planted areas and adverse weather conditions, leading to reduced production of key crops like olives, potatoes, and corn. Peru, one of South America's leading economic performers, has been recovering from last year's challenges, including adverse weather and political unrest. The government aims for 3.2% growth this year, backed by rising investments and stronger sectoral performance. The July figures represent a sharp increase from 0.21% growth in June, highlighting the country's economic resilience. The United States has pledged an additional $202 billion in aid to Bangladesh to support inclusive economic growth and institutional reforms. This commitment was announced during a visit by a U.S. delegation led by Deputy Under-Secretary Brent Neyman, following the formation of an interim government led by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus. The aid comes as Bangladesh faces significant economic challenges exacerbated by rising fuel and food costs due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Chief Advisor Yunus had recently appealed for $5 billion in international aid to stabilize the struggling economy, which had earlier sought a $4.7 billion bailout from the IMF. The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, highlighted the grant's focus on promoting good governance, economic resilience, and human rights. The delegation also discussed essential reforms in Bangladesh's judiciary, police, and financial institutions. The U.S. reaffirmed its commitment to fostering economic opportunities and addressing ongoing challenges such as the Rohingya refugee crisis ahead of Yunus's visit to the UN General Assembly. Governor Tiff Macklem has indicated the possibility of accelerating interest rate cuts. According to a Financial Times report, in an interview, Macklem expressed concerns about the Canadian labour market and potential declines in oil prices impacting the economy. This comes after the Bank of Canada BOC has already reduced its key interest rate by 75 basis points since June, bringing it to 4.25% earlier this month. The move follows a period of high rates where the BOC maintained its policy rate at 5% for over a year, despite a recent drop in overall inflation to a 40-month low of 2.5% in July. Macklem highlighted the rates to economic stability from trade disruptions and deviations in inflation from the 2% targets. The BOC's cautious stance is driven by the need to address downside risk as the economy stabilizes. Macklem's comments suggest a readiness to adjust monetary policy more rapidly if necessary to support economic growth and manage inflation pressures. And that is all we have on the news bulletin for this afternoon. Many thanks for watching. SOUQ Pulse will be up in a bit. Please sit back and watch. My name is Temisope Omole. Have a very good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Happy birthday. This is a very special birthday shout out to our visionary CEO, Ambassador Oluwafemi Victor Walsh.
Happy birthday, boss! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Chairman, happy birthday!
We want to tell you happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
You understand?
You know?
From this Guara man,
you know?
It's called.
So just give us an opportunity to take you out. Anywhere you want, not anywhere he wants to go to.
You on your own.
You will not bring money.
Where he wants to go to, you will not take.
We'll just kind of go one place, give him better issue.
That's true.
Chairman, do you one corner? One corner.
For one corner.
One corner. We'll run them for you. Just make your choose. Pick the date. We'll come through like bend the day.
Is it that he should make his choosing?
A choice.
Oh, choice easy.
Get out of here! That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns.
A wonderful birthday shout out to a brother, a friend, a partner, in every sense of the word.
A great day of celebration. God will continue to crown his efforts as he leads us to a greater height.
A man with a very large heart, very accommodating, forgiving, an epitome of a true servant of God. On a day like this, we say, God bless you, God keep you, His face will continue to shine upon you.
Happy birthday to the one and only Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh. My boss, partner, big brother, mentor, name it. Every once in a year, there is a special day.
Happy birthday to my boss, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh. Wishing you many happy returns, long life and prosperity. And in this new year, may God elevate you and all your dreams find wings to fly.
For our chairman, today is your special day. We are remembering you and we're saying happy birthday for being a problem solver. And so over the years, you've been a shoulder to lean on. I want to celebrate you on your special day. These are an opportunity to say thank you.
Happy birthday to a man who has an eye for excellence, an achiever, someone who you would sometimes think should be satisfied with a level of achievement and relax, but he moves on to do something even greater. On this special day, I wish you a happy birthday, and I pray your new year will be one of health, prosperity, increase on every side.
A very big happy birthday. You've been a boss with a difference. You've been an inspiration and you've been a trailblazer.
Bless are thou amongst many. Congratulations. Happy birthday, boss.
I wish you many happy returns.
There are many rich people, many bosses, but not all of them are a blessing to their workers.
Happy birthday to our ever dynamic, goal-oriented boss. I want to say on this special day that I wish you nothing but happiness. I wish you joy. I wish you every good thing that you desire.
Happy birthday, sir. Here's wishing you all the very best in your endeavors.
To the world best boss, the loving boss, the intelligent boss, the one who loves people and cares for others, I wish you heaven blessings from above. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. That is all I.
Happy birthday to the Odogu boss, the boss that never sleeps, always working, always doing everything right, making sure that things go well. Happy birthday, may God bless you, keep you, guide you, protect you, provide for you and your family and your generation. God bless you so much, sir. I am so privileged to work here. I am so happy, I'm so honored. Thank you so much, sir.
Happy birthday, great boss. Shout out to you. Long life and prosperity. I love you. Peace out.
Happy birthday to my one and only mentor, Mr. Wash. God bless your new age, Baba.
Happy birthday to you, boss. A man with a big heart, a man full of joy and full of love. On this day, I am wishing you the very best of your birthday. I wish you good health. I wish you much more money in your bank account. I wish you long life and prosperity. Trust me, you are loved, and may God continue to bless you and protect you.
It's not every day you meet a great man, and in SOUQ News TV, I've met a great man.
This is really an amazing year for you, and I pray that may God Almighty continue to add many more years to you, more grace in your work that you do, more favors, and may God Almighty keep on blessing you, and may you be a wonder to your generation. Happy birthday, Mr. Owen.
Happy returns. Throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you don't care. Raise up your voice.
Cheese, happy birthday to you. We wish you long life and prosperity.
Happy birthday to our one and only Shaka Babaru. It's my prayer for you that you live long to eat the fruit of your labors. Happy birthday, Ambassador. We love you. Many more years to celebrate.
Happy birthday to you, sir. I wish you long life and prosperity. A good leader with a transparent. I greet you long life and prosperity. God's protection upon you and your family in Jesus' name. Amen.
That's all I can say. I wish you many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to my boss. I wish you long life and prosperity, more great investment, more better years, and more fruitful years. You are a blessing to a lot of us and also a blessing to your family.
Happy birthday. I wish you long life and prosperity in good health and in good wealth.
A very big shout out to the great man of inspiration. Happy birthday. Cheers to long life.
Happy birthday to my Oga. I wish you long life and prosperity and more years to come in Jesus' name. Amen.
Happy birthday. That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns.
Very big happy birthday to our boss. God bless you and your new age, long life and prosperity. I want to say a special thank you for the opportunities and the love that you're actually giving us here in the company. Many more returns, sir.
Happy birthday to my wonderful, most cute, most handsome boss. I wish you long life and prosperity, and I'm using this medium to say thank you for all you've done. Thank you for giving us this space to showcase our talent.
That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to my amiable boss, my Oga at the top. On this special day of yours, I wish you God's blessings. You shall live to reap the fruit of your labor.
Happy birthday to you, my lovely boss. I wish you God's blessing, protection, and all-round blessing in all you do.
I'm wishing you a happy birthday, many more fruitful years to come. Chineke Agozigi, let me speak my language. Chineke Agozigi, Undugi Etogo. By the special grace of God, you continue to prosper in everything you do, and God will continue to bless you in everything that you do, and you shall continue to prosper in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Today now your day, do shakara. If they try, they go for your kata. Today now your day, do shakara. Go. Today now your day, do shakara. If they try, they go for your kata. Today now your day, do shakara. Go.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are not far from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumata City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria (UACN) in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, He is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Molipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikimba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a beautiful, beautiful evening. The afternoon just ran past. And it's a beautiful evening in Lagos, Nigeria. This is SOUQ News, where we tell you, come and detox. It doesn't matter what's happening in your country, we tell you, hey, let's talk. Here we don't keep quiet and we tell you the same thing. Never a dull moment. Let us talk. Africa needs to get productive. Africa needs to get to the market, and not just coming to the market to buy, but bringing product for others to also buy. That is the only way we can say we are showing up GDP, or we are productive, or we are competing, if there's any word like that for now. But let's first feed ourselves. Let's give jobs to the teeming youth. Let's get those coming out of schools employed. Let's get those seeking admission gainfully admitted. Let's get things working. So that concerns me, that concerns you. This is the reason why we can't keep quiet. For every sector of the economy, we can't keep quiet. Now, today we'll be going somewhere and be talking about some serious issues that will get you taking some good pauses per time. Things that you want to think about and ask yourself some good questions. Who exactly is in control? Who is in charge? What should we be doing? Are we making a mistake? Are we stepping on same coal that burnt us? Okay, well, there are things that are not that difficult. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, SOUQ Pulse will open up, tell you our topic and the guest for today. I bet you don't want to miss this. So call up your neighbors. Call up every friend. Tell them it's time for SOUQ Pulse. So let's gather, let's talk, and if possible, let's argue. But in all we do, we don't keep quiet. We'll go on this very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. So wherever you are, I will tell you, hey, this is SOUQ News. So go to our social media handles. Every one of them is same thing, at SOUQ TV. Go there, follow us, join us, let's talk. Join the conversations for programs that are past, for the ones that we've been on all through the day. Hey, join us, let's talk. And listen, this is not just our program, this is also your program. So hey, let's have fun talking. Let's provide solutions for issues that are here and those that will likely crop up. Remember, when you provide solution, that is where the business is. That is where the money is. So for today, we are looking at something that the IMF has been kicking up, seriously kicking up. And we're looking at the cash transfer that it's, as we speak, happening in Nigeria. Now, there's this particular scheme where the Nigerian government is giving out money to the poor, in quote, to the poor. So tagged cash transfer. But now, the sad part of this is that this fund is coming from a loan that was taken from the World Bank. Yes, you heard me very well. That loan was taken from the World Bank. To be specific, 800 million World Bank loan. And that is what is being used as cash transfer. And we are having the IMF come up and say, widen the gap, scale it up, dash, in Nigerian words, dash money to the poor. Now, how is Nigeria going to repay this loan? What infrastructure is being built to repay this loan? Now, we are looking at the cash transfer itself, and we are asking ourselves directly this. Money is used, okay, there's this particular word, we call it in Nigeria, Sara, means free money. Something you don't work for. Money used for Sara is actually, this particular one is an international loan. So what's the rationale behind it? We'll get there, but that is not where we're going to. We're just trying to do the source of this cash transfer. But for our topic for today, there are poor people amongst us. That we don't argue about that. There will always be poor people. We don't argue about that. As Africans, it's our responsibility to take care of our family. So if everyone takes care of our family, we will reduce the percentage of the poor. But what about feeding ourselves? If we take responsibility to feed ourselves, are we not going to reduce far more percentage of the poor? Or get the poor employed? Now, cash transfer program in Nigeria, this particular one, that's what we are heading to. And we are asking this particular question, what happens to be our topic for today. Where are the agriculture grants? This cash transfer, I said car, because that money will find its way in getting those things bought. This cash transfer that is going to, in quote, the poor. What if they happen to be agriculture grants? So where is the money for financing agriculture? That's what we are heading to today. And to bring this to light, to help us open our eyes and argue about it and ask questions about it and answer some, is no other but Emmanuel Abson, who happens to be not just a farmer, but he is someone that has done remarkably well in this sector. He is the CEO of Trema Agro Services. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome on SOUQ Pulse for this beautiful start of the week. Emmanuel Abson, you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you so much, Chooks. It's nice to be here, and always glad to be sharing my thoughts on your amazing topic. So I'm glad to be here once again.
Okay, now let's hold on the loan for the first time, but let's go straight to agric. Are we on the right path? Now, generally speaking, are we on the right path when it comes to agric financing?
All right. I want to look at it from two different perspectives. First of all, as a player, and also as someone who is contributing around the policy making in terms of innovative agro financing in Nigeria. There are places we're getting it right, and there are places we are still repeating similar mistake of previous administration, and then which I believe that we'll need to look at these things critically if we actually want to make progress. Especially, I'll talk about our funding of smallholder farmers. Funding of smallholder farmers in Nigeria is still an avenue where we are recycling poverty. We are recycling debt. We are recycling debt. I don't want to call it poverty again so that it does not look demeaning, but we are recycling debt. So it's still not going to give us the desired results we're looking at. Then when you also come to mechanization, when it comes to the use of technology, when it comes to the use of automation, especially automations around the implementers, there's still a wide gap. So I am expecting our expectations as Nigerians. I want to, like I said, I will speak from two perspectives, as a player and also someone who is around the policymakers, around the corridor of policy making in terms of financing agriculture. I also want to talk from the government perspective, but as a player, I'll say that our expectations from the government are very, very high.
Okay, while our expectations of the government are very high, I guess it's a network issue you are having right there, and you will rectify it very soon. As a player, you said your expectations of the government are very high. As Nigerians and as every citizen of this beloved country, their expectations are not just high, it's up the roof. Because that is why you have a government in the first place. And if there is something we should be able to take care of utmost importance, fuel is good, but it's agriculture. It is food first, others follow. So, Emmanuel, we are back with you, and you are back with us. So go ahead, please.
Is it clear? All right. So if you can hear me, so this is it. So our expectations as Nigerians are very, very high. So, and this is just because of the current situation we are in when it comes to security issues around agriculture, when it comes to input supply, when it comes to also cost of production. The cost of production, the gap is quite high. When you also look at logistics, moving these goods from one place to another is quite demanding. So we have a whole level of inflation going on. It comes to also talk about the logistics, about fuel, which plays a very big role in our economy. And also a source of energy, so these are areas that I feel we should start funding the chain of production, not just production itself, but also the value chain around agriculture, the value chain around infrastructure that can position us to become quite more productive and then make agriculture quite profitable.
Thank you very much. You've been able to pull out specific agricultural sectors, farming sectors. When we say agriculture, everybody's mind just goes boom. Direct farming sectors, from products to the harvest to the movement of, and these are places you want. Okay, we can put money here, we can put money there. Now let's hold on to our agriculture. Let's hold on to our farming. Let's come back to this cash transfer, because whether we like it or not, call it whatever name, it's called funding. Somebody's taking money from somewhere and giving to somebody. Now, cash transfer for cash transfer's sake, are we creating dependence?
Yes, it's actually, I was not expecting this administration to toe this part. Since 1990, down to this moment, Africa has received over $1 trillion aid. And when you look at where we are right now, it reflects the kind of society we are building. It reflects the kind of humans we are developing. And that is why you see that it even affects our productivity. So it creates a level of dependency, a great level of dependency, a great level of entitlement. So we don't have, when we are trying to compare our countries to countries like maybe like US that have social security for their citizens and all of that, we have not built a level of structure and system that can sustain this kind of initiative. When you talk about data, even down to data. Now, when you talk about poverty, a lot of people assume that people who are living in poverty are people who are living in rural areas. But at the cost of my business interacting with farmers in rural areas, we have seen farmers pull out funds from under their bed, 20 million naira, 15 million naira. They have this cash under their bed. Now, this, because they don't have financial data or records that can tell us how much they are earning and they are spending on their business does not mean that they are all poor in rural areas. Now that is one. Now, when you do cash transfer, what is the data like? What is the automation like? We're still doing cash to cash, like want to give cash to the people. Now these people don't have they don't have bank accounts, they are living in rural areas, there's no network and all of that. What we are just doing is that we are still recycling poverty. We are recycling poverty. And don't forget, just like you mentioned, over $800 million was collected from World Bank as loan, which was given as productive loan. So productive credit, yes, productive loan. They are meant to be productive credit, which has been successfully converted to become consumption loans. Now, consumption loans are loans that people hardly pay back because it was consumed. It was not productive. It had no generating power. It was not generating revenue. It was not generating business. It was not used for business. It was not used productively. So it was used it was consumed. And now a typical example of this, let me break it down, is our loan apps, loan apps that we're familiar with in Nigeria. You see that when individuals collect loans from this app, they actually pay back, not because the loan app. I read something very funny on the show and said that some of these loan apps, they have a cost, they have this spiritual power around them that when you collect loan from them, you hardly pay back. No, it has nothing to do with spirituality. It has nothing to do with them manipulating you. It's that you collected a consumption loan, it was consumed, it was used for personal use, and because it has no power to regenerate revenue, you're not able to multiply this money and to be able to pay back and have sufficient, and for it to be sufficient. You understand? So this is a typical example. So we just successfully converted a productive credit, a credit that gets to someone like China, and they'll structure, they'll convert it to production line. Look at what can help them generate times 2, times 3, times 4 of this particular fund for them to be able to pay back their loans. But we have successfully converted it to consumption loans, and when we convert productive credit into consumption loans, we'll find it difficult to pay back. Then at the end of the day, you're going to now see a lot of states, a lot of our nation being burdened, being overwhelmed with credit, with these loans, both national and international, both external and internal loans that we are now confronted to pay back. And also this weakens our naira. So the naira weakening is not just because of we are importing and not exporting. No, it also have its burden on the credits we are receiving as nations, and we are converting this productive credit into consumption loans.
Thank you very much for giving us that good example and breaking it down. Production loans, consumption loans. We collect money for production, we'll end up consuming it. Now, this money came from World Bank, and their sister company, I'll call them that, their sister organization, they are from the same side of the divide, is telling Nigeria, advising Nigeria, scale up, spend it on giving more people, reach more states. Now, this gets me to ask this question. Are they really expecting us to pay back this $800 million? You should just answer that question in a very short sentence. Do they think we will pay back that money, since they are telling us how to spend the money?
They're not just expecting us to pay back the loan. They're also expecting us to pay with interest. Their interest attached to these loans. Their interest attached to this loan. Don't forget, there are contracts attached to this loan. Now, one of the things we need to educate ourselves as Nigerians is that they know who they are playing with. They know who they are in business with, in games with. So it's easier to have. It's easier to manipulate a few set of people who can be driven by greed, who are more about the immediate, forgetting about mortgaging our destiny, mortgaging our resources, mortgaging our future, mortgaging Africa. What we're doing currently is just mortgaging Africa. We're going to pay back these loans. Then a point will come to tell you that, okay, we're going to do debt write-off. But are these debt actually written off? Or there are things, what is happening around the crude industry, around our crude oil? The game around NNPC, Dangote, and all of that. What is all of this? What is until we understand how these international bodies, all these international bodies have at their it's an economic war. This is an economic war, and this war must be won with a level of knowledge, self-awareness, how we combat money. Who is selling the narrative? Who is in charge of the narrative? Who is saying what? What is saying what? As of today, Nigerians are still confused as at how much Dangote sold his oil to NNPC, or how much NNPC
let's come back to that particular thing.
All of these are international players.
And come back to the farmers. Let's come back home like our constituency for this particular evening, the farmers. Now, if this money, $800 million, was targeted at the smallholder farmers, let me use the word local farmers, those in my village, those in your village, those outside the borders of Lagos, Ijebu, but those in Nasarawa, to what extent or how far do you think this money's grants, because they are most likely not going to pay back, will affect their business, their farms, and productivity farm-wise?
So basically, these are productive credit. They are meant to be productive credit or productive funding. Now, when you inject this money into the right atmosphere, into the right channel, we're going to scale up our productivity. Don't forget, an average farmer in rural areas don't really need too much to do so much, because first of all, you already have access to land. Many of them have access to land. One of the things now is funding. Now, when the funding is made available, it enhances their productivity. Now, again, how we now structurally and systematically channel this funding, it's also into infrastructure, is also something very, very important we need to take note of. First of all, we talk about access to road. Over 3 trillion naira is wasted in Nigeria due to post-harvest loss. Meaning, after harvest, a lot of farmers are going to be battling with post-harvest loss. That is one. And what are the causes? Storage facility. Most of these homes don't have storage facilities for vegetables, for perishables, for crops, and all of that. Which, at the time of harvest, we have these things in bulk. Just like some 2, 3, 4 weeks ago in Plateau, a whole level of tomatoes were coming out of Plateau State. The price there the price was being crashed down in Plateau, but because now these are perishable products, we will not be able to harness the benefit of this product going around the country, reducing the cost of reducing the cost at the market, but the cost at the farm gate is drastically reduced because they don't have access to storage. That is one. So, like I would advocate that the government should channel this funding into infrastructure that enhance productivity in terms of the value chains, storage facility, road. Now, when you take a critical look at the budget that targeted at the Ministry of Agriculture, the funding meant to build the Ministry of Agricultural complex was higher than the funding meant to construct roads in the 6th geopolitical zone of Nigeria. This is very heartbreaking when we have over 60% of our interstate roads not in good shape. And then the road within the states are also very, very bad. When you take a good look at Benue State, for example, which is the food basket of the nation, then also around security. I think when we fund the system that will make our productivity efficient and effective, we're going to see how much these small farmers can be able to pull together. Then again, a good number of investing in data. We are still battling with data of our farmers. We still don't have a good data of what our output is, putting Nigeria sometimes in a disadvantaged position compared to other nations. Nations like, let's say, for example, when it comes to livestock, let me give a very quick example of livestock, cattle. So it's the data we have from Rwanda about meat production. Meat production is at 900,000 tons annually, and Nigeria is at 200,000 tons annually, which might not be true if our data system is accurate. We might be doing more than that. So we need to start looking at funding the value chain. Then again, when it now comes to funding these smallholder farmers, I will now say that we don't fund the same system. We do not use the same system we have been using that has not been generating so much results, which is funding manpower. We need to start funding mechanized funding, especially strengthening cooperative systems in Nigeria. The cooperative systems in Nigeria are too weak that we need to start paying attention to them. And I want to appreciate what the Nigerian women in agribusiness, NIWA, is currently doing with their cooperatives, empowering these women, creating channels in terms of gathering their data, funding effective funding for their members to boost their productivity. So the government need to start looking at strengthening our cooperatives through the respective ministries that are meant to oversee the activities. Like, for example, in Kogi State, there is a Ministry of Commerce and Industry that oversees the activities of cooperatives. In Niger State, Ministry of Agriculture that oversees cooperatives that are aligned within the Ministry of that are agro-centric. In Bauchi State, we have a ministry that it's a ministry was set aside for cooperatives. Now, these things need to be structured and need to be empowered without interference of government, so that we can have effective data now, and also a bit of educating these cooperatives. We need to start doing, apart from doing stakeholders or policymakers trainings, farmers trainings individually. Maybe we just gather farmers together and we talk to them. We need to start empowering cooperatives and make sure that they can become effective, so that it becomes a vehicle where we can channel funding, channel empowerment, and it gets the right people. And again, when we talk about empowerment is not just about national empowerment.
Before you head all the way to empowerment, you've hit hard on cooperatives. We didn't get that far, but you've hit very hard on cooperatives. Now you're heading to empowerment. Now let's also hit this bird that has been flying, and we just looking and don't understand how far it's going to fly and who is going to pay. Now you talked about farmers. When they plant, there's going to be a harvest. When there's a harvest, loss or no loss, we see a product. Now let's look at this cash transfer. There is no planting. It's all handout. In what way is government going to pay back? Because we are going to the farming, we are coming back to this same cash transfer. Is this another debt trap whereby those that gave know exactly where they are heading to and making you disperse of it, then later come back to haunt you?
Definitely. Kogi State is having over 113 billion naira debt as a state, one state. Now, when you look at our debt record at Nigerians, it's running into trillions of naira. Now, we're collecting more loans, giving cash. Again, like I said, when productive credit is being converted into consumption loan, we're in trouble. We're running on a fast lane that is setting us up for destruction. Now, this is the same complaint we have about past administrations that has brought Nigeria to this level. And we are making similar mistakes in terms of converting productive credit into consumption
that
loans.
Particular mistake. Now we see this bird flying. Now we see the narrative, both from the givers and the sisters to the givers. How can we start turning this particular giveaway? Because it's more like, hey, line up, take 5,000 naira. They write 50,000 naira. How can we start turning this narrative? Because they are not accounting telling us who is getting these monies in the first place. How much they are getting in the first place. How much they are going to pay back, if ever they are going to pay back. How can we start turning this so that those that need to hear it will hear it?
I will say that the people who are profiting from our ignorance are unfortunately our teachers. They are the ones benefiting from our ignorance. And it's easier for them to sell a narrative. And I want to say a very big thank you to SOUQ Pulse, SOUQ News, and SOUQ Pulse programs like this that are meant to educate the people. And also, I also call upon the media space for us to keep pushing this narrative. I wish every Nigerian can read the book by Dami Samoyo, Dead Aid. That aid was a turnaround for me about AIDS from the Western world and how it affects our psyche, our productivity as Africans. These are traps, and handouts is not what's going to help us. Palliative, an economic run on palliative is an economic set of structure, but productivity. How can we convert our strength, our ability into productivity? Let's say a lot of Nigerians. How you know that a lot of Nigerians are actually in problem is how much you see issues trend and how much energy they have on that space. And as intelligent as we are as Africans, as intelligent as we are as Nigerians, people talk about our intelligence because the structure.
We've lost your audio, so we'll let you try reconnect back, and we will continue this particular conversation. But hey, let's tell ourselves some basic things. Handout money is handout money. It's better you teach a man to fish than just handing him out fish. Today we are looking at farming, we are looking at agriculture, we are asking ourselves $800 million that happened to be a loan from World Bank, and we are using it as Sarah. How did we get here? We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we will continue this conversation on a different scale as it concerns farming and things that are supposed to be put in place for farming. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are looking at the cash transfer for those in Nigeria, and we are asking ourselves this direct question. Where is the grants for agriculture? Where is the grants for agriculture? If we can transfer cash, not expecting it back, from people in quote called the poor, which means they'll come back and ask for more, why are we holding out or making sure farmers have the entire funds they need to produce the food, the crops that we'll eat for now and those that we export, be it for processing, in whatever level it is. That's what we're talking about. And we have a player in that field. He's not just a farmer, but someone that has made a mark in the agricultural sector. We have Emmanuel Absent, and he's been here giving us his thoughts, insight, and knowledgeable answers to things that needs answered. Now we are heading this, and we are taking this a notch further. Sometime in the past week, there was a flood in the north, to be precise, Maiduguri, and a dam broke its banks. A lot of people have written about this. Some true, some not true. Some with political agenda, some would not. But now this is where we are heading to. This particular dam had a focus, and agriculture was part of it, which means that dam was built with irrigation in mind. Now this gets us to ask, how many more dams are built with irrigation in mind? Until date, are they serving that purpose? Emmanuel, are you back with us? We can hear you. The flood in Maiduguri exposed this particular dam and the agric that was there in the planning from onset. Now we are asking ourselves these questions. If we say that we have not been able to produce food from the north or from any other part because of the seasons, dry seasons, but we have dams that could really cater for irrigation, what exactly is the excuse? Why have these dams and every other irrigation work not been happening over the years? All these dams, why have they been abandoned? Okay, now this is the issue we need to really look ourselves in the face and ask. These are questions that we have no excuse. We need to ask them. If possible, we hold somebody responsible. So for those that are watching part of the conversations in the far north, now we ask you, send us your feedback. We want to know, where are those dams? It doesn't matter how big, it doesn't matter how small, that have been built over time for irrigation. Are they really working? Do we still have those particular farms and the irrigation channels as we speak, servicing farmers? Or farmers have to go out on their own to start digging trenches just to get water to their farms? Now, this is rainy season. Let's look at during the dry season. We have a whole lot of scheme that has to do with Fadama for those in the north and those in the middle belt. Are they still working? Because if we go back to our budget, we'll still see monies that have been appropriated for this particular sector. All of those Fadama schemes, all of these irrigation dams, every one of those water basins that has agric in quotes attached to either their building, their master plan, their budgeting, the disbursement, how far? We can't stop talking about this. We can't stop asking questions about this. We need to get productive. This is where we start. We talk. We need to feed ourselves. This is where we start. We talk. So we want to hear from you. Ima, are you back with us, please? Can you hear us? Okay, I think he's still having network issues and he will sort that out. So for everybody on that side of the divide, we want to hear from you. Go to our channels, our social media channels, and send us those particular messages. If possible, do the videos. Let's get to see them. For the farmers that are on your own, you're the one sorting it out. You're the one that dug the trenches last dry season to get water from any of the rivers to the farm. For those farming rice and you are still on your own, not knowing that budget has been put down to get these things done, let's hear you. And for everyone around these areas, let us talk, because we need to start getting people to do the job they've been elected to do. We need to start getting people accountable for the monies they've collected or budgeted or put on paper. We need to start getting people to talk to us. Now, for those that are wondering, we have a law that is working right now, and that is for local government. And local governments are getting their monies directly from the federal allocation. It can be business as usual. If we keep short, then it is business as usual. If we don't talk, then hey, why should we complain? There are two different things between talking, demanding, and asking questions, and complaining. Now, Ima is back with us, and I think his network is better now. Ima, can you hear us? Okay. Now, this is where we are heading to. For every single one out there, you're working, you're grinding, you're putting food on the table. You not just having responsibility for yourself, for your family, and that of your community. We say thank you, kudos. But now let's talk. Let's have a feedback mechanism where every one of us can always reach out and say, okay, good, SOUQ Pulse, this is where it is. This is what the situation is like when it comes to farming in my community. SOUQ Pulse, this is what it is. This is what the situation is like when it comes to the dams and the irrigation services in my community. The farmers in my own side, this is the last we heard of it. Now, we make progress because we escalate this particular discussion to those that need to hear it, be it our reps, be it those who've elected as governors. But first, we'll start with our local government chairman. We'll start with our councillors. They are everly present and very close to us. We are looking at two things: the farms, how the free money will affect the farms. They're also looking at the free money itself and the source of the free money. You will agree with me that we will certainly be asked to pay World Bank loan of $800 million. We'll be asked to pay. So when that time gets for repayment, what excuse are we going to give? That you sent the money to who exactly because the person was poor? So when they were giving you the money, what are we going to say? These are questions that should ring in our heads, not once, not twice. If we want to get productive, are we going to continue in this chain? Then those that are disbursing in the first place, can somebody account for them? Can they account for who they gave the money to? Can they really come out in presence of their community and say this, that, and that other person took this money, and those ones will say, yes, it was given to us. Then after the entire giving, those who've given it, what are they going to use it for? It's free money. It's not attached to any form of business or productivity. Can we continue in this light? We'll go on a very short break. And when we return, we'll get to the last part of this production for today. And we will reflect. And we'll seek solutions to our own productivity. Because we can't continue like this. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. We're on the last stretch of SOUQ Pulse for today, and we'll be looking at cash transfers for those in Nigeria. And we've been looking at, is it possible to just have this money go straight to agriculture? Or asking directly, where are those particular grants for agriculture? My name is SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ, and we have Emmanuel Abson. And he's been here, he's had a bit of network issues, but he's back. Emmanuel, how are you doing?
Fine. So my apologies, please. Can you hear me perfectly now?
Yes, we can hear you. There's no problem. No, we know where we are, and we will face this, and we will win. Definitely we will win. Now, let's get to the last bit of this, because our time is always not a good friend. Now, are we going to be right when we say let's advocate for policies that insist banks fund agriculture? Or we should just say, okay, let's go for microfinance banks for agriculture?
All right. Policies are not always our challenges, but politics. Politics has never been our challenge. It's more of politics issues. And then again, we also need to look at the implementers, who are the civil servants. They're like the barrack. It's like barrack go, it's like soldier go, soldier come, barrack remain the same. So whoever becomes the president, the barrack is always there. Except to start looking at other automation processes, so that it will reduce human interference, human barriers, as at how these things get to the people that it ought to get to. Let's say, for example, a very simple example is Muritala International Airport, Lagos. For example, when you're driving into the park, you see there's a human that controls even down to the gate, and is asking you, bless me. When you take a walk again to another sector, another arm of the airport, you get another person telling you, bless me. But when the process is automated, give an example, Rwanda, for example. When I'm driving into the airport in Rwanda, I know that I'll be interacting with more of machines. So I get my ticket from a machine, I go to where I'm going to get to pay, I pay, and all of that without human interference. It reduces corruption, because one of the things you need to deal with is corruption, and how to deal with corruption is automation of some of these processes, so that the implementers' interference will get to reduce. Now, when it now comes to financing itself, a lot of it's good to microfinance bank and also reduce entrance for microfinance bank, and also structure microfinance bank to profit. So we also know that because the cost of running a microfinance bank is different from a commercial from the commercial bank. The aim and objectives for microfinance bank are different from the commercial bank. However, recently the fintech industry is already changing the narrative of what microfinance banking should be in Nigeria, or in Africa, or in the world, Africa, I would say. But the goal is for more about social impact compared to about profit. So the entrance level ought to be reviewed. How they fund micro businesses also need to be reviewed. So it's not just about profit for the players or for the owners, but also that they are aiming at the social responsibility they were set to actually address. Then again, we have the Bank of Agriculture. Sorry, Chooks, can you still hear me?
Definitely, go ahead, please. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Right. Now, so we need to also look at the Bank of Agriculture. The Bank of Agriculture is not a major player in all of this financial process, as much as the attention that has been given to Bank of Industry. I really want to advocate for Bank of Agriculture. The Bank of Agriculture was set up to address funding for smallholder farmers, because when I was talking about the microfinance bank and I talked about the fintech, how you fund other businesses is different from how you fund agriculture, especially when you look at agriculture from the place of production. The place of production, we have crops that do for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. So they are like cassava, for example, 9 months. So these crops have duration that you cannot fund them the way you want to fund an average business. So the Bank of Agriculture was set up to address these funding issues. However, we are not utilizing this investment vehicle enough to reach out to farmers. The Bank of Agriculture is underfunded. The Bank of Agriculture is not paying attention. Is not receiving as much attention it should receive like its counterpart, like the Bank of the Development Bank, the Bank of Industry, the Infrastructure Bank, and co. Then again, we have to also start looking at capacity building for the staff of the Infrastructure Bank. And this is where again that players in this sector will start looking at it. Then when it comes to training, you see some of these guys, some of these players, they collect the funding for training, they come for trainings, they don't pay attention, they are not interested, and all of that. We need to start doing a level of check and balance, and to pay attention to where adequate development can be received. Now, when you talk about irrigation the other time, a lot of this is their funds, they're always budgeted for all of this, but it ends up in the hands of the implementers. Then fraction, a squeeze is now being thrown out into this particular sector, and it's like they go unchecked. A lot of directors need to be questioned. We need ERCC to not just go to the politicians, but also let's start checking these directors that are saddled with the responsibility to oversee a particular department. We have NISA, that is Nigerian Hydrological Agency, that talks about water. We have NIMET, we have NIMA, we have Ministry of Water Resources, and all of that. These are then again we need a bit of this cross-sector collaborations that Water Resources, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, and the Nigeria Development Agency, NIMET, are all working together to give us the kind of solution we're looking for. And funding should be monitored. This is not just national cake for us to keep biting, and we're biting everything, and there's nothing left to even to do the work. So we need to empower the right agencies, the right industries, the right ministries that are meant to do this funding. Especially the Bank of Agriculture need to come back to limelight. We need to address their under funding issues that is not making these players to play adequately. We cannot be funding private microfinance bank when we have a Bank of Agriculture. We also need to fund Nigeria Agricultural Insurance Corporation, NIAC. These are government agencies that should be empowered rightfully, critically, to address the issues around funding and around mitigating the risks that are associated with agriculture.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Abson. You've been a very nice guest today. You had several issues on network and you still stayed there and got through. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse, and we will do this again not too far from now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, for everyone out there, it's always good to call ourselves out from time to time. Now, for those that have gotten the monies, it's good. Congratulations. I hope it sorts out good issues and things that are bothering. But for every other person, let's get things right. Food security is something we can't take for granted. In the last 6 months, it has beaten everyone. And we know it's bite. We don't want it to get worse. This is the ready season. This is the planting season. We've gotten to harvest for some crops, so they are coming out. So maybe the price of food is coming down. What happens next dry season? What happens next year? So we should all get active. We should all get talking now. If we need to get more irrigation to keep planting, then we should get talking now. If we need the agric bank to get funded, just like Emmanuel said, we should get talking now. If we need the insurance of the agric sector to get funded, we should start talking now. If we need to hold people responsible for the $800 million, we should get talking now. Because whether we like it or not, these monies we are collecting in the names of loan, we will pay them back. Somehow, someday, we will pay them back. But by the time we are paying them back, I hope we should have dealt with hunger. We should have gotten our hands dirty in the farms and produce more, not just for us, but for our neighbors, and be able to process and also export. That is where SOUQ Pulse come in. We say, don't keep quiet. Get productive. Come to the market and come with product. We have no excuse. To everyone that has been part of this program today, we say, don't keep quiet. Keep talking. We'll make progress. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, follow us on our social media handles, SOUQ News TV. Have yourself a beautiful evening. Bye.
Happy birthday.
This is a very special birthday shout out to our visionary CEO, Ambassador Oluwafemi Victor Walsh.
Happy birthday, boss! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Chairman, happy birthday.
We want to tell you happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
You understand?
You know?
From this Guara men,
you know?
It's called.
So just give us an opportunity to take you out. Anywhere you want, not anywhere you want to go to.
You on your own.
You will not bring money.
Where you want to go to, you will not pay. You cannot pay.
We'll just kind of go one place, give them better issue.
That's true.
Chairman, you one corner.
One corner.
We'll run them for you. Just make your choose. Pick the date. We'll come through like bend the day.
Is it that you should make his choosing?
A choice.
Oh, choice.
That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns.
A wonderful birthday. Shout out to a brother, a friend, a partner, in every sense of the word.
A great day of celebration. God will continue to crown his efforts as he leads us to a greater height.
A man with a very large heart, very accommodating, forgiving, an epitome of a true servant of God. On a day like this, we say, God bless you, God keep you, His face will continue to shine upon you.
Happy birthday to the one and only Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh. My boss, partner, big brother, mentor, name it.
Every once in a year, there is a special day.
Happy birthday to my boss, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh. Wishing you many happy returns, long life and prosperity. And in this new year, may God elevate you and all your dreams find wings to fly.
For our chairman, today is your special day. We are remembering you and we're saying happy birthday for being a problem solver. And so over the years, you've been a shoulder to lean on. I want to celebrate you on your special day. These are the opportunities to say thank you.
Happy birthday to a man who has an eye for excellence, an achiever, someone who you would sometimes think should be satisfied with a level of achievement and relax, but he moves on to do something even greater. On this special day, I wish you a happy birthday, and I pray your new year be one of health, prosperity, increase on every side.
A very big happy birthday. You've been a boss with a difference. You've been an inspiration and you've been a trailblazer.
Bless are thou amongst many. Congratulations. Happy birthday, boss.
I wish you many happy returns.
There are many rich people, many bosses, but not all of them are a blessing to their workers.
Happy birthday to our ever dynamic, goal-oriented boss. I want to say on this special day that I wish you nothing but happiness. I wish you joy. I wish you every good thing that you desire.
Happy birthday, sir. Here's wishing you all the very best in your endeavors.
To the world best boss, the loving boss, the intelligent boss, the one who loves people and cares for others, I wish you heaven blessings from above. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. That is all I.
Happy birthday to the Odogu boss, the boss that never sleeps, always working, always doing everything right, making sure that things go well. Happy birthday. May God bless you, keep you, guide you, protect you, provide for you and your family and your generation. God bless you so much, sir. I am so privileged to work here. I am so happy. I'm so honored. Thank you so much, sir.
Happy birthday, great boss. Shout out to you. Long life and prosperity. I love you. Peace out.
Happy birthday to my one and only mentor, Mr. Wash. God bless your new age, Baba.
Happy birthday to you, boss. A man with a big heart, a man full of joy and full of love. On this day, I am wishing you the very best of your birthday. I wish you good health. I wish you much more money in your bank account. I wish you long life and prosperity. Trust me, you are loved, and may God continue to bless you and protect you.
It's not every day you meet a great man, and in SOUQ News TV, I've met a great man.
This is really an amazing year for you, and I pray that may God Almighty continue to add many more years to you, more grace in your work that you do, more favors, and may God Almighty keep on blessing you, and may you be a wonder to your generation. Happy birthday, Mr. Owen.
Happy returns. Throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you don't care. Raise up your voice.
Cheese, happy birthday to you. We wish you long life and prosperity.
Happy birthday to our one and only SOUQ. It's my prayer for you that you live long to eat the fruit of your labors. Happy birthday, Ambassador. We love you. Many more years to celebrate.
Happy birthday to you, sir. I wish you long life and prosperity. A good leader with a transparent. I greet you long life and prosperity. God protection upon you and your family in Jesus' name. Amen.
That's all I can say. I wish you many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to my boss. I wish you long life and prosperity, more great investment, more better years, and more fruitful years. You are a blessing to a lot of us, and also a blessing to your family.
Happy birthday. I wish you long life and prosperity in good health and in good wealth.
A very big shout out to the great man of inspiration. Happy birthday. Cheers to long life.
Happy birthday to my Oga. I wish you long life and prosperity and more years to come in Jesus' name. Amen.
Happy birthday. That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns.
Very big happy birthday to our boss. God bless you and your new age, long life and prosperity. I want to say a special thank you for the opportunities and the love that you're actually giving us here in the company. Many more returns, sir.
Happy birthday to my wonderful, most cute, most handsome boss. I wish you long life and prosperity, and I'm using this medium to say thank you for all you've done. Thank you for giving us this space to showcase our talent.
That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to my amiable boss, my God at the top. On this special day of yours, I wish you God's blessings. You shall live to reap the fruit of your labor.
Happy birthday to you, my lovely boss. I wish you God's blessing, protection, and all-round blessing in all you do.
I'm wishing you a happy birthday, many more fruitful years to come. Chineke agwazige, let me speak my language. Chineke agwazige, undugi etogo. By the special grace of God, you continue to prosper in everything you do, and God will continue to bless you in everything that you do, and you shall continue to prosper in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Today now your day, do shakara. If they try, they go for your kata. Today now your day, do shakara. Go. Today now your day, do shakara. If they try, they go for your kata. Today now your day, do shakara. Go. Happy birthday.
This is a very special birthday shout out to our visionary CEO, Ambassador Oluwafemi Victor Walsh.
Happy birthday, boss! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday.
Chairman.
Happy birthday.
We want to tell you happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
You understand?
You know?
From this Guara man.
You know?
It's called.
So just give us an opportunity to take you out. Anywhere you want, not anywhere he wants to go to.
You on your own.
You will not bring money.
Where he wants to go to, you will not take.
We'll just kind of go one place, give him better issue.
That's true.
Chairman, you one corner.
One corner.
One corner.
We'll
run am for you.
We'll
Just make your choose.
Don't make your choosing.
We'll come through like bend the dead.
Is it that he should make his choosing?
Choice.
Oh, choice easy.
Get out of here.
That is all I can say. I wish you many, many happy returns.
A wonderful birthday. Shout out to a brother, a friend, a partner, in every sense of the word.
A great day of celebration. God will continue to crown his efforts as he leads us to a greater height.
A man with a very large heart, very accommodating, forgiving, an epitome of a true servant of God. On a day like this, we say, God bless you, God keep you, His face will continue to shine upon you.
Happy birthday to the one and only Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash. My boss, partner, big brother, mentor, name it.
Every once in a year, there is a special day.
Happy birthday to my boss, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh. Wishing you many happy returns, long life and prosperity. And in this new year, may God elevate you and all your dreams find wings to fly.
For our chairman, today is your special day. We are remembering you and we're saying happy birthday for being a problem solver. And so over the years, you've been a shoulder to lean on. I want to celebrate you on your special day. These are an opportunity to say thank you.
Happy birthday to a man who has an eye for excellence, an achiever, someone who you would sometimes think should be satisfied with a level of achievement and relax, but he moves on to do something even greater. On this special day, I wish you a happy birthday, and I pray your new year be one of health, prosperity, increase on every side.
A very big happy birthday. You've been a boss with a difference. You've been an inspiration and you've been a trailblazer.
Blessed are thou amongst many. Congratulations. Happy birthday, boss.
I wish you many happy returns.
There are many rich people, many bosses, but not all of them are a blessing to their workers.
Happy birthday to our ever dynamic, goal-oriented boss. I want to say on this special day that I wish you nothing but happiness. I wish you joy. I wish you every good thing that you desire.
Happy birthday, sir. Here's wishing you all the very best in your endeavors.
To the world best boss, the loving boss, the intelligent boss, the one who loves people and cares for others, I wish you heaven blessings from above. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. That is all I.
Happy birthday to the Odogu boss, the boss that never sleeps, always working, always doing everything right, making sure that things go well. Happy birthday, may God bless you, keep you, guide you, protect you, provide for you and your family and your generation. God bless you so much, sir. I am so privileged to work here. I am so happy, I'm so honored. Thank you so much, sir.
Happy birthday, great boss. Shout out to you. Long life and prosperity. I love you. Peace out.
Happy birthday to my one and only mentor, Mr. Wash. God bless your new age, Baba.
Happy birthday to you, boss. A man with a big heart, a man full of joy and full of love. On this day, I am wishing you the very best of your birthday. I wish you good health. I wish you much more money in your bank account. I wish you long life and prosperity. Trust me, you are loved, and may God continue to bless you and protect you.
It's not every day you meet a great man, and in SOUQ News TV, I've met a great man.
This is really an amazing year for you, and I pray that may God Almighty continue to add many more years to you, more grace in your work that you do, more favors, and may God Almighty keep on blessing you, and may you be a wonder to your generation. Happy birthday, Mr. Wash.
Happy returns. Throw your hands in the air, wave them like you don't care.
birthday to you. We wish you long life and prosperity.
Happy birthday to our one and only Shaka Babaru. It's my prayer for you that you live long to eat the fruit of your labors. Happy birthday, Ambassador. We love you. Many more years to celebrate.
Happy birthday to you, sir. I wish you long life and prosperity. A good leader with a transparent. I greet you long life and prosperity. God's protection upon you and your family in Jesus' name. Amen.
That's all I can say. I wish you many, many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to my boss. I wish you long life and prosperity, more great investment, more better years, and more fruitful years. You are a blessing to a lot of us and also a blessing to your family.
Happy birthday. I wish you long life and prosperity in good health and in good wealth.
A very big shout out to the great man of inspiration. Happy birthday. Cheers to long life.
Happy birthday to my Oga. I wish you long life and prosperity and more years to come in Jesus' name. Amen.
Happy birthday. That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns.
Very big happy birthday to our boss. God bless you in your new age, long life and prosperity. I want to say a special thank you for the opportunities and the love that you're actually giving us here in the company. Many more returns, sir.
Happy birthday to my wonderful, most cute, most handsome boss. I wish you long life and prosperity, and I'm using this medium to say thank you for all you've done. Thank you for giving us this space to showcase our talent.
That is all I can say. I wish you many happy returns. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to my amiable boss, my Oga at the top. On this special day of yours, I wish you God's blessings. You shall live to reap the fruit of your labor.
Happy birthday to you, my lovely boss. I wish you God's blessing, protection, and all-round blessing in all you do.
I'm wishing you a happy birthday, many more fruitful years to come. Chineke agozigi, let me speak my language. Chineke agozigi, undugi etogo. By the special grace of God, you continue to prosper in everything you do, and God will continue to bless you in everything that you do, and you shall continue to prosper in the name of Jesus. Amen.